from Berea during our exclusive 2020 report. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Now the Browns traded Myles Garrett to the Rams on Monday. Browns getting back Pro Bowl linebacker Jared Verse. The Browns also get a first-round pick next year, second-rounder in 2028, and a third-rounder in 2029. Andrew Berry, the GM, is going to do a press conference coming up next, right here on 92.3 The Fan. Browns continue OTAs today in Berea. First of four workouts set for this week is going to be the battle of the starting quarterback. It continues between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Guardians back to work time. They're going to begin a three-game series in New York. They take on those Yankees. Guardians looking to snap a two-game losing streak after giving them 9 runs in back-to-back games against Boston. Joey Cantillo gets the start tonight. 4-2, 3.57 ERA. Guardians hoping to have Angel Martinez back in the starting lineup. Missed Sunday's game because of a mild strain to his left foot. We will have a reaction to the Myles Garrett trade all day long here on 92.3 The Fan. Andrew Berry up next, and Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports. 11:40, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk 12:20 with Baskin and Phelps. Then SI.com's Everett Breer, 2:40 this afternoon with the guys on Afternoon Drive, all right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps and Andrew Berry here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
We woke up this morning and we are still further away than where we were yesterday. And to go further away after going through 10 years of playing around and kind of sort of flirting with being competitive, it sucks. The prudent move, yeah. Probably the common sense move, yeah. It sucks.
He's obviously the best Browns player I've ever seen. I'd be stunned if the Browns ever have a better player than Myles Garrett. I know if we get like a quarterback that's middle of the road, we'll call them better because they'll have more of an impact on winning potentially, but they'll never be in the same stratosphere as Myles Garrett. I'd be stunned if in my lifetime there is a better player.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, kids, hang on to your hats. Andrew Berry speaks in moments out in Berea as he gives us the lowdown on the Myles Garrett, Jared Verse 1-2-3 trade. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. And we want to remind you that we're going to bring you the press conference live, and you're going to get all the information you need. And press conferences on 92.3 The Fan are brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationllc.com. Jeff, I'm very excited. I want to hear what he has to say.
Gentlemen, we now go live to Berea for Browns President of Football Operations, Andrew Berry.
Ready to go? All right, morning, everyone. So I'll be honest, I did not have this conference on my bingo card for this spring. I know you all have heard me say for a number of years at this point that, Myles Garrett, he's a foundational player, Hall of Fame worthy, and a homegrown talent that's been here for the decades. And, our intent was to have him be a one-helmet player for his career. And that was the truth. And even to this day, when Myles's, career is over, we look forward to welcoming him back, into the organization. But there are moments, particularly in my job, where, opportunities come up that, quite honestly, are unexpected. And they force you to stop and reevaluate and look at it and say, hey, is this something that could be, really beneficial to the team? And that was the case in this instance where, it got to a certain point where we looked at, what the trade details were, and we asked ourselves, okay, do we hold here, regardless of, how, because of how emotionally right it felt, or do we ultimately make a decision that we think has a huge benefit, to the team in both the short, and long term? I'd always told myself that if, we were ever in a position where we were going to trade Myles, 3 things would have to be true. Number one, it would have to have short and long-term benefits. Number two, as part of the trade, a young, cost-controlled star at a premium position would have to be included. And the third piece is that there would have to be premium draft capital. And there's a very small set of deals that really satisfy those constraints. So when it got to the point with our negotiations with the Rams, when all those things were satisfied, it really caused us to take a step back and think about really think about the decision. Jared Verse, he's obviously a huge part of this return for us. Jared is an outstanding football player. Former Defensive Rookie of the Year, two-time original ballot Pro Bowler. He's a perfect DNA match for our attacking front. He's really a terror in both phases, both as a run defender and a pass rusher. And we are really, really excited to add him to our team. He allows us to continue to play defense as a high level, which has been our standard over the past several seasons. And we're really excited to welcome him into the organization. So we're excited about this transaction. It wasn't something that we anticipated, certainly coming into this year or coming into the spring or quite honestly coming out of the draft. But it's a great opportunity for our team, and I know there are a ton of questions, so I'll open it up.
I guess why now, and do you regret not having made this when Miles asked to be traded after 2024?
Yeah, no regret, Scott. And in terms of the why now is just honestly the opportunity was too great. It wasn't like a plan A going into the offseason. Quite honestly, we would have operated differently if it was. But sometimes things come across your path that you're not expecting. And you can't be so dogmatic in your strategy and planning that you can't adjust and be flexible to great opportunities.
Were you able to have conversations with Miles leading up into this moment, like meaningful conversations leading up into this?
And let me just, for clarification, Kiam, regarding the trade or just more generally?
Like, I guess both.
Yeah, both. Miles was a good communicator throughout the spring. We obviously talked through the coaching search, free agency, before the draft. He was good in terms of sharing his travel plans in the offseason, things like that. So that was all very, very normal as he's been accustomed to later in his career. We did not blindside Miles with the news yesterday. Obviously, was a well-tenured member of the organization, someone that, we expect to retire a Brown. So he was made aware about a week ago that it was a possibility. And that's a courtesy that obviously we owe him. So the communication was good with him.
So you did not consider Miles's absence, travel plans, ghosting, a protest to get up, to leave the team?
Yeah, he didn't ghost. And Tony, no, not at all. I mean, Miles's off-season ritual is pretty consistent the past couple years. And Miles was good in terms of communicating with us throughout the spring. So, no, I know there's been a lot of conspiracy theories with that type of narrative, but, that had zero impact on the trade.
Andrew, going back to the contract restructuring, whatever you want to call it, in the offseason, when you did that, did you you've talked about flexibility, but did you ever think at that point that you were going to, when you got past June 1st, that this was a distinct possibility? Or
no? I mean, I'd like to sit here and say it was some grand master plan, but it really wasn't. What it did do is, honestly, probably because of a lot that was reported, that is what originally caused LA to reach out and check in, and we said, hey, look, he wasn't available. To their credit, they were really, really persistent, and then really things kind of picked up after the draft.
Are you able to explain, maybe provide a further clarity on why the date was moved back? Because it ultimately benefited you in terms of salary cap.
Yeah, I don't talk about our contract management strategies, as you know, Daniel. I understand the curiosity with it. It's one of those situations where probably the truth is a lot more boring than you all think, but I'm not going to comment on our strategy.
Andrew, in terms of fans and people thinking that this move means you guys are tanking, what can you tell the fans about that? And then also, like a corollary to that would be, does this mean that Denzel could possibly be on the trading block now? Or Can you address that?
I guess I'd say two things. I'd say number one, all of our goals are still in front of us. We have an excellent defense with really good players at all 3 levels, and Jared, he's an outstanding. He's one of the best players in the league, and so we're excited to have him as a part of our team. To the second part of your question, I guess I'd maybe clarify your line of question, Mary Kay, in the sense that Miles wasn't on the trading block. We weren't auctioning him off. This is not something that was a primary consideration going into the spring.
Andrew, had Miles indicated to you that he was open to being traded still?
No, there was no trade request or anything like that. Dan. Obviously, you talked through it a little bit earlier because he did have the no trade clause, and obviously he was pleased with LA, but that wasn't the primary consideration.
He wasn't on the block. You weren't auctioning him off. If there have been reports that this was the only team that you seriously engaged in talks, why not open up the bidding and try to get a few more picks out of it?
That wasn't the goal. That wasn't the goal of Miles, and probably what I mentioned on the onset. If we were to trade Miles, it's a very narrow universe of deals that satisfy it. Everyone wants to have a Myles Garrett on their team, but not everyone can afford that acquisition cost in terms of players, picks and dollars. And so, that was not the intent of any of it.
Andrew, you can
Let me go here first, and I'll come back to Tony. Okay.
To go back to Mary Kay's question about Denzel, maybe some of the other veterans. I mean, there's been so much change, obviously, for them these last few months. Now with Miles gone too, do you plan on having any conversations with them, or do you feel like they know, hey, our goals are the same? Do you feel that there's that sentiment there after a move like this?
Actually, change is commonplace in the NFL, and roster turnover is commonplace in the NFL. We have good communication with all of our players. We obviously, for a move of this magnitude, we communicate directly with them, so they hear it from us and they understand everything that's involved. But we have a good group of guys in that locker room, and we're really excited about the core. Go ahead, Tony.
Some might argue that you received more for Travis Hunter than you did for Myles Garrett. Even if you don't acknowledge that, do you think Miles' age was the one factor that you couldn't get more?
I tell you what, we're very pleased with the return we got, Tony. I mean, I think for us, getting a player of Jared's caliber, plus the pick considerations, was excellent. It's something that we certainly didn't expect coming into the spring. Let me go, Zach, and then I'll go to you, Daryl.
When teams called in February 25, what did you tell teams then?
No. No. Do you have a follow-up?
You just weren't doing it.
Yeah, I was like, we're not interested in trading Miles.
Look at where the Rams are in their, I guess, expectations, if you will. A lot of people, say those picks aren't as good because they're likely going to be in the back end of the rounds, and therefore it wasn't enough, even with, Jared. Just what would you say to that? The first, the second, and the third likely could very well end up in the back end of those rounds.
Yeah, I think that I'd say a couple things to that, Daryl. I'd say number one, the combination of picks and players is we think is excellent. We're really pleased with it, short and long term. I'd say the second piece of that in terms of us today on June 2nd, assuming where we know those picks, we all probably have to have a little bit of humility because we just don't know how the season's going to unfold. And probably the third part is, realistically, any team that is making a move for a player of Miles's caliber, they feel like they're in their window, or they are in their window. There's unlikely to be a deal out there where you're getting an expected top 5 pick out of it. Which is why the volume of picks and particularly the inclusion of Jared was incredibly important.
You said that you didn't have this on your bingo card, so I'm just wondering, is there a moment you can pinpoint where it went from being this is never going to happen to this is seeming like it is?
The inclusion of Jared in the deal. Yeah. Let me go, Fred, and then I'll come back to you, Tony.
Andrew, I know quarterback's always a topic, but I mean, you look at Miles, obviously your biggest asset. Do you see any way, get the first pick, how that can help you ultimately solve the quarterback issue?
Yeah, I understand and respect, the question. We're way too premature to figure out how we're going to deploy that asset. We've got an entire season to play. We've got a group of players that we're really excited to see this fall. And we'll deal with 2027 and 2027.
That, one of the reasons maybe to delay a little bit to see if you could use that as a chip to get yourself in position?
No, I'd say, honestly, it's independent of any present circumstance, Fred. Like, the return with Jared plus the resources we just felt was too great to turn down. I said Tony next, then I'll go.
Todd Monken came out strongly against pursuing Brendan Sorsby.
Mm-hmm.
What is your attitude toward the participation in the supplemental draft if he is in it?
Yeah, we haven't had a supplemental draft in a while, or I guess a couple of years now. No different than we do every year. We'll do the work on all the prospects, and then we'll make the appropriate decision for the organization.
Andrew.
Let me go, Spencer, and I'll come back to you, Mary Kay.
You mentioned that you obviously have a season to play. How do you kind of square with, I guess, mostly the fan base who see this trade and maybe feel like it's a concession of 2026 and maybe setting Todd Monken up for failure and all that and just kind of looking more towards the future?
Yeah, Spencer, I think I understand the, emotional reaction of, Miles. Look, we've known him since he's 21 years old, coming out of Texas A&M. We've seen him grow up here and everything like that, and he's accomplished really great things for us on the field. And so there's always an emotional tie for someone who's going to be one of the franchise greats. So certainly understand that. In terms of the second part of your question, don't see it that way at all. We're really excited about Jared. We're really excited about this defense. I know Monk's really excited about bringing Jared into the organization, but everything's still right in front of us in terms of that regard. Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
I think that you could have gotten a similar return for Miles last year, correct?
I don't know. We didn't shop him.
Do you think the messaging and maybe your actions have been maybe a little bit inconsistent when you talk about adding talent and still wanting to be competitive and then going away and trading, the best player, arguably in the NFL? Do you think your messaging and maybe your actions have been a little bit incongruous over the past 2 years?
I'd say this. Look, I didn't expect to be up here talking about a Myles Garrett trade, Daniel. This is not my favorite thing to do because, like I said, I didn't have it on the bingo card, and I realize how strong I've been with Myles. But the reality is when you have an opportunity to do something that has strong both short and long-term benefits, like we have to be flexible with it. So we're real excited from a team perspective.
Two questions.
Let me go back and I'll come back to you.
Yeah. Two-part questions. One, I know all trades are tough. Mm-hmm. Where does this rank in all the moves you've made in terms of emotional tie?
I don't know that I could rank them. Obviously, it's tough because it's Myles and I've known him for so long. But the benefit of that is, look, Myles will be a part of, many of our lives beyond his playing career. It's maybe more of a see you later as opposed to a goodbye, to sound maybe a little bit corny. So that part is tough. But they're all tough because these are human beings. They're not commodities. And their lives change.
Value of moving him post June 1st now versus, let's say, a couple weeks where a package from one team and not potentially shop around? Is it just packaged too good to see what other organization could offer?
I guess I don't quite understand the question. You're saying do you mind repeating it so I can try and get it right?
So I understand moving him at June 1st, the money. But if you weren't willing to shop him around, could you have potentially looked later down the road in the summer? Like, why now, yesterday, versus maybe in 2 weeks when, in theory, you could potentially shop him around to get a better offer versus what the Rams gave?
So I think it goes back to two things that I said previously. We weren't shopping him around. That was not the intention to trade him. And then number two, the characteristics that I described in like any deal in which Myles Garrett would be included, like it fell at our feet. And Jared's a big part of that, along with the draft pick resources. So it's really as simple as that. Go ahead, Mary Kay.
You're listening to the Andrew Berry press conference right here on 92.3 The Fan, discussing the Myles Garrett trade.
When Myles was on Radio Row in the Super Bowl, I talked to Denzel, and he mentioned that if Myles were traded, it would make him kind of question what his own situation was here. So I'm wondering, have you guys heard from Denzel and have reassurance that he's fully on board and committed to the program in the aftermath of this?
So I'd say number one, I think it's probably most appropriate for Denzel to speak for himself. Number two, Denzel's been great throughout the offseason. His communication's been good. He's a big part of the team, and we like him a lot. He's still playing at a really high level. That doesn't change with this transaction.
And then the follow-up that I have there is that how has Jared Verse reacted to the trade, going from a Super Bowl contender to a team that's building towards that right now?
He was very excited yesterday when we talked to him on the phone. He's ready to go. I think he's really excited to play in this scheme. I think maybe some of you already know he's from Dayton, Ohio. Still, his sister's still here and everything like that. But he's gonna be fun. He's a ton of energy now. He'll be some colorful quotes for everybody in this room.
Even though the quarterback still remains the elephant in the room, whether or not you have the solution in-house right now is still in question. If it is not, can you still win and achieve the goal of finding that franchise quarterback? Because obviously the more games you win, the lower you are in the draft.
Yeah, Daryl, I don't love dealing with hypotheticals, especially about the draft when we're in May and haven't played a season. All I can tell you is we're focused on the guys that are in the building. They've had a really nice spring. I'm really pleased with Monk and the staff, and we're excited about the season.
In terms of Jared, just two parts. When will he get here, and where do you see the fit? He was listed as a linebacker with the Rams, but was defensive lineman in college.
So expect him to get here. Assuming no, travel issues. I guess today's Tuesday evening, this evening. And then you guys should get a chance to see him and meet him tomorrow. I think the blurring of outside linebacker and defensive end, that's really what you're seeing in today's game. He's a perfect fit as an edge rusher for our defense.
Do you feel you're thin depth-wise at defensive end?
I think you could add depth everywhere, honestly, Tony. The roster building process, it's literally every day. And if we can find, guys that we think can upgrade at any spot, we'll look to do so.
And do you feel it all stuck kind of in the middle between, the roster, you've gotten the roster so much younger, and we've talked about that, versus doing complete rebuild, right, which might require trading guys like Myles. Do you feel it all stuck in the middle, trying to win, but also trying to redo this roster?
I don't, and I guess I maybe go back to what I mentioned this spring. I don't necessarily agree with the implicit assumption that younger means worse.
You have talked about who Myles was to this franchise, to this organization, and obviously your goal is on the football field primarily, but you lose a face of the franchise, a staple in the community. So where do you feel like the roster stands in terms of that kind of player? Do you have those kinds of players to kind of step in and fill those shoes of the role that Myles held, not just in the locker room, but around Northeast Ohio?
Yeah, I'd say this. I think one of the toughest things in professional sports is when players who everyone knows their name locally leave and new ones that they don't know the names of, take their roles. I think, probably could have asked me the same question, with Nick Chubb last year, right? And we saw, Quinshon come in and make himself a household name in Northeast Ohio, or, David Njoku this year. And, we have Harold Fannin. So I think that, look, professional sports can be cyclical at times. And that's always tough, in these moments. But we are really excited about, a number of the players that we have in the locker room that I think our fans will either continue to get more familiarity with or gain familiarity with over the upcoming season.
Andrew, you talked a lot about Jared and how Jared was sort of the piece that made you do the deal. How long have you sort of, I don't know if covet's the right word, but how long have you sort of been kind of zeroed in on him as a player that you guys really liked? I mean, does it go all the way back to the 24 draft? I mean, just what is it about him that made him just such a swing piece in this?
We liked him a lot coming out. We weren't, really in position to take him, obviously the year that he came out, because he came out in 24. That I would say that probably had less of a bearing on this, this transaction. But, what made it really easy is he's like an outstanding player at 25 years old at a very, very hard to find position. So, yes, like we're excited to have him specifically, but it's not necessarily like this was like a 2-year focal point in the making.
And it being an emotional, obviously, decision for you guys as an organization, can you speak at all to the emotions maybe shared with Miles and what his emotions kind of were like in understanding what was kind of happening?
I think it's more appropriate for Miles to comment on that, but what I can share is that it just was a really good. It was a really good meeting. It was bittersweet, is maybe the way I would describe it. But I'd probably let him comment on it more than me. Go ahead, Tony.
I remember Todd at his introduction saying Miles was one of the reasons this job was attractive to him. So what was his reaction when you told him you're not going to have the best player in the league?
Yeah, Todd was excited in terms of the deal. He understood the short and long term, benefits. Again, it's not about, not wanting a Myles Garrett on your team. But he's very excited to have Jared. He's very excited to have, the additional resources. And Todd's really smart. Like he understands the short and long-term ramifications. And I think, one of the things that's unique about this deal relative to, maybe the other non-QB like superstar deals that come out is that we made a trade with I guess, multiple, players and picks. And usually when you make these trades, you're completely trading off present for future. And to get a player like Jared in the deal where the defense still maintains its excellence, that was really attractive to us.
What do you think Jared's upside potential as an edge rusher, as I see, he went from like 4.5 to 7.5. Where do you see that going? And do you feel like with what you have on the team now, you can accomplish the pressure and the pass rush that you want to generate? Absolutely.
I wouldn't sit here and put a cap on any player's ceiling. I just know the list of players that have been Defensive Rookie of the Year and original ballot Pro Bowlers in their first 2 seasons is very small.
Been more of a pressures guy than a sacks guy so far in his career. What is your philosophy on the relationship between those two statistical categories?
Yeah, I'd comment less on that and just say this is a guy who really gets after the quarterback really well.
Good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it. Andrew Berry's press conference on Myles Garrett, and press conferences on 92 through the Fan are brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationllc.com. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. What a way to start the show. You had all the lowdown on, what the Browns are saying and what Andrew Berry's saying about this trade. Garrett Verse coming to the Browns. Myles Garrett, future Hall of Famer, going to Los Angeles. Plus, you have a first-round pick coming to Cleveland next year, a second-round pick the following year, and a third-round pick 2 years from now. That's how it all plays out. We've got all kinds of coverage on the trade coming up on our show today. Andrew Siciliano from the Browns Radio Network will join us in a few moments, like 14 minutes. And he's also working for Yahoo Sports. You know him and love him from the Browns Radio Network, though. Charles Robinson, NFL Insider at 11:40. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, coming up at 12:20. And then Mary Kay Cabot at 1 o'clock. Jeff, first reaction to what the president of football operations, better known sometimes as the general manager, to the majority of us had to say about this latest acquisition, and I would say the biggest trade in Cleveland sports in 16 years since LeBron was traded to Miami. I would say it's the biggest trade since then.
All right. I can't argue with that one.
Yep.
I think Andrew summed it up really well late when he said, usually in a trade like this, you're trading present for future. And we're not really doing that. And I agree with him.
I agree, too. I
agree with him. That's the strange thing about this trade. If you had traded Miles for draft picks only, and let's say they would have held out and picked up another first-round pick from the Rams. All right, well, the Rams are probably, let's be generous, picking in the bottom half of the draft in the first round. Okay, they should be pretty good.
Right.
You picked up a player, and Mary Kay is going to join us later, and I thought in her summation of the trade, she wrote a really, really good piece on the trade, and you can read it at cleveland.com. I thought she used the perfect word to describe what Jared Verse is in comparison to Myles Garrett. And she said they picked up a suitable replacement for Myles Garrett. And I thought, yeah, you know what? That's right. Because right now, is Jared Verse Myles Garrett? No, I don't believe he is.
I don't think he ever will be, but
you
potential is there
but you
after
can't
2
say
years.
That. Yeah, he's only 2 years in.
He's a different player.
Pro Football Focus does great analytical stuff, right? I mean, they just break things down like crazy. Their rankings of defensive ends last year in the National Football League had Will Anderson at number 1 of Houston, Myles Garrett at number 2, and Jared Verse at number 13.
Okay.
And that's after 2 years in the league. So in other words, upper echelon. Right? They also had Alex Wright at number 18. He's still a young guy. So you bring in Verse.
Is 13 and 18 equal to 3?
No. Going into just his third year, I keep going back to Myles is 9 years into this. And though I think he'll be phenomenal with the Rams, he's phenomenal here. I can't see him. In my head, I can't see him playing more than 5 years. Can you? Not that matters here.
No.
But Jared Verse will be in the league 5 years from now, and he'll probably be a Cleveland Brown unless something goes wrong or they trade him or whatever. And on top of that, you picked up a first, a second, and a third in the next 3 years, 1, 2, 3. When this team, in my estimation, doesn't have its quarterback of the future on the team right now, and the draft coming up next year has some significant quarterback talent in it, I understand the thinking behind the trade completely.
I do too. Worst case scenario, the draft picks they got are assets. And let's just say, you're looking for best case scenario. Well, guess what? Shedeur Sanders is your quarterback of the future. Deshaun Watson turns things around and has some kind of miraculous. I'm just giving you what could be a headline. Super optimistic. But a worst case scenario, they picked up assets for the future. Ask ESPN, what did they think of the grade? How would you grade it for both sides? Normally, I'm not a big fan of grades, especially for guys coming out in the draft. But they said the Browns got an A and the Rams got a C-.
Really?
Yes.
I saw B for the Rams and B+ for the Browns.
I'm looking at it right here. ESPN,
Just other grading I saw.
Yeah.
For whatever that's worth. And actually, that was from a Rams-based website that I saw. And
the other part of this,
Verse
Jeff,
is a good defensive end.
Yeah, Jeff,
that's what I think people might not get. He is active.
Jeff, there's also Logan's Run here that I talk about all the time. The Browns are not really hip on players over 30. Go back and look at Andrew's history. Very, very few guys over 30 on this team.
Garrett's 9 years in. I mean,
I can see why ESPN
the glory
would
days
say
are behind him or right now.
It is a hard situation because I'm going to be there to stand and cheer for Myles Garrett when they put his bust in Canton.
Isn't he fun to watch?
Yes.
I mean, he's a terrific player. And one of the greatest defensive ends in NFL history. Let's be honest about that.
I mean, his signature mark for this team will always be the visual. Outside of the field, seeing a guy that had biceps that fit no suit jacket, no sport coat, and looking at him going, this guy is like a cartoon character superhero. And I'm looking forward to seeing him be probably the very first new name in the Ring of Honor at the Dome. You got to believe that that's probably the first accolade he'll probably see on the other side of this thing. So
can I throw one thought at you real quick?
Yeah, you can do it after the break, though.
You got it.
Because I'm getting the wielding yield on this.
I thought that was just a finger.
No. Andrew Siciliano is coming up at 11:40. We got all kinds of good stuff for you right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3.
Siciliano next at 10:40.
That's right. Coming up in just a second or so. All right, here we go. FanDuel is giving you better payouts on same game.
here on 92.3 The Fan. Coming up, Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports at 11:40, and Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk at 12:20 with Baskin and Phelps, and then SI.com's Albert Breer, 2:40 with the afternoon drive. All right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can take The Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. All right, let's go to the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We jump right back into the Myles Garrett story. And a guy that I think can give us some great perspective is a guy that you listen to every Sunday when you are watching. When you are listening to the Browns game. Sorry, I lost my mouse here. Somebody hit it behind the other side of the computer. When you're listening to the games. No, it wasn't me. It was not me. When you're listening to the games right here on the Browns Radio Network, he is a super friend of the show. And again, he is on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is Andrew Siciliano. Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Andrew.
Good morning, guys. And maybe when you watch as well, I mean, growing up as a kid, we would always turn down the TV and turn up the radio, right?
That is exactly how I see it, my friend. I love the thought of your perspective on this trade, knowing your recent history with the Browns and your past history as the preseason play-by-play guy for the Rams and living in L.A. sometimes and living in Cleveland sometimes. So what did you think when this thing went down yesterday?
Well, I mean, let's unpack the emotional part of it first. I hate it. I don't want to see Myles go. I think we all agree, right?
Okay.
I mean, we all agree. Myles is...
It's great to collect Hall of Fame players.
Yeah, and you've wrapped your head around it for the last year, ever since the Super Bowl in New Orleans, where he said he wanted out, and you had to stare that in the face and think about the idea that it might happen. Now, granted, AB was adamant just moments ago that they never thought about it last year, and that's everything I heard last year as well. It just wasn't going to happen. But, you started to wrap your head around that possibility a year ago, and watching all the highlights and SportsCenter and GMFB and everything on our phones. I mean, we all stare at our phones all stinking day anyway, and seeing all these great moments, it stinks. And you're like, wow, he was that good. Well, of course you know that in the moment, but to see all the highlights and all the memories and, him running off the field, bumping hips with Baker in 2020 on one of the greatest memories of my adult life, it hurts. So I get it. For every fan who's like, what am I going to do with this jersey? Well, there are going to be more jerseys, and we still have great players. And there are great young Quinshon, Fannin, exciting players, Carson, Mason, all these guys. But it's hard to see this one go because he's one of the greatest ever wear a uniform, period. You could argue he's the best player in the NFL that doesn't throw a football. So it's hard to see him go. At the same time, and I'm going to do the both can be true thing here, they got a good return. And he is 30, despite how great last season was. Everyone wants to compare this to the Micah trade. Well, Micah, they got 2 1s. Yes, they did. They got 2 1s and an aging nose tackle, not an edge rusher, a nose tackle. Kenny Clark's a good player. He's a nose tackle. So this is, for a player 4 years older, a 1 and a dog in Jared Verse and a 2 and a 3. Browns fans are going to love Jared Verse. Love, 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 love. He's not Myles Garrett, and no one is. Myles is the best to ever do it. But you're going to love him. And I don't want people to be disappointed that this wasn't enough. It was a heck of a return. And I think they'll finally get that when they see Jared Verse week 1 on the road in Jacksonville.
The Rams just basically pulled the Matthew Stafford trade, but at defensive end, right? They prefer players. They prefer players over picks. But my thought on this one is this, Andrew, and you tell me: is Myles that much better for the Rams right now, and maybe 3 years down the road, to include Verse in this trade along with some pretty good draft capital? That's the thing to me. If I'm the Browns, I'm thinking I've got a defensive end and I have some capital that could lead to some really interesting things down the road.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
Yeah.
So I can tell you from speaking with Rams people, they absolutely did not want to include Jared Verse. Period. They wanted this trade to be picks only. That's what they wanted this trade. So when AB is telling you that Jared Verse was the game changer, it really was. Because the Rams people are saying the exact same thing. They did not want to give up Jared Verse at all. The Jared trade, I think, is a little misunderstood. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, we had to throw in all these first-round picks because we were dumping his contract. Yeah, they wanted out. They had decided, Sean McVay had decided that he wanted to move on. He wanted to crank it up a notch, and he wanted to go get Matthew Stafford. And in many ways, the Matthew Stafford trade led to the Deshaun Watson trade. I mean, it was kind of the template, right? Hey, we're going to go all in, trade the picks. We're going to go get the guy because we think we need to take a step up. We could debate the Deshaun trade all you want, and we will, obviously, for many years. But they were very similar trades. Hey, we don't think we're ready, we're good enough to take the next step. Let's go get the guy that we think can take us there. The difference is that the Rams had to throw in those extra first-round picks to go to Detroit because there were other suitors for Matthew Stafford. Washington wanted him. Carolina wanted him. They made very competitive bids. So it was going to be a one-for-one. Goff was always going the other way, but the Rams had to throw in all these other picks because if they didn't, Matthew Stafford could be a Carolina Panther. Or he could be a Commander, and like the sliding doors in the NFL are very different.
2 firsts and a third in that trade, right? 2 firsts and a third going to Detroit.
Whatever it was, I don't remember, but they threw in the ones, and that obviously was the one that when he threw in the ones, everyone's like, you have to throw in the ones to make Brad Holmes take the contract. I mean, well, certainly it helped. And also Brad Holmes had familiarity. The Lions GM was Les Snead's lieutenant here for a number of years. So where was I? Jared Verse, when he hits the open market next year, is going to get it. Well, he's not going to hit the open market, but when he's extension eligible, is going to get a very good deal. If he continues to ascend, let's put it this way. If he continues to ascend, and after next season, after his third year in the NFL, if the Rams were to say, we don't want to sign him, make us a deal, he would get at least a 1. I would say a 1 and a 3 in return. That's what the Rams could get. I think that's a minimum offer to get Jared Verse. So that's the kind of player they're getting back in return. He is an alpha leader dog. He is a guy who will call out Steeler fans and go back it up, I promise you, because he's already done that with Eagle fans and backed it up. He has no regrets whatsoever. He's funny, he's smart, and he's going to play his tail off. He plays the run as well. You're going to love him, I promise you.
I think it's interesting that it seemed like when they restructured his contract, they said, we are open for business. Like, to me, that made more sense than anything that maybe – I understand what Andrew's saying, and I think he's saying things that are truthful in the moment. But how is it not we're open for business, especially when that made the Rams want to kick the tires and start the car and take it for a test drive and buy the car at that point? So I thought there's 2 interesting points to this. 1, were they open for business for the rest of the league? And 2, why do it now? I thought that was interesting too.
Yeah, it's a tough one because when news of the restructuring came out, my reaction was, and I asked people around the league, like, I mean, come on, this has to mean trade. And I got a lot of people that wrote back and said, I don't see how it means anything other than trade. But many of them also said in the same breath, that trade may not be this year, that trade may be next year. So the idea that they were going to absolutely sell him off right now, I don't think that was the case, because moving they didn't just move the trigger this year. They moved that bonus structure in all subsequent years of his contract. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. I get it.
It gave next year some flexibility as well. But generally speaking, if I'm your investment advisor, right?
Yes.
And you come to me and say, hey, my employer owes me $6 million.
Oh, yeah. Hey, my employer owes me $6 million, Andrew.
Hello. Wait a minute.
What kind of financial investment guy are you that I'm sitting here and they haven't paid me yet? Hop on that, man.
Okay. My investment advisor owes me $6 million. He wants to hold my money for 6 more months. Should I let him do that? Your investment advisor would say, no, we want the money now because we'll put it in some vehicle even in today's market that we trust more than them holding that money. You're losing money, in essence, on interest like potential interest gained. Now, I don't know the whole back end of the financial vehicle here. Maybe there's some way of escrow. I don't know where Miles could make money if the Browns hold his money, but you get my point. Generally speaking, the player needs something in return. It's without a doubt that this made a trade more palatable for the Browns, certainly with a cap hit. And here we are. The Rams called a number of years ago, and the Browns said no. They called in 2022. That got out this morning. Jordan Rodriguez and Zach Jackson wrote that in The Athletic. And the Browns said no. But you got to think plenty of teams have called over the years, because the NFL isn't much different than your fantasy team. And that's what people got to realize. I mean, people throw a text at their buddies every now and then going, hey, you ever want to trade that guy? And you're right back, like, go jump in a lake. So that's how it happens. And this time they finally got talking. Can I tell a quick Jared Verse story?
Yeah, go for it. I want to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of years ago, I was back in Los Angeles, and Jared had just been drafted into the Rams. Who were doing their annual charity 5K. So I was out at that to, say hi to some people and get a nice workout in. And Jared was there with Braden Fisk, who came in from Florida State. They were first and second round picks in the same year in 2024. And Jared and I were talking and, just talking about move to town stuff, like where to live and, what kind of car to get and all that. And during our conversation, he takes out his phone and he starts typing, and he looks up and he goes, oh, no, I want you to know I'm still listening. I'm not texting. I'm taking notes. And I said, you taking notes? He's like, yeah. And he turns his phone around. I have a notes file, obviously the iPhone notes file. And when I talk to people like you who you have good advice and you've lived here, I'm going to write all this down. I'm going to forget it. So he had a notes file as a rookie. He had just been in LA a couple of weeks, where he was like, I'm not going to forget any of this stuff, and I'm going to have a game plan for where I'm going to live and how I'm going to commute and what my day-to-day should be. And he was taking notes. The guy's on top of it. You're going to love him, I promise you.
Yeah, but you know what? That's really smart, because living in LA is a little different than living in Akron.
Or Dayton.
Or Pennsylvania.
Or Berea,
or Cleveland.
Middleburg Heights, or Crocker Park, or wherever. But
I'd take notes if I had to move to LA.
I mean, take notes when you move anywhere. There's also an HR aspect to the entire NFL that I think people forget sometimes. And we're talking about 21, 22-year-old young men who, I mean, you guys, I don't know if you guys have kids college age, but we all have friends who have kids college age. We've all been in those shoes.
Yep.
Where you go to a new town and you got to learn your way around. I mean, it's a major life transition, and we're hoping for these guys to actually perform on the football field as well. So, remember there are people inside those uniforms.
Here's my best advice. Find the bathroom first. Goodbye, Andrew. We appreciate you.
Thank you, bud.
Good man.
Did I ramble a lot? I love you guys. I'll talk to you later.
You're great. We love you, Andrew. All right, we'll talk to you later. Peace. Andrew Siciliano, Browns play-by-play guy right here on the Browns Radio Network. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Your reaction to everything we've talked about in the first hour, plus Charles Robinson coming up in the next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This
with the exception of 3 years, basically, you've been bad since 1999. But when Miles was here, it's like we're not good, but we have somebody special. Now we're just another bad team, and we're just another bad team looking for a quarterback.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And, of course, as we've been telling you, YouTube. Now you can watch 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It includes The Morning Guys, Ken and Anthony, 6 to 10, Andy and me, 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You can always get a hold of us at 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092, or on social media at CLE Talking Heads. And we're going to take your phone calls here in just a moment. I know there's plenty of reaction to hearing both Andrew Berry's press conference, and we just talked to Andrew Siciliano. Jeff, Andrew came out of the gate, and he's like, the disappointment of not seeing Myles Garrett play for the Browns, first and foremost. And I know a lot of fans can understand that. I do think there's a business part of this, and I also think it's really not going to hit you until you don't see him on the field when they start playing. So maybe that's one of the advantages of, a June 1st move, is that you'll have time to let it digest. I would say, and I don't know why I keep going back to the LeBron era for the Cavaliers, because I think he's that kind of an impact player on Northeast Ohio, right?
Yeah, there are very few people who can be in that category, and Miles approaches it.
Yeah, and so I like, for some reason, when LeBron left the first time, I was super upset. I hated the way it went down. I couldn't stand the TV show. The second time LeBron left.
That's stunning news, Andy.
Yeah, I know.
We've never heard that before.
Really? Fresh take here? 15 years? 15 years on the air. I still hate Jim Gray for putting Cleveland through a manufactured point in Cleveland sports misery. When LeBron left the second time, I kind of have that same feeling of when LeBron left the second time. And I don't know why it's not more devastating to me, because I think maybe I was prepared for this. I think when Miles said he wanted to leave.
It was still LeBron's call. This wasn't Miles' call. But Miles had a no-trade clause, and he signed off on it.
But, yeah, and Miles wanted it a year ago. Well, I think maybe that's why. I think we all had 12 months plus to kind of settle into what could be a reality, no matter how many times Andrew Berry tells you he's a one-helmet player, or they wanted him to be a one-helmet player. I also thought it was cool that Andrew said, we're going to welcome him back to the organization when he's done. Sometimes you can leave with class. And, I kind of feel like this was a much classier way to end a relationship than someone saying, get me out of here, get me out of here. I do think that the Browns got a very nice return on investment for this, and we're going to see how it plays out. It may not really hit me until they hit the field.
There's an aspect of this that we haven't touched on a whole lot. Do you think the Browns are a Super Bowl contender this year with Miles? I don't.
No, I don't. Okay. No. Are they an 8? Maybe at best a 9-win team? Maybe.
I don't think they are with Jared Verse either. But I think, and I've seen other people say this, so it's not just my thought. Jared Verse and the draft choices fit their time frame a little bit better than a 9-year veteran at defensive end who will be 31 at the end of the season. He could still play another 5 years and maybe play at a really high level. He's an athletic freak. But I think the trade fits their time frame a little bit better. And the point I was going to make before we talk to Andrew, you get Jared Verse, you just plug him in at the defensive end spot. So there you go. You've replaced Miles. His level, no. But you've replaced him with what Mary Kay described as, accurately, a suitable replacement. And then you picked up draft capital, and I've heard from folks who have said, you didn't get enough draft capital, you can't trade up with draft capital. No, yes, you can. And here's how you trade up. and I'll make my point and then explain this. If you picked up a suitable defensive end replacement and enough assets to help you get your quarterback of the future in the 2027 draft for a 30-year-old defensive end, congratulations, you made a heck of a deal. And let's say the Browns win, Andy, let's go 8 games, okay? They're 8-9. Where will that put them? Let's say 12th in the draft, okay? And there's a quarterback you really want. And it might not be the number one guy coming off the board. Let's say it's the guy that I have a crush on, Lenora Sellers. Okay, and I'm just throwing that name out. So let's say Dante Moore goes number 1, Arch Manning goes number 2. The next 2 teams picking have quarterbacks. Well, you can call the team drafting 5 or 2 or 3 or 4, if they have quarterbacks, and say, we'll give you our pick, which is 12. We'll give you the Rams' first-round pick, which is 29. We'll give you our number 2 this year, the Rams' number 2 next year, and what else do you want for us to move up 7, 8 spots?
Sure.
And you get your quarterback of the future.
Yeah.
That's where, it's not like you're trading up to get, from 30 to number 1. You might move up from 12 to 7. You might move up from 10 to 3 and get your quarterback of the future.
I'm all with you. The other point of this, too, and we're going to go to the phone lines here in a second, 216-474-0092, is that when you look at impact on defense is super interesting on this. And I'm trying to do this without looking at, I'm not trying to say actual play on the field, but complete impact among 11, not just on one. If you're replacing one, it could be horrible. It could be horrible, but you're not. You're replacing, you're essentially, when you look at it from a standpoint of 11, you have 2 new players in next year's defense. You'll look at Jared Verse, I'm talking about starters, and then Quincy Williams probably, right? So now, you've got a rock-solid defense that has been tweaked at one linebacker spot and obviously defensive end. Now, is it a major tweak? Yeah, it's a major tweak, but let's see what Verse can give this team. And he is on a trajectory to be very, very good. Hall of Fame good? I don't know, but very, very good? Yeah.
Well, Pro Football Focus has him ranked 13th best defensive end in the NFL.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Jeff, they're looking at 2 overhauls to the starting defense going, as of right now, looking at two replacements on defense. Compare that to the offense, where you essentially only have 3 guys that started last year, that you're now changing out 8 on the offense. That's where my question marks come into next year. It's not on defense. It's clearly on the offense, and it's clearly on that offensive line. Larry's been hanging on the line for a while. Larry's in Cleveland. Hi, Larry. How are you?
Hi, Larry.
Hey, guys. Thanks for your show, man. I like to say, man, I do get the rebuilding because the year when we drafted Shador, I knew that we was headed towards that way because, it's time for a change. And most of all, man, that new stadium is impacting also, too, because Miles was our identity, man. We didn't have no identity because we had an opportunity of winning with him, and he was our motor. Now we got to find the new guy. Yeah, I see him. He got good craft. The new defensive end. But man, we need to get more weapons. Come on. I hope Barry got a format that we need to get out there and get some new hungry receivers.
Well, we don't know. He did. I mean, he brought in Denzel Boston. He brought in Casey Concepcion. I mean, who knows? I mean, so on paper, he did bring in. I just don't know where they are because they're rookies. We'll see how they play out. And by the way, man, if Shador works out and they can do that, there's a kid at Ohio State that would look really good in a Browns uniform playing wide receiver, right?
You better believe it. You better believe it. And that's what the direction we need to look at. Because I think we got the quarterbacks, to be honest. Because, man, we need to win quick. That's the key to success. thank God for thank you, Miles, for having us 9 years because you was great, man. And good luck in the Rams because man, they're gonna have a dynamite team, but we need to stay hot. I know Lamar, like he's glad he's gone because man, he was his Michael Myers because man, Myles Garrett was on him 24/7. We won games with Myles due to his performance. We got to look at we got to make sure we know how to Myles know how to close games out. We got to see how this guy could close games. Or did we get to Bosa? That's another thing I want to know.
We did. Larry, thank you for the phone call. We do appreciate it. No, we didn't get Bosa, but why would you need Bosa when you have Verse?
Maybe depth.
Yeah, all right.
You were trying to sign the guy from the Bills until he failed the field goal. Or failed the physical.
Yeah, that's
any failed the field goal.
I thought I missed something there. Man, this is probably one of the most interesting trades I've seen in my lifetime.
And if the Browns happen to fall into their starting quarterback for years to come this year, then you can do a lot of other things with all those picks.
All right, let's come back. We'll talk a little bit more. Charles Robinson will join us. Again, we heard from Andrew Siciliano. We'll talk about that. We really haven't talked about the press conference very much either that we had at the top of the show. So all those things are coming up on Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
sat out of Sunday's game against the Red Sox due to a strain in his left foot and is considered day-to-day. Joey Cantillo gets the start tonight. First pitch from Yankee Stadium is at 7:05. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The aftermath of the trade. That's what today's all about. It's almost like the day after a game, isn't it? It feels like it. It feels like a Therapy Monday a little bit, but it's not really. I don't know. There was no game. But we have all kinds of stuff going on.
Oh, my golly, there was no game.
In case you were wondering, Jeff, no, there wasn't. Charles Robinson's going to join us in about 18 minutes. We've had some great feedback today on the trade. And, I would you say the majority of the fans are just kind of okay? I don't know that I've heard anybody like.
I've heard from folks I've heard from, either friends or folks who send emails or even the folks, everybody calling the show. I would say it's been about 2 out of 3. Okay, I get it. You know what I mean?
I think so too. It's been about 2 out of 3. I get it. I understand it. I want to see what this looks like.
And about one out of those 3 has been absolutely, yep, make that deal every day. And about 1 out of 3 have been, I'm never going to follow this team again.
I'm done. First phone call we got right out of the gate was, I'm done. I'm done. Matt is at work. Hi, Matt. How are you?
Hello, Matt.
Yeah, I'm absolutely terrible. This is a terrible trade. I don't really particularly care for the spin on how this is a good thing. I'm really tired of hearing how much I'm going to love Verse, because the bottom line is we're a worse team today than we were yesterday. And is Verse going to get me 20 sacks or 17? No. Let's be honest. He's not going to.
Are we getting 5-6 wins next year? We got 5 last year. We got 3 the year before.
Okay.
Where are we? I mean, I'm not spinning.
Miles Garrett was never the problem ever on this team, ever. And when they say premium draft picks, we're talking about a first-round pick between like 28 to 32, okay? And that's not premium. That doesn't really help us all that much. That's not really getting us a whole lot of wins either, now is it? We're a worse team today than we were yesterday, and you're saying 5-6 wins, whatever it is. Great.
We had 8 wins. Listen, I love Myles Garrett, and I think he is, if not the. I'll listen to arguments about somebody else. To me, he's the best defensive player we've had in my lifetime.
Correct.
Okay, I'm not going to argue any of that stuff. But I also know if you look at the history of this front office, if you're over 30, you're probably done, and that's been true. And where are they going? That's the question. Let's be honest. They're in a rebuild. And is Myles the guy that's going to lead them to the Super Bowl if they hang on if he's 33 years old?
Yeah, if he was 24 years old.
I understand the age thing, and I'm not spinning things, Matt. I'm telling you what we think or what I think.
The reason we're in a rebuild is because of an aforementioned other trade that was absolutely disastrous.
I agree with you.
Okay?
That I agree.
And you know what? It's because of that. I mean, we've been in a tailspin ever since we turned our back on Baker. Honest to God.
I'm with you,
We've
too.
made that horrible trade, and one of my customers said something that made a lot of sense to me, okay? You've seen the movie Space Jam, right? Okay? The play of Deshaun Watson is no different from when the aliens came down and took Charles Barkley's ability. Honest to God, it's no different. The guy could play, and now he can't. That's the reality we're in. Andrew Berry, I believe, made that trade, yes?
Yep. And the organization.
So why should I trust them on the really, really high-end trade stuff?
Do you like the 2 last drafts or not? I don't know what this like. I hear everyone tell me it's an A. I want to see it.
But those are drafts.
Yeah.
Those are drafts.
Well,
And
that's
I'm
how
not gonna
teams
give him
become
a whole lot
teams.
I'm not going to give him a whole lot of crap when they were saying, oh, he'd had a horrible draft. Well, he didn't have the picks. He had the picks recently, and he did well with them, but I think he's playing way too loose and fast with the rules.
Matt, do me a favor. Listen, we can agree to disagree on parts of this. If they come back and they play better, you know what? Why don't you come back and let us know and come back on the other side?
If the kid gets 15 sacks, I'll shut up. If he doesn't, then we're worse off than we were, and it's a stupid trade for not premium stuff that's way down the draft line.
Fair enough.
Here's the other thing about way down the draft line. I'm sorry. You can get really good players in the second round of the draft. late first-round pick. Everybody's screaming, "Oh my God, late first-round pick!" Well, the Browns picked up Carson Schlesinger and Nick Chubb in the second round. How are those guys? How are they? Andy, you can get good players in the first 2 rounds of the draft without question, and then you can keep your fingers crossed that you get lucky down the road. If you end up even using those picks on players, to me, this trade is completely based on this. You found a guy who can play defensive end for you at a pretty high level. I don't think your defense will take a huge hit, because of Myles Garrett not being there, because Jared Verse is a pretty good defensive end. If they take a huge hit, it's because Mike Rutenberg hasn't done as good of a job as Jim Schwartz, but we'll see about that. And if you can use some of those assets you picked up and go get your quarterback next year, I do this trade every day of the week. Now, there's some ifs there, but I've made my thought real clear before the trade ever happened. I don't think Myles is another 5-6 years in the NFL. I think he has other things to do. This might give him more life in the NFL. It might rejuvenate him a little bit. But he's a 30-year-old defensive end who is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
And I don't think the upside is as great as what's in the rearview mirror for Myles Garrett.
I was talking to some friends. I do think it's a rebuild, but I don't think it's a complete teardown.
Your defense is still going to be pretty dang good.
And so I'm not. It's going to be on the offense.
Trading Myles isn't going to make you go, "Oh my God, we're not going to get those 5 wins this year."
I'm with you. And I listen to some folks that because I used to be you. I really was. I used to get do you remember when I used to get really emotional about these kind of things, over the top? Yeah. And so
have
now
I rubbed off on you?
Maybe. Jeff Phelps, you have brought me down.
I look at sports differently, and a lot of people hate it.
You are the.
I don't. I enjoy it.
You are the Xanax of my life.
I was talking to people today, and I said
that was funny, dude. You could have laughed.
You were
at
the
that
Xanax of my life.
Yes.
It's a Stevie Wonder song.
I know. You are the
Xanax of my life. Yeah. I was talking to people today, and they just said, "I get the thinking behind this trade. I get it. Now, can they pull it off from here? That's another question. I get the thinking behind the trade. I do.
Listen,
I get it.
If it doesn't work, Andrew Berry's going to have a tombstone that has his birth year, a dash, and the day he, passes. And on that tombstone, it is going to say, "Made Deshaun Watson trade and
traded away Myles
Garrett."
But what this kind of does.
What did he
Andy,
do with his dash?
Do you think did this deal, and not by trading Myles for Verse, but by bringing in extra draft capital and having what on paper appear to be 2 pretty good drafts, does that buy Andrew Berry another year? Does it buy Todd Monken
if this thing fails,
a pass in year 1?
I don't. If this fails, they're going to have to blame someone. Someone's going. There's part of me I can't believe he's still here.
The point is, we're not going to know if this fails in a year.
Larry's in Twinsburg. What's up, Larry?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're great, man. We're great.
I thought that was a very bad trade. But I know you guys try to make everything sound good that the Cavs, the Browns do.
That's not true.
Everybody thought it was a good idea. Let's get hard. He can get us to the finals. Got swept. No, this is horrible.
Hey, let's get Harden. We made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Where have we been the last couple of years? Let's have some. We're so spoiled by the LeBron years, man. You realize that only one team wins a championship every year. Do I want our teams to be better? Yes. Do I want championships and more championships? Yes, I want it, but there's a reality to it at some point. If it was that easy, we'd win one every year.
They don't know what they're doing.
Who? The Browns?
The Browns or the Cavs.
Okay.
Guardians,
the Guardians?
How about them?
Now that's only franchise know what they're doing.
Well,
yeah, but they're not spending any money, Larry.
And where's their World Series?
Come on.
You guys,
Larry, why is it a horrible trade? Tell me why.
Because my thing is this: he wasn't a problem, and if you was gonna do that, you should have traded him last year when he wanted to be traded.
Larry, you know what? We disagree, but I agree with you on that. Why didn't they trade him last year? I agree.
Right.
I get that. I'm with you on that. All right. Thanks, Lair.
No, Miles wasn't the problem. He also wasn't the solution.
He could be if Verse and these draft picks work out.
Well, I hate to say this because you can't. It shows the value of his position as compared to the quarterback spot. You had the best defensive player in the NFL, and you won 5 games. Why? Because your offense stunk. And why did your offense stink? It starts at quarterback. You had lousy quarterback play last year, and for many years. Lousy. And a defensive end can't overcome lousy quarterback play. They replaced the defensive end with a more than competent defensive end. They brought in draft assets, and they're going to try and get it going. I think it's really interesting. I understand the thinking completely, but they've got to pull it off. And again, Andy, I don't think the quarterback long-term for this team is here right now. I think that guy is coming in next year's draft or even in a trade. You have a lot of draft assets you can trade for somebody.
Ryan in Warrensville. Oh, Warren. Sorry, he's in Warren. How are you, Ryan?
Hi, Ryan.
Hey, gentlemen, Meredith, how you doing? And gentlemen, I just want to digress, man. Hey, I'll be frank, you could still be Garth, man. These previous 2 callers, I don't know what their animosity was. If you did your due diligence and homework on it, researched the trade value we got, high five to Haslam and Barry, et cetera, man. This is what we do to rebuild in the right way. Everyone in NFL world is saying, hey, look what the Browns doing over here. Hey, I think they got it correct now. What's going on the past few years? And trades, et cetera. Verse, took a look at his defensive rookie of the year. And again, like Barry said, that's no, far cry. That's a big deal. You take a look at all, Jeff and Andy, all the previous defensive rookies of the year. I mean, accolades off the charts. It's all the Bozas, Youngs, Charles Woodson's, Derek Thomas's. I'm not exaggerating when I say this, ladies and gentlemen. 90% of people who won the defensive rookie of the year, not 20%, 90% are perennial Pro Bowlers / Hall of Famers. So if we got a dude that's right now considered the 53rd best player in the NFL, and moving forward at age 25, sky is the limit. This is a very good trade. And again, hey, Andy, man, I'm hearing your voice too. You sound like you're on my page where I think this is a really good trade. The value we got, I'd love to use
it feels good today, Rhino. It feels good. Hey, thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
Talk to you later. Rhino checking in. For more, and man, he's all over the place. All right, more of your phone calls. We're going to talk more about that. We're also going to talk to Charles Robinson after the break. NFL Insider, man, he always has good stuff. So if you're on the line, hang on. We're talking to him at 11:40 and Mike Florio at 12:20. Plus, Mary Kay Cabot at 1. There is no stone left unturned on today's Baskin and Phelps. 216-474-0092. Let's talk about cabinets for a second.
Stadium is at 7:05. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. Phone lines have been lit all day. It's interesting to hear maybe sometimes when folks think that the trade was horrible, how vehement they are about it. And I mean, look, they traded a guy that's going to Canton. You cannot deny that any way you look at what's going on.
If he retired right now, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Did they make the right call? This is the same group that brought us Deshaun Watson. You know, you look at it, and I like it. I'm not going to lie. I like this trade. I think that I just, for the last year since Miles said he wanted to get traded, I've wondered when this day was coming, and it happened yesterday. It's just reality. I don't know. I'm just getting old and tainted about sports, but I mean, there's a part of me, if I was a kid and I had a Miles jersey, I'd be devastated. I'd be devastated.
I know folks weren't real happy with Miles when he asked to be traded and then did the whole Super Bowl thing. But I think a year of being here and signing that contract patched up that hurt with a lot of folks.
Yeah, he didn't say a whole lot. All right, let's go to the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is a friend of the show. He is an NFL insider. He is Charles Robinson. Hi, Charles. How are you?
Charles.
What's going on, gentlemen? How you doing? Nothing
going on.
Anything happening right around now?
Guardians are looking good.
Yeah, good time to plant some flowers around here. That's about it.
Hey, listen, I'm sure. I mean, at this point, everybody kind of knows. Like, I've moved on from Yahoo, and I'm in the midst of, talking to a lot of different places. And I'm like, the one thing I didn't anticipate was like, you live with your significant other, and she's like, awesome, a lot of stuff around the house. I get done now.
Yeah, that wasn't, as Andrew Berry said today, that wasn't on his bingo card. This wasn't on your bingo card either,
I'm like, I didn't realize how much work there is when you don't have work, like, for a minute. So, yeah.
Charles,
going through that.
Let me throw this at you real quick. Just, how long do you think this thing's really been in the works? We heard a bunch of stuff today about, we had no intention, and we just, to me, when they went out there and said, we're going to restructure his contract, everyone's eyes lit up and said, Browns are open for business.
Yes. So okay, here's how I process this. Like, and I think this is accurate. When you restructure the contract like that, and then you follow it up with, it means nothing, and then, but then the question becomes like, but then why? Like, why? Like, there has to be, any time money gets moved, there's a why, right? Mm-hmm. And it's not hard for teams to go, well, here's the why. Like, here's the justification. Like, here we can, like, lay it all out. I think it is, do I think they were actively pushing Myles Garrett on the block and, like, shopping him? No, I don't think that was the case at all. I think it was, well, let's open the opportunity. Basically, let's not cut ourselves off here. Let's not box ourselves into, we're not going to have the ability. We're not. It's not going to be possible. And you have to remember, like, the Browns knew if anything were to ever present itself, because of the fact that Myles has agency here, because of the fact that he can say, look, I don't want to go to that place. I don't want to go to this place. It skinnies the horizon when it comes to potential teams, right? Like, it's not bad teams coming to the Browns. That doesn't mean anything. Like Myles is going to go to a bad team. Like, he's not going to go someplace where, he doesn't feel like he has an ability to win a Super Bowl and maximize the remaining years of his career. And so I think the Browns, it was an element of, we're going to restructure. If something develops, it develops. But we're not going to push it. And now on the flip side of that, I will say this about the Rams. They have been very active buyers this offseason. And I mean that from the standpoint of, they have checked in on a lot of situations. Like A.J. Brown, there was a moment where I was like, man, the Rams are going to make a run at this guy, like a real run. Like A.J. Brown might be a Los Angeles Ram by the time this is over, and Devontae Adams might get dealt to some other team. That didn't ultimately happen because I think the Rams looked at it and they said, price is too rich for a wide receiver for that position, a guy who's, on the doorstep of 30, showing some decline in his game. Like, it just wasn't. And, I think there were a number of teams out there like A.J. Brown's not going to get a first. And, so that played into it. Miles is a different plateau. That's like, he's Reggie White, right? Like, he's Reggie White with the Eagles. When Reggie White with the Eagles becomes available, teams out there are like, okay, like, we want to get in play. Bad teams, good teams, or, it falls on the player then to decide where their future's really going to go. And so I don't know that, I think the ears were open, but I also think there was an element of management being like, hey, we're completely fine in this, iteration of the build. If Myles Garrett is a Brown, like, of course we don't have any problems with that. Like, he'll go out next season, they'll have probably another Defensive Player of the Year season. And even though, again, and I said this on social media, I feel like the feel inside the organization following the draft was we're one off season away. We're still an off season away. And I know that pissed fans off when I said that on social media, but I'm gonna brass tacks it right now for everybody.
Okay.
When you don't have your quarterback position resolved, the rest of your team is irrelevant. Your build is not complete. If you don't have your quarterback, you're not finished. The Browns, I think, had to approach the situation, and it's been like this throughout this offseason. They have a quarterback room. If someone emerges from that quarterback room, whether it's Shedeur, maybe whether it's Deshaun Watson, like, who knows? If someone emerges, great. That's awesome. But they cannot leave themselves boxed into a corner where they don't have options heading into the 2027 draft, because it's going to be very quarterback rich. The overall quality of the first round of the draft is going to be amazing. Even if this Rams pick ends up being 32, it's not a normal 32nd pick in the draft. It's going to be better. The quality is going to be better. And having some flexibility to resolve the final piece of your build is very, very important. And then on top of it, I think Browns fans are going to love Jared Verse. He's a really good player. They loved him inside the Rams organization. Given their window, where they're at in terms of wanting to win in the next two seasons, if Myles Garrett had not been available, you could not have peeled Jared Verse off that roster for less than 2 first-round picks, and they would have had to have been 2 good first-round picks, because straight up the Rams management was like, picks don't do anything for us now. We need to win now. We need a stud. We need a superstar. If you want Jared Verse, who we think is going to be a huge cornerstone of us, our build the next 4 or 5 years, you better be sending something of significant consequence. So I kind of think that's how it really shook out between the two teams.
With that thought in mind, and I was just going to ask you about the time frame here. The time frame for Myles Garrett matches the Rams better than it matches the Browns.
Yeah.
And vice
absolutely.
versa, correct?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I will say this. There's you can't get away from the fact that Myles is unlike anyone else. So, like, if Myles were to, again, I bring up Reggie White because I think Reggie White could have played to 45 and had double-digit sacks in the NFL. He was just that's who he was that kind of presence on the field. It was that kind of player. There was that kind of skill set. To me, somebody asked me actually late yesterday, like, do you think Myles could play to 38, 40? I'm like, yeah, realistically, the way he takes care of himself, the talent he has, especially being in a situation where, say, he ends up on a team where the team is playing with leads continually, and he has an ability to go, I'm off the leash. Like, I don't have to worry. Yeah. I'm pass rushing every single time. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it kills me to say this, but Browns fans, could Myles be the first guy to hit 30 sacks next year if he plays 17 games? Yeah, he could, because the Rams are going to play in a lot of games where they're going to have leads, and the opposing team's going to have to pass, and he's uncontrollable. Like you have to throw 3 people at him just to hope that you can come up with an element of control. And the Rams love that because they had that player. Aaron Donald was that player. You had to devote minimum 2 guys every single play to keep him from destroying what was going on. And that was part of the Rams acquisition, is that for like years they looked at their Super Bowl window. It was sort of like 4 pillars. It was like, we have Matthew Stafford, we have Sean McVay, we have Cooper Kupp, we have Aaron Donald. And they went through a micro rebuild. You don't have Cooper, you don't have Aaron Donald. Can we refresh that quickly? Meaning in the window of like 2 to 3 years. Yeah, Puka Nacua became the Cooper Kupp, and now Myles Garrett becomes the Aaron Donald. And so in their mind, they're like, we've added a couple of years to this, plus a guy on defense that if Matthew Stafford feels worn out after the 2026 season, it's not just Sean McVay recruiting him anymore. It's not just general manager Les Snead. Now Myles Garrett is going to recruit him and say, hey, man, what are we doing here? Let's run it back. Like, it's not just a 1-year thing. It's a 2-year thing for us. So I think from the Rams standpoint, it makes a lot of sense. I know Browns fans are crushed. I've seen the response. I completely get it. Like, look, listen, I was a kid growing up. I was a big Tigers fan. Loved Lance Parrish. He was a catcher for the Tigers for the longest time. He went to the Phillies. I literally tore every single poster, everything. Like, I was a catcher in, like, Little League. It destroyed me. And even to this day, I'm 49. I still remember how much that hurt me to watch this guy leave. So I get it. And he's generational. But I will say this. I think when we're through the 2026 season, Browns fans are really going to like Jared Verse a lot. I think they're going to like him being added to the young core of the defense. He is a very high motor player. He brings a ton of energy. I almost cussed there when I said that. He brings a ton of energy to practices. I've been in practices. I've watched him rip guys up in the middle of like August when it's hot, sweaty. People are dogging it. He's not that player. I think he's going to fit in, and he's a worker. I think that I grew up in Michigan. I lived in Detroit a long time. Like, you like players that are workers. He's going to be a worker. And I think on top of that, even though people are just looking at the pick in 2027, they're saying, oh, it's the end of the first round. And yeah, they got a second and a third in later years and all this stuff. That capital is going to matter. And I'll put it to you this way. If you exit the 2026 season and you don't have the quarterback, and you go into the 2027 draft, and it's going to be rich. I'm telling you, even with Sorsby and the whole mess that's going on with Brendan Sorsby, it would have been great if that didn't happen because he would have been in this class. It still should be a very rich quarterback class. If you're the Browns and you need to move 5 spots, 7 spots to get the one you want, to get the one where you're like, yep, that's the guy. That's finishing it for us forever. Trust me, that asset at the end of the first round and the other assets you've collected are absolutely going to be important in that factor. And, again, I know Browns are like, they hated it when I said, yeah, there's still a year. They're one more off season away. And it's like, oh, we're always one more off season away. I actually think, truthfully, with the construction of the roster, the young talent that now lines the roster now, the back-to-back drafts that I think are going to end up being very foundational, you now are positioned. And if someone doesn't emerge from this quarterback room, and everyone can have their opinion on that, you're going to have the chance next year to go and get your guy. And now you have the assets, I think, to accomplish it.
Charles, thank you. As always, enjoy your new position at honeydolist.com. That's a great job to go have. And make sure you send us your forwarding address no matter where you land on this thing. Thank you, Charles.
Absolutely. We'll talk soon.
We'll talk to you soon. Charles Robinson, pure class, giving us the insight on what went down in this. NFL insider, longtime NFL beat writer, gets it, understands it, and always has great information. So, wow. All right, so let's come back. We'll talk about that. Mike Florio is joining us in the next hour. Mary Kay Cabot at 1 o'clock. Lock it in. Rip the knob off. It's 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. You want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors to create any look you can imagine. Now through the end of the month, you can save 25% off of your whole house.
if the Browns ever have a better player than Myles Garrett. I know if we get like a quarterback that's middle of the road, we'll call them better because they'll have more of an impact on winning potentially, but they'll never be in the same stratosphere as Myles Garrett. Like, I'd be stunned if in my lifetime there is a better player.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You know, again, I know Browns are like, they hated it when I said, yeah, there's still a year. They're one more off-season away. And it's like, oh, we're always one more off-season away. I actually think, truthfully, with the construction of the roster, the young talent that now lines the roster now, the back-to-back drafts that I think are going to end up being very foundational, you now are positioned. And if someone doesn't emerge from this quarterback room, and everyone can have their opinion on that, you're going to have the chance next year to go and get your guy, and now you have the assets, I think, to accomplish it.
Charles Robinson, NFL insider, just with us on Baskin and Phelps. Before that, we had Andrew Siciliano from the Browns Radio Network. He was with us at 10:40. Mike Florio is coming up in 20 minutes. Mary Kay Cabot in 40 minutes, and you throughout the show as we sit here and we talk about the reaction to the Myles Garrett trade and what this means for the future of the Browns. If you missed a moment of our show so far, or you get to the end and you need to go back and hear more, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It is powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Jeff, it has been an interesting day so far as we head into the noon hour here and the aftermath of knowing that, you know, a future Hall of Famer for the Browns is now going to play for the LA Rams.
Charles made a couple of points that I made earlier, and the time frame on this thing. Clearly, Myles at his age here, not that he's old, not that he doesn't have great football ahead of him, because he does, but his time frame here doesn't align as well as Jared Verse's time frame here. And Myles' time frame, I mean, they just signed Matthew Stafford to an extension. They're thinking 2 years there. Then it's the Ty Simpson era.
Yeah.
They're going for it. They're trading draft picks. So that's what they did. And here, the one thing Charles just said that I laid out earlier, the draft capital they picked up will help them if they want to move up from 12 to 5, if they want to move up from 10 to 4 to get their quarterback. And if you end up trading Myles for Mary Kay's word, a suitable replacement at defensive end, and your franchise quarterback, well done. Who wants to see Myles Garrett leave town? Not me. But I understand what they're thinking here. Now can they pull it off, Andy? I mean, you can't sit here today and say, what a great trade, that's done, perfect, well done. Now can you pull it off?
ESPN thought so. They gave it
good.
an
I'm glad they did.
So, yeah.
Great.
He did say one thing that is just resonating through my head, and I think we all know this to be factual. And as great as Myles Garrett was as a member of the Browns, the underlying thought process of any front office, especially the Browns, has to be resolve your quarterback issues. If you don't, you're not finished.
And the more assets you have to throw at that situation, the better off you're going to be if you do it right.
Now, Andrew Berry spoke earlier today and talked about this and basically said this is not about the quarterback. This is not about getting the next quarterback. This is about strengthening the future of the team. And I how does that change this year? What does it mean we're going to see? You know, I don't know. I don't know. Do I expect the defense to be as good without the defensive player of the year? No. But they did pick up a guy that was the rookie defensive player of the year just 2 years ago. And as you
been
said,
to the Pro Bowl twice.
Yeah, I mean, he has done nothing but good things with the Rams. So,
Andy, he's the Browns' best defensive lineman today.
Yeah,
he's their best defensive lineman.
I'll buy it.
And you could make the argument that he's in the top 3 of defensive players on the team.
Mike Florio coming up at 12:20. I do want to get some more of your phone calls because we do want to give you the opportunity. We want your feedback on this deal. Dave is in Fort Worth, Texas. Hello. Unless there's a new Fort Worth, Ohio. I'm not sure. Hi, Dave. Oh, I was excited to go to Texas on this one.
Dave, you there?
All right. Well, Dave, I'm
Thanks,
going to
Dave.
throw you on hold just in case it's the phones. Let's go Brian and Stowe. Hey, Brian, how are you?
Hi, guys. How you guys doing today?
Awesome.
I sort of waited to call till you guys came on specifically and didn't listen to any other news publications, didn't listen to anything except talk to my two sons. I've called you guys a couple times. I have I have a kid in Boston and here, and I'm a huge Browns fan. I've loved the trade from the minute I heard, only because just like everything that you guys, I came on, I started listening to you guys when you brought up being Xanax or whatever it was, the mention of Xanax.
Yeah, Jeff is my Xanax. Yes, thank you.
And you guys are my Xanax. And I tried to express to my kids last night, the windows, just mentioned, didn't fit. Verse is really comparable. Miles doesn't put points on the board. The cap fit. I've liked everything Barry somewhat has done so far. He sort of redeemed himself quite a bit. Now, just like you guys said, if it all works out, let's see. And then even see, think about this, which is just a hypothetical. Screw the quarterback. If we can get either one of these guys to give us a somewhat excellent level of quarterback, they have to be above average. That I want Jeremiah Smith. I mean, you with these picks, you position yourself in a better spot, I think.
You'd have to get top 3 for him though, maybe top 1.
Well, Barry's
You would
gambling.
think anyway.
If Shador plays out, Barry is the new king of Cleveland.
Brian, love it, and I love the thought of getting Jeremiah here too. That would be
and the money
amazing.
we save.
But I don't think we're going to be in a position unless we pick up 2 first-round picks and maybe have pick number 1 and 2. I think it's going to be tough, but we'll see how Smith plays out this year, and I would love it.
Depends, Andy, if the teams up top need quarterbacks.
That's true.
That's true. If you need a quarterback,
and it saves. Think about the money.
It's all true. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Have
Thanks,
a great
Brian.
day, my friend. I love the Browns fans that are always thinking ahead, man.
You have to.
Yeah, I know. He said it wasn't about the quarterback, and I still am like, I was shaking my head a couple times during the press conference on some of the things he said. Like, come on, this deal, they've got to have been talking about something. The Browns may have said no deal time and time again, but do you really think, how many times do you think the Rams have kicked tires on the Browns to try to get him to move Myles Garrett? They think Myles Garrett is the missing piece to getting them a Super Bowl championship. Yeah. I think it's fair.
The one thing to me that I do find interesting here is the Rams' perspective. They think, we're thinking, hey, you got a suitable replacement for Myles Garrett and you picked up draft capital. And the Rams are thinking Myles Garrett is this much better than Jared Verse that will make that trade and give you a first, a second, and a third. Because he fits our time frame better. We think in the next 2 years, 3 years, he's going to be more impactful in helping us win a Super Bowl than Jared Verse. And a first, second, and third.
All right, first time in 15 years I think we've done this. We're going to Newport, Rhode Island. Mike is in Newport, Rhode Island.
Mike.
How are things
Good
at the Tennis Hall of
afternoon,
Fame? Yes.
Hey, they're great. And I go to a cafe right next door.
There you go. What a beautiful
Anyway,
city. What a beautiful city.
It is. It's very, very nice. Hear me out on this. I think talking to people, they thought, well, this trade goes back to Watson. They're saying, well, the draft picks and all with the Watson deal. I think it tends to go back to ownership. And how about when Haslam bought the Browns? Did not everybody think, oh, we got somebody from the Rooney ownership tree, and he learned from Rooney, and he's going to bring our franchise back to respectability. And that just didn't happen. And I just think maybe this whole fiasco goes back 10, 12 years ago when he bought the Browns. Comments?
Yeah, Mike, let me just say this. When the Haslam group took over the team, people were ecstatic, excited,
right,
happy, because you had a different kind of ownership. I always said be leery of what's next, because all Randy Lerner wanted to do was throw money at things, get it right, and not have to get in front of the microphone. And honestly, that to me is the perfect owner.
It really is.
And so, people were in a big hurry to run a guy from Shaker Heights, too, out of town. And then the Haslam's came in. And I'm not going to lie, I was super excited when they got here. I just think we all found out that being a minority owner in the Steelers at the time really wasn't getting your masters and being an owner in the NFL, right?
Was he the go get me a cup of coffee guy then?
I don't think anybody with that much money is like, it's like, here's my money. Let's see what we can get on
Where's
our
my nice suite?
Yeah, why don't you give me an ROI and we're going to have some great seats. We have no decision making in this franchise.
Right. I just go back to, like I said, when Haslam Group took over.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Enjoy the day in beautiful Newport.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
There you go. Thanks, friend. Let's sneak one more in here. Anthony is in Maple Heights. Hi, Anthony. Your thoughts?
What's up, guys?
Hey,
How
man.
are y'all?
Good.
Got a question. I'm 42 years old. I just have a question for the sad Browns fans.
Don't say Steelers, Anthony.
Why do you think they're sad that Myles Garrett left the Browns?
Why are they sad? Because he's a Hall of Famer, dude. He's a Hall of Famer.
Okay, and also Myles Garrett was their last standing hope, like best player on the
Go Steelers, so that was probably
Oh,
good.
thank you. I feel good about that. That
Well
was
done.
how'd I do on that? Good, Dan?
I wasn't bad.
Dan, I know we have like 30 seconds left in this segment. I know we're also going to get up. We're going to talk to Mike Florio next. I do have to call you out. You made my day today when you said you thought today was National Donut Day. It's not. It's Friday, dude. June 5th.
Why am I getting texts about such things? So you're going to call me out for
I'm
something I
calling
said
you out on
behind
that.
the scenes.
Yes, behind the scenes. But I will tell you this.
On the air just to make a fool of me.
And yeah, basically.
With
to do
friends
that.
like these, man. With friends
Do you know
like
what today
these.
is, though? National Rotisserie Chicken Day.
Oh, we got that going for us, which is nice.
So I wanted to
Thanks
let you know.
Thanks for putting me on a spit and letting me spin.
I'm just thinking that donuts could arrive here on Friday. That's all I'm saying. I want to put that.
Dare to dream,
I
Andy.
was happy that today was not National
Dare
Donut
to
Day.
dream.
Just put me right on the spit right there and let it spin.
Dare to dream.
Yep. All right, we got more gigantic trade reaction. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Next, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
So far this season, he's 4-2 with a 3.57 ERA. First pitch from Yankee Stadium is at 7:05. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The aftermath, continuing coverage of the big trade from your Cleveland Browns. Myles Garrett to L.A. Jared Verse, a 1, a 2, and a 3 over 3 years coming to the Cleveland Browns. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Let's start this this segment off by going to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is, I'll call him the godfather of sports because I think he's a godfather of the NFL for sure. When it comes to news and information. Pro Football Talk is the Bible. His book, Big Shield, is out. He is Mike Florio. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Hello, Mike.
Doing great. How are you guys? Hello, hello, hello.
Are you good being the godfather? I think I say that based on the genre of your books. I kind of want you to be the godfather of football knowledge in this country. How's that sound?
To the extent that the term godfather strikes fear in the hearts of people for no apparent reason, I'll take it.
I love it. I love it. All right. What'd you think of the trade? Are the Browns actually credible after this thing? I'm just curious to hear your take on this.
Well, there's an old saying, and it actually traces to a deceased Supreme Court justice named Felix Frankfurter, and I'm probably going to butcher it, but basically, wisdom often never arrives at all. It's better that it come late. The Browns should have done this a year ago. There was no reason when Myles Garrett made his stand in February of 2025 to be traded. He did the whole Radio Row production, put out the statement, and the Browns, as they often do, decide that if there's a problem, let's just throw money at it. They did it with Deshaun Watson when they were the first team out in the dance contest that ultimately resulted in the Browns making Watson an offer he couldn't refuse, Godfather reference. And with Garrett, they threw $40 million per year at him in new money average. But once they did the contract adjustment earlier this year that delayed the option bonus from the middle of March until a week before the start of the regular season, that was the clue. See, we've learned time and again, and there should be no doubt moving forward, to not believe anything anyone associated with the team says. Words are just words. Words are not binding. Nothing that you say can be held against you. It's what you do that matters. So Andrew Berry could have said 1,000 times, we're never trading him, he's a career Brown, whatever it may be. It means jack diddly squat. What matters is what ultimately happens. And that delaying of the option bonus was the clue that a trade was in play. Some of the other circumstantial evidence, Garrett staying away from the offseason program, giving up $1 million, hadn't met new coach Todd Monken, and then boom, it gets done. So it doesn't surprise me. June 1 was the day. We kind of had an inkling that something could happen because we posted over the weekend a very vague, hey, other than Antonio Brown, other than A.J. Brown, what veterans could be traded, and we laid out the whole Myles Garrett possibility. I didn't think it would move as quickly as it did, but once June 1 rolls around, you still have an off-season program that's going. Why not get it done and get the new player in the fold as quickly as possible, like the Patriots did yesterday with Brown and like the Rams did yesterday with Garrett. So I think it's a win-win because the Rams are going for it now, and the Browns are doing what they should have done last year. They get a 1, a 2, and a 3, and they get something better than a first-round pick in Jared Verse. When you consider what a first-round pick is, a first-round pick is an unscratched lottery ticket. Jared Verse is a scratched lottery ticket that's a winner. That's better than a first-round pick. Now, maybe an unused first-round pick could become a Hall of Famer, and maybe Verse will become a Hall of Famer in his own right. But it's better than getting 2 1s, a 2, and a 3. It's a 1, 2, a 3, and a proven, used first-round pick 2 years into his career. That's a win for the Browns.
Mike, is this too easy or too narrow in looking at this trade? They replaced a phenomenal defensive end with a really good defensive end, so you're not going to kill your defense while collecting assets to go get your quarterback. Is this all quarterback here?
Well, I think it's team. 23 sacks last year, Defensive Player of the Year. What did it do for the Browns? What did it do?
5 wins.
It didn't do anything for the Browns.
Yep.
It meant nothing. And the cynical side of me, I haven't written this yet. I mentioned it on PFT Live this morning. A year ago, they were still trying to get their stadium deal done. Now they're not. They broke ground. Now, I know there's still an issue with the financing and the unclaimed property fund, and they're going to get their taxpayer money somewhere. They're going to find some pot that can be rated for whatever the contribution from Ohio is going to be. A year ago, it wasn't done. So there's always an element of that in the game of stadium politics. So you don't want to pitch your fans off when you have yet to get your deal for your new stadium. Now that they have the deal for the new stadium, well, the fans may not like it, but we're doing what's best for the team. And this is what's best for the team. By the time the team is good enough to be a high-level competitor, we're going to be beyond the prime of Myles Garrett. He's 30. They've got a younger guy who does what he does, and who knows how good Jared Verse can be. Maybe getting traded by the Rams is the thing that's going to be, the kick in the ass for him to be even better than he's been.
I thought it was interesting, Miles Simmons, on your site, talking about how the Rams first started this process back in 2022. And I just thought it was interesting that Andrew was like, well, no, this just kind of came about, and, it didn't really, we had no plans on it. I just thought what he said today that, when they decided to restructure the contract, that to me meant, business is open across the league. But I was interested to read on your site about the fact that, they've been talking about this since 2022.
Well, and it could be as simple as the Rams call the Browns and say, is Myles Garrett available? They say no, and they hang up.
Mm-hmm.
There are a handful of guys in the NFL that are truly untradeable. Not many. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. There aren't many guys. Myles Garrett used to be in that category. Aaron Donald in his prime was in that category. So there are guys who are not tradable until they are tradable. They get to a certain age, they get to a certain status, and we just get to a point where the team views the player as every player is ultimately viewed. Every player on every NFL team is a piece in a football machine that eventually is going to break or be replaced for a cheaper, newer piece. And the teams have no emotional attachment. They can act like they do when things are going well. But eventually, every player in that machine is going to be yanked out and replaced with another player. And the Browns have been the epitome since the Paul DePodesta era began. And I know he's gone now, but I think the fumes of his mindset, treating football like a mathematical equation and trying to bring baseball analytics to the gridiron, the idea of clinging to Myles Garrett last year didn't make any sense. It didn't make analytic sense. At some point, it makes sense to move on from this player, sell high, and build for a future without him, especially when you consider everything they gave up to get Deshaun Watson. The contract that he got obscured the fact that they sacrificed so many young, cheap players to get him. And now this trade replenishes some of that with Verse and with the picks that haven't been used. Now, with Verse, it's going to get expensive. He's going to be eligible for a contract after this year. His 2 Pro Bowl appearances will make his 5th-year option significantly higher than maybe it would have been. But still, they get Verse this year, and if they want to kick the can through 2027, they get him for 2 years at a very affordable rate.
Mike Florio joining us from Pro Football Talk. His book, Big Shield, out right now. You can go get that one. If you're looking at the Browns right now with Verse at defensive end, okay, fine. That I would think that their defense should still be pretty good. You look at their quarterback situation right now, Mike. Does anybody grab your attention? You like anybody there?
Well, I'm not a practice, so I don't know how any of them are meshing with what Todd Monken wants to do. There are indications from time to time that Deshaun Watson's in the lead. I know that, Shedeur Sanders is the younger and cheaper version. Watson is still there, I think, in large part because his contract required him to be there. But it's the closest thing he was ever going to get to a clean slate in Cleveland with a new head coach. And he's healthy. And, look, I don't know. Can Deshaun Watson turn the clock back to 2020? That's 6 years now. But when you consider how the lawsuits that were filed starting in March of 21, how that loomed over him, I think how could it not affect him? I mean, how does it not change your outlook on everything? And maybe now that is completely in the rearview mirror, he's gone through the injuries, the physical reality has been more of a focus than the off-field, the mental and emotional stress that comes from having all those lawsuits, having that stigma. We've gotten past it now, and it really does give him a clean slate and an opportunity to show what he can do. He was drafted the same year as Patrick Mahomes, and you take Patrick Mahomes right now in a heartbeat, and people had him. I've still got it's right here, the Nolan Naraki draft guide 2017. Here it is right here. Naraki had Deshaun Watson ahead of Patrick Mahomes. So Watson was regarded, now Watson went 2 picks after Mahomes, but Watson was regarded generally as a better prospect than Mahomes. And he was not just Rookie of the Year candidate in 2017, there was some MVP buzz until he tore his ACL in November. So if he can get back to the guy he was in 2020, they got enough pieces around him, and they drafted well last year. Let's see how they drafted this year. I think that Watson could be good enough to provide the right complement to the rest of the pieces they have, and we'll see where it goes.
Mike, what does this say about Andrew Berry's street credit, a trade like this?
Well, I think it's a big deal to get Jared Verse. I think that's the thing that's been obscured in all of this. When the tweets came out yesterday from the usual suspects that Garrett had been traded, I wasn't stunned. When I saw Jared Verse, I was stunned. And it made me think all sorts of things. I didn't know the whole story. And, of course, the official story is the Browns really wanted him, and it was a deal breaker. I just wonder what the Rams really think of Verse. The Rams know him better than anyone. They've had him for the last 2 years. I mean, they don't think he's going to become Myles Garrett anytime soon. They think 30-year-old Myles Garrett is better right now than Jared Verse, and they're willing to take Myles Garrett in a spot where he's never getting any better. He's just going to begin to diminish over Verse, who is on the trajectory upward. So that I think is a coup for the Browns, assuming that Verse is a guy who can blossom and continue to blossom. But I think if the Rams thought that, they wouldn't have let Verse go. They would have come up with some other way to get Myles Garrett. So I think it shows that the Browns get it. Not trading Garrett shows that they didn't get it. And it was a mistake last year to not trade him. I think they did the right thing by acknowledging, you know what, as much as we'd like this guy to retire or Brown, we have to do the right thing for the team. It's time for this very expensive piece in the football machine to be removed and replaced with younger, cheaper pieces.
You like the Rams' philosophy on the way they go about their business? Hey, give us players, not picks.
They have won a Super Bowl.
Yes, they have.
But it gets back to what I said earlier. Every unused draft pick is an unscratched lottery ticket. Go buy 7-Eleven or whatever the equivalent is in your area. You get that lottery ticket, and when that silver metallic paint hasn't been touched, the possibilities are endless. Once you take that quarter and scratch off the edge, then you find out whether it's a winner. So, you know, the idea that we're going to take proven talent and we're going to surround the proven talent with mid to low level draft picks that we're confident we're going to hit on, and those guys are going to be even cheaper than our first and second round picks. That's how the Rams had built this team. I mean, they got Puka Nacua in round 5 for crying out loud. So, yeah, it can't just be we're only going to build our team with aging, expensive veterans. You need to be able to build around that team with draft picks where you hit and you develop. It's not just draft. It's draft and develop. And you have the right culture, and you build the right team. So it's worked for the Rams. When you look at the last 10 years, the only first-round pick that they used that's still on the team is Ty Simpson, the guy they just drafted with the 13th overall pick in late April. And I wonder if the Rams accelerated their efforts to get Garrett because of the blowback from not taking advantage of that 13th overall pick. That's the Aaron Donald spot. That's where they got Donald in 2014. I mean, that's a potential impact player that you can get that's going to help you close the gap with the Seahawks. Ty Simpson isn't going to help you do that. I wonder how much of an extra impetus they got to try to go get Myles Garrett once and for all when, you know, they heard all the criticism. And more importantly, they heard that the 49ers and the Seahawks were giddy that they didn't use the 13th pick on a guy that's going to make them better right now.
Mike, I thought it was interesting. They used June 1st as a day in New England to not talk about Mike Vrabel, and they found another story. How about A.J. Brown and your thoughts on him going to the Patriots?
Well, we knew this thing was coming for weeks. It had gotten to the point where, and I think the moment that the Eagles traded up and drafted Mekhi Lemon in round one. That's when I concluded there's a deal in place between the Eagles and the Patriots. And I think the caveat was if the Eagles get a better offer, they're going to take it. And the Patriots were comfortable. They weren't going to get a better offer because nobody was giving up a first-round pick for A.J. Brown if A.J. Brown didn't want to go play for that team, even without a no-trade clause. For a high-priced player where you're going to have to give up a first-round pick to get him, you better be damn sure he wants to play for you because you don't want to give up your first-round pick for a headache. So I think the Patriots were confident that it was going to end the way it started, deal for a 2028 first-round pick. Who knows when the fifth rounder got thrown on to close it out. And the only leverage the Eagles had was the fact that the Patriots could get him yesterday, slam the page to the next chapter, and get A.J. Brown there where there's still 3 weeks left in the offseason program to get his feet wet in the Josh McDaniels offense. So Brown instantly becomes the number one receiver. Romeo Doubs, who they signed in free agency, becomes number two. Beyond that, the depth chart gets interesting. Where does Mac Hollins land? You have Pop Douglas. I think Keyshawn Boutte is going to be traded. Kyle Williams needs to step up or he's going to be stepping off. They have an embarrassment of riches now at the depth chart at receiver. And the reality is after the first 3 or 4 guys, you better be playing special teams or you're not going to have a job.
You like the skill position talent the Browns brought in the draft and combine that with what Todd Monken hopes to do? You brought in a couple of young wide receivers. You're hoping Quinshon Judkins coming back from injuries okay. I just wonder if it's enough to make this offense interesting, Mike.
Draft and develop. How do you develop the young receivers? And I think that onus is on the offensive coaching staff. You know, Bill Belichick's reputation in New England for the 20-plus years he was there is that he kept failing when it came to using higher-round picks on receivers. And I'd love to know what the real diagnosis is on why the guys they took in the early rounds of the draft at the receiver position never worked out. Is it because they were too impatient with guys that needed time to learn and grow? Was Tom Brady too impatient? If a guy ran the wrong route, did Brady tell him to get the hell off the field? And did the guy not get the quality reps necessary to fully flourish? So it's going to come down to what they can do to develop guys like Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion. Can they develop them? Are they going to be patient? Are the players themselves going to grow into their roles? There's a ceiling between every player who's drafted as it relates to what he did at the college level and the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And no one knows, despite all the stuff they do now, pre-draft, no one knows where that ceiling is. The player doesn't know where the ceiling is until he's out there competing against the best of the best that have made it to the NFL, that have competed in the NFL over the last 10 years. How do you compete? How do you compare to those guys? And we find out with all of them, not in off-season, not in training camp, not in the preseason. We find out when it's time to go play games that count.
Mike, I got 30 seconds. How's Big Shield doing?
Well, hey, it's doing well. You know, we've got the Hollywood angle here, and I've kind of dipped my toe in that water where I'm working with different producers on different projects I have. It's amazing anything gets made. It's amazing how many hoops you have to jump through, how many people have to say yes. And it makes it even more amazing that crap gets made. I don't know how you green light crap with so many chefs, so many cooks, so many opinions, so many people who have to get on board with something. But Big Shield is percolating as a potential TV series or a streaming series. I guess it would be better suited for that. So we're trying to push that through. You know, it's a good tale. And some of the companies are concerned about how it would impact their relationship with the NFL. And my argument is, hey, if you want a generation of kids who otherwise could become gambling addicts like Brendan Sorsby, you need to get through to them. You need to show them what can happen if you put your hand in that fire. And what better way to do it than with something fictional that rings true, and that's what Big Shield does. It shows the perils, it shows the evils, it shows the risks of getting yourself too close to unsavory interests in this age of widespread legalized betting.
Mike, we always appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Good luck more with Big Shield, and I can't wait to watch that on TV as well. And, of course, we're always watching everywhere you go, and we're checking out Pro Football Talk every day. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Mike Florio on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline 2020 with Meredith now.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
The Browns are back on the practice field for OTAs, and our beat reporter Daryl Ryder has the details. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Oh, what a day we've had with your reaction to the Myles Garrett trade to the Rams. Andrew Siciliano was with us at 10:40. Charles Robinson at 11:40. We just had Mike Florio on. You heard Andrew Berry's press conference. And guess who's coming up at 1 o'clock? It is Mary Kay Cabot. She'll give us her breakdown of what she thinks happened in this trade, how it went down, what it means for the Browns in the future, all those things straight ahead. I wonder at some point, will we always call this the Myles Garrett trade or will we call this the Jared Verse trade, depending on how he does while he's here in Cleveland?
You missed a couple.
What else did I miss? What did I miss?
Is it the Dante Moore trade?
Okay,
Is it
crystal
the
ball.
Arch Manning trade?
I don't know. What is it,
Is
Jeff?
it the Lenora Sellers trade?
I don't know, Jeff.
I
What
don't
trade
either.
is it?
You know, there's a huge question.
Is it the Julian Sayin trade?
I hope not.
Oh,
I know.
why do you got to be like that?
Because I'm tired of 6'1" quarterbacks.
No, you're just not a Buckeye fan.
And guards.
It's okay. You just don't like Ohio State guys.
Yeah, that too.
If Jeremiah Smith came here, would you be okay with that?
I threw in that too, just to make you happy.
Okay.
Love Ohio State guys.
All right, just making sure.
I'd trade one of those. Thank you. I'd trade one of those picks for Marvin Harrison.
I am going
Get Arizona on the horn right now.
I've got a pop can in front of me. I'm about to throw it through the window.
Let's go.
Why do you feel the need to do that?
There's one huge part of this that we've missed.
It just feels like the right thing to do.
Help me. Okay, National Donut Day. Yes.
You want to lose your live read again midway through making a fool of yourself?
Oh, I didn't lose it. It's in front of me. Remember when we printed it out yesterday and you were like, I'll
one huge part of this
throw
that-
this out.
We've missed so far.
I'm not the one who threw it out.
Yeah, you are. You're actually the one that did.
I did not.
No, you did.
There's one huge
You said,
part
"Do you
of
need
this.
this?" And I said, "Yeah, let's put that in the
I
folder."
placed it somewhere.
We've missed so far.
Someone else threw it out.
I think Jeff's trying to say something. Oh, hey, Jeff, how are you?
Jeez, here we go. Once again, we're right back to the anvil.
He's not the anvil on this one. He's not.
It feels anvil-y.
No. He's not. He's good on this one.
What number is Jared Verse going to wear here?
What do you want him to wear, Jeff? Wasn't he 8?
Yeah, which he can't wear here. At Florida State, he wore number 5.
Okay.
Quincy Williams, who they just brought in from the Jets, wears number 5 for the Browns.
That's Quincy.
He wore number 8 for the Rams. Dylan Gabriel has that here. He wore number 23 in high school.
I mean,
no, hold on. Stick with me here.
Let's be honest.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
You're gonna. There's a point here.
Okay, I'm listening.
He wore number 23 in high school. Amani Marshall, running backup, wears that. And at Albany, where he started his college career, when he was a 0-star recruit coming out of high school in PA, 96 is what he wore, and Malik Collins wears that here. Here's the catch. The Rams had him listed as an outside linebacker.
Okay.
So, edge. Okay? Edge. Outside linebackers or linebackers in the NFL can wear numbers 0 through 59 and 90 through 99.
Okay.
Defensive linemen in the NFL can wear just 50 through 79 or 90 through 99. Supposedly, in the last star check. For instance, Jadeveon Clowney was wearing 24, remember?
Yeah.
He was listed as an outside linebacker.
Mm.
The Browns already have Jared Verse listed as a defensive lineman.
Maybe they'll just change that.
And the NFL will say, he plays defensive end, you run a 4-3.
Well, no, it's more of a fluid defense. It's not really a 4-3, Linebackers step up all the time. Is it a 5-2? Is it really a 3?
These are the things I worry about, Andy.
3-something? I don't know. All I know is that I didn't realize that Dylan Gabriel not only wears 8 for us, He wore 8 all through college. He wore 8 in high school. I was like, well, maybe I'll buy 8 off of Dylan Gabriel. Or, let's be honest, by the time camp's over.
Laughing about a young man's career and dreams.
No, they could trade him.
I'm Andy Baskin. I'm a dream crusher.
Oh, stop it, Jeff.
Dream crusher, Andy Baskin.
Stop it. If he wants 8, do you think Dylan Gabriel would sell it to him? Talk about easy money.
No.
You don't think he will?
I would, but
maybe Dylan. Maybe a larger number. Let's say, he can't have 14 because
he can't wear 88.
What else could Dylan Gabriel wear?
Now, see, the Rams could have Miles listed as an outside linebacker, and he could wear 15, which is what he wore in high school and at Texas A&M.
Can I be? I'm not a big fan of 8 as a
defensive lineman, outside linebacker number.
Yeah,
I don't care for the new number.
I don't like the fact they got rid of the number
now
restrictions.
It's just, I don't either.
I'm not a fan
because you could look at a guy on the field and very quickly know what position.
Linebacker. Oh, that was easy.
Yeah,
right.
You knew.
Yeah,
50s linebacker.
There you go.
Yeah,
you close your eyes. How many linebackers do you see? 50.
Right.
Yeah.
But I wonder, will the Browns list him as an outside linebacker so he can wear something that he'd much rather wear, even though those numbers are now taken? But if he's an outside linebacker, he could go back and wear his high school number, 23. I'll bet Amani Marshall would take $10,000 for it.
Yeah.
You want 20? Yeah, sold. Thanks. That and buy me a dinner.
All right. Make sure it's a good one.
Will Jared Verse wear? Inquiring minds want to know.
Mary Kay Cabot. Next. Baskin and Phelps. Looking for cabinets, you are. It's my Yoda.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. We are still in the aftermath of the Myles Garrett trade that brought Jared Verse here with a 1, 2, and 3 over the next 3 years from the L.A. Rams. And to get more insight, more information, you heard her in the press conference at the top of the show, the Andrew Berry press conference. Now you get to hear her live right here on 92.3 The Fan. You get to read her all the time in the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. And, of course, she has the Orange and Brown Talk podcast right now on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. It is Mary Kay Cabot. Hi, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Good, good, good.
Hi, Mary Kay.
All a little busy here. I want to. We're going to talk all about Myles Garrett. I'm just interested in one little niche thing that happened at the press conference this morning, and you asked one of the questions that I thought was very intriguing, and that I don't know that we got an answer. And you go back to a year ago. With Denzel Ward, and what he had said if Myles was leaving at that point, and that you had one, and I thought somebody else had a question about Denzel Ward and his future with the team based on that. What do you think about that now?
Yeah, I actually asked both of those questions about Denzel Ward because I really do wonder now what the outlook and the future is for Denzel now that Myles is gone. When Myles was running around Radio Row telling everyone that he wanted to be traded and demanding to be traded, I also spoke to Denzel there, and that's when he said that it would make him kind of question his own situation if the Browns traded Myles Garrett. And so I do have to wonder now how Denzel feels. And we haven't had a chance to talk to him yet here at practice because he hasn't shown up for OTAs this year. Now, he did talk to reporters at his football camp last week and just said he's been kind of, doing his own thing a little bit and getting ready for the season, and he'll have something for these guys when he gets back. But we haven't seen him here yet, so we don't really know what's going through his mind at this point. But I think if the Browns have talked to him or do get a chance to talk to him about this soon, I think they'll sell it to him the way that they have to everyone else, and that is, they didn't just give away the best defensive player in the NFL. They got back a player that they're really, really excited about, and they are not tanking this season.
What did you think of the answer they gave you back, though?
Well, I didn't get the answer that I was kind of looking for in terms of are you open to trading Denzel? Because he kind of said, Myles wasn't on the block. So he didn't really directly answer that question. And then he did say you have to talk to Denzel about how he feels right now. But Myles was never on the block, and we're not in the market of trading players right now.
Mary Kay, I've used the word you used in your story today several times and given you credit for it. I think you nailed it when you said they picked up a suitable replacement for Myles Garrett. With that thought in mind, and this team coming off a 5-win season, I think you've got to look at this and think, all right, the defense shouldn't take a step back because of a change at defensive end. If it does, it's for other reasons. And they picked up some draft capital that they might be able to put to use if they need it for a franchise quarterback in this coming draft. Am I reading the tea leaves correctly there?
Yeah, I think so. I really do believe that this was a wise and shrewd move for them. And I look at it as though they got 2 first-round picks out of it, and one of those first-round picks is Jared Verse. And they already know they nailed that first-round pick because he's a 2-time Pro Bowler and the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2024. We looked some things up today and discovered that of the group of 19 players since, I think, 1998 that are in that category, 8 of them have gone on to make the Hall of Fame. That's something Myles Garrett never even did. NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year plus 2 original ballot Pro Bowls in his first 2 years. So I think that the Browns probably have a premier edge rusher on their hands here for a long time. They're very, very excited about what he brings to the table. And I just think that this was a really, really good move for them at this point in time.
Just when you first heard the news that this was going down, like what went through your mind? We're talking about Hall of Fame guy and letting him go. I'm just curious. I mean, you've covered this team for a long time. What is this going to mean in the locker room too?
Well, I had it drilled into my head so many times that they weren't trading Miles that I was surprised. Because just sitting there talking to Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam at the owners' meetings in March, they were adamant they weren't trading him. And for Andrew to call him a career Brown, that's a pretty big statement to make. And all we've ever heard about Myles Garrett coming out of Berea and out of Andrew Berry's mouth is that he's going to be a one-helmet Brown, and he's going to be here. So I was surprised by that. But the thing to remember about Andrew Berry, he's an opportunistic general manager, and he will seize the moment, and that's what he did here. This is a great opportunity for the team. On a smaller scale, the same thing happened last year with Greg Newsome for Tyson Campbell. They were not planning on trading Greg Newsome. A team came along, made them an offer they couldn't refuse, and they went ahead and made the deal. So I was shocked at first. I was surprised that it was actually going to happen. I caught wind of it a little bit earlier yesterday morning and wrote something even before I headed down to the golf tournament because I knew that those trade winds were blowing and that something could be imminent. But at that point, I was very surprised that it was going to happen. And now I really do see the wisdom in it, and I think the fans will see it too. Now they're poised, as you mentioned earlier, they're poised to perhaps end up getting that quarterback with one of these draft picks or packaging something and getting that quarterback of the future, which they might really need in 2027. And I just think it's a good trade.
I think it's interesting. NFL Countdown on ESPN. Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator of the Rams, told them last year that Verse was the Rams' Draymond Green. As far as the attitude, the excitement, kind of the little bit of a wild hair instigator, inspirer. I'm anxious to see that in this Browns defense, Mary Kay. What impact do you think that'll have?
Well, he does have a very lively personality. He's loquacious. He's going to bring it when we talk to him, I think. I think he's going to be a very, very vocal leader in the locker room. I think he's going to fit right in with all of the other guys on this football team that are now in his age range. It's a very, very young football team. So I think it just aligns. It just fits really well. And again, I think that I think he brings the heat from a personality standpoint, as does a Quincy Williams. So I think they have some fire on this defense now. And I think that will also be reflected in their new defensive coordinator, who, when we're out there watching practice, you can certainly hear Mike Rutenberg at all times.
What do you? Tell me how this projects out in the future for this team. And you see Verse, and you see what they have with these draft picks, and we've talked about it. This puts them in a position to have more capital if they want to go after a quarterback in the next draft, at least one more first-round pick. Your thoughts about how this projects?
Well, I think it projects well, especially once again when you look at the upside potential for Jared Verse. Again, he's got 12 sacks in his first 2 seasons, but he's really made his hay in the pressures department. He's number 3 in pressures over the last 2 years after Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons. And so they're going to be in great shape from that standpoint, I believe. So I think they're great there. And then they've got the first-round pick next year, which, again, they might be able to parlay somehow into a quarterback. And then you've got the second-rounder and the third-rounder in the next 2 years, and those are also premium picks. So if they play their cards right, they should get at least 4 starters out of this trade. And, that's kind of similar to what they ended up with out of the trade down from number 2 to number 5 with the Jaguars. And if they can get 4 starters out of this one trade, then I think they've done very, very well for themselves.
Anything else here before training camp gets here?
You know what? I don't know.
Transaction-wise.
I think they're pretty well set right now, unless something unforeseen happens. And again, I'm not saying that something would happen with Denzel Ward, but I think we need to hear from Denzel and sort of have some reassurance that, yes, I still want to be here. Yes, I'm excited to still be here. So once we have that, then I think we can say that, that they sorry, I'm outside.
It's okay.
Careful.
I came out here because I thought it would be quiet. So much for that. Anyway.
Normally we hear garbage dumpsters from Berea, so that's okay. It still sounds pretty good.
Yeah, so I don't really see any other huge transactions coming down the pike. But once again, Andrew likes to make trades, so you never know.
What do you think Todd Monken thinks of this deal? Again, I thought it was a great point.
He likes it.
Yeah.
I think he likes it, and here's why I say that. Miles has not shown up for anything this entire offseason. He hasn't stopped in to meet his new head coach. He hasn't stopped in to meet his new defensive coordinator. And Todd Monken is all about the kinds of players that would be here even if they weren't getting paid as much as they do. Guys that just love ball. And when we very first asked him about Miles not attending, he said, well, I would sure be here. And I think that said something. I think he was sending a message that, show up. We're putting in new systems. We have new coaches. And Miles chose not to do that. And on some level, I just don't know if that was necessarily the best way to get in the good graces of his new head coach.
I thought the other thing he said yesterday, was the stuff that Monken said about Brendan Sorsby. Like, kind of put his foot down about why would anyone even be looking at. I don't know. I read into it was, here's a coach that really doesn't want to deal with an issue that is like super hot as far as gambling in the game. I actually like what Todd said. I just wonder if that's what the front office thinks too.
Yeah, because everything else at quarterback is so calm here.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Well, we did ask Andrew about that today, and he just said they'll do the work on the player the way that they do about anybody that would be coming out in the supplemental draft. And with Sorsby, they had already done plenty of work on him because he may have come out in the 2025 draft. So, they'll do their due diligence, but I think, perhaps Todd was speaking for the organization when he mentioned that could be a slippery slope for them. He put his 2 cents in, and I'm guessing that means that they probably won't be hot on Sorsby's heels.
Okay, let's get this thing going. Do you think Jared Verse will be in town for any OTA work, or will he wait till mandatories?
Well, I think he'll be here actually tomorrow. I think we're going to get a chance to talk to him tomorrow. I don't know if he'll be out on the field yet, but, they said he's really excited to be here. He is from Dayton. I mean, he was at least born in Dayton, so he's at least set foot here before in Ohio. And I believe we'll get a chance to talk to him tomorrow.
Mary Kay, as always, thank you. We're reading you all the time. Great questions there, too. Again, right off the top when we were talking about Denzel Ward, too. So awesome stuff today, Mary Kay. We love reading your stuff, and we love talking to you every week. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Thank you, guys.
All right. She is Mary Kay Cabot. Make sure you read her every day in the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Of course, she was on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Still plenty of things to discuss, especially when you talk about the fact that we had Andrew Berry's press conference today. We talked to Andrew Siciliano. We talked to Charles Robinson. We talked to Mike Florio. And now we have talked to Mary Kay Cabot. Whew. Big day, big trade, and we're here for you. We'll talk to you next. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
to the Fan Rewind, weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Weighing the thought of Myles Garrett not playing for the Browns anymore is an interesting concept. We're so used to seeing him play here, and now it is going to be weird to see him. He's got a press conference tonight at 5 o'clock? Is that Eastern? Pacific? I can't remember.
5 o'clock Eastern, 2 local, supposedly.
Oh, he will be talking for the first time as a member of the L.A. Rams today, and then, as you heard, Jared Verse should be here tomorrow.
Of course, nobody will be there to cover it because they'll be following Shohei and Luka.
That's true. It is. I thought about this, and I'm not trying to harp on him.
That's a tough time to be an athlete in.
I asked you this morning. I mean, when you get a speed, again, let's just big picture stuff this, right? When you get a speeding ticket in Northeast Ohio for going over 100 miles an hour, it normally will make a newspaper, don't you think? It's going to make somebody's blog or newspaper or something like that. And then if you're a pro athlete, then you're going to become, fodder in news and places where you see that. I think in L.A., that is just an everyday occurrence. I wonder how many times a day they hand out speeding tickets for over 100 miles an hour.
Mark sent me an email this morning.
Yeah?
He said on the lighter side, if Myles wants to drive fast, he's going to have to drive far into the desert to do so. They don't hand out 100-mile-an-hour speeding tickets in L.A. because there's too much traffic. You can't go that fast.
There's lanes where I think you can get it. We should ask Andrew that.
I don't believe that's the case.
On the other hand, for us, it's probably good news because insurance companies will look at Northeast Ohio and say, oh, one less driver on the road going over 100 miles an hour. So maybe there's a winning part of this. Maybe the glass is a little half full when you lose a player that is the caliber of a Hall of Fame player.
LeBron had a speeding issue when he was here in Ohio. Have you heard about anything out in L.A.?
Zero.
Because they can't go that fast.
Oh, because they're stuck in traffic? That's why?
Yeah. Hey, I'm up to 35. Woo-hoo! See you in 3 hours.
Have you ever driven out there?
I have ridden out there.
I've driven out there. It's not fun.
My buddy John Ireland, one time we were buzzing around L.A.
Yeah.
And this was several years ago. John and others, but John had a television satellite dish on the top of his car.
What?
So he could watch sports in traffic.
Like a little dish?
A TV dish.
On his car?
Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of car?
It's like a big SUV.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
Now you don't need that anymore.
He had a satellite dish on the car.
Now he needs internet.
Yeah.
And you're good to go. Interesting. When we were talking to Mary Kay, the notion of Denzel Ward and where he stands, I mean, he's kind of last of a generation, right? When you look at what's on this Browns roster, guys that were here for the playoffs before.
Joel Bitonio.
Like I said, last. Is there? And no one asked about Joel today.
I flipped that underhand to you, and you just hit it deep. Nice job.
Thank you. I actually bunted, in case you're wondering. I bunted just because I know Manigan hates the bunt. What do you think's going through his mind right now? Again, what I had heard was that Denzel was just comfortable right now. Like, I didn't think that, for the first time probably in a long time, there's no, what's going to happen to Denzel? What's going to, we haven't heard any of that. Nothing.
Okay. I'm a softie on these. Myles is a different caliber player than Denzel because he's a defensive end and NFL sack records and Hall of Famer and everything else. I think Denzel has put together a career that's Hall of Fame worthy of consideration, certainly, and might be a Hall of Famer. I have a difference when it comes to a guy like Denzel because he's from here and he's playing for the hometown team. In Myles' situation, boy, that made perfect sense. I get it. I could give you a scenario where it would make perfect sense to trade Denzel, and I would hate to see it happen because he's a local guy, if he wants to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say he's on the team. They go into the season. Let's say they start 0-4, 0-5, trade deadline approaching. somebody calls and offers you a number one. How do you not do that? If you're the Browns, how do you not do that? A team like the Rams, let's say they're a team that's right there in contention. Hey, we need a corner. Our guy just got hurt. We think we need a corner to win it all this year. We'll give you a number one. How do you not do that if you're the Browns if things don't start well? So I would hate to see it because Denzel's born, raised, lives, loves Northeast Ohio. So I would hope that wouldn't happen, but I would get it, Andy, if they're off to a slow start and the trade deadline approaches.
I think he's good at least until April of next year. You know why?
No.
That's when his 30th birthday is.
Wow.
He's still 29, still in his 20s.
Well,
still
29, 30.
I don't know. Like I've said before.
When does he turn 30?
April 28th will be his next birthday.
So he's about 16 months younger than Miles.
But think of how they did this with Miles, too. They hung on to him at, 29, right? And if I'm not wrong, he's probably the longest-running drafted player on the team. 17, right? So 18. They drafted him in 18. Yeah, just a quick glance. I'm pretty sure he's the longest guy on the roster that's been drafted here, right? The offensive lineman guys are yep. I don't want to see him go anywhere. I'll be honest. I love the fact that we have a defensive back that teams are scared to throw up against. I mean, you're not called lockdown without having a reason for it.
Well, here's the other aspect of it. You replaced Miles with a really good defensive end. You trade Denzel, you have a hole.
Fair.
I mean, you traded Greg Newsome, and you were able to pick up a corner, a different style corner in Tyson Campbell. But if you trade Denzel and you don't get a cornerback, then you probably have a hole, don't you? Because you've been drafting assets on the offensive side of the ball. You don't have a hole at defensive end.
Jeff, they only drafted one defensive back.
Yeah.
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
But you don't have a hole at defensive end.
This is true.
You have a different guy, and you have 3 draft choices. You trade Denzel, chances are you'd have a hole at corner.
Okay, but my question, and I'll ask you this too, Dan, what do you think's going through Denzel's mind right now? Remember, Mary Kay did say, he said a year ago, man, I got to reassess if Miles is out of here. And if you're Denzel, are you saying, do you make it to the first year of the Dome? I don't know. Why do I find that as
you're
I don't know why.
At that as a big marker down the road.
I kind of am.
Yep.
I am. It's hard not to.
I get that.
What do you think? What do you think he's thinking?
I think he's thinking I better put together a list of teams I'd prefer to be on.
I feel like that happened in the past.
It's not his call, is it?
No, but I mean, if we know how this stuff kind of works, there are very, very few times you will see a guy with that kind of cred just get sent to Siberia. It's typically, okay, here's a list of teams that I'm cool with being with and try to work inside of these parameters unless someone else blows you out of the way.
I don't know why, but I feel like that happens more often in baseball than it does in football.
It happens in football, too, with big name guys.
Yeah.
And especially, again, you got a lot of goodwill there.
It screams trade deadline to me.
If they're not in contention.
If they're not doing okay and some team has a huge need for a corner, and Andy, that's one of those positions where teams have a huge need. I mean, you better have corners if you want to win a Super Bowl.
Well, here's another point, though. If you're going to trade him at the trade deadline, are you going to fill that hole in free agency next year or now? And if you're in that kind of position that you feel like you need to trade Denzel Ward, that probably means you're drafting a quarterback for sure.
This is going to come off really mean, and I don't mean it to. I just mean it as we know how this goes.
We're used to it. You're Dan Mennigan.
Yeah, you're evil. Mm-hmm. Evil Dan Mennigan.
Yep.
If you're another team, or frankly, if you're the Browns, do you trust Denzel Ward to be healthy by the time you get to the trade deadline?
Yeah, well.
And I'm not saying that to be cruel. It's just a reality of the situation. We know what the guy has been through.
Said some leg things.
And the concussion issues.
Yeah. It's a point worth mulling over. Denzel, now with Miles gone for sure, I do not want to see Denzel playing for another team. Tony is in Columbia Station. Hi, Tony.
Hi, Tony.
Hey, fellas. Good to talk to you again.
Good to talk to you.
On the Denzel topic, then I'll get to Miles. I think Andrew Berry has clearly demonstrated, there's a price for everybody. And if another team can, come out of nowhere and say, hey, here's a 24, 25-year-old above average ascending cornerback and a third-round pick or whatever, I would love to see Denzel get an opportunity to play for a contender. But the same logic applies to Miles. It doesn't make a ton of sense to have either of them on this team while we're waiting it to become built. But in regards to the Miles trade, I'm over the moon with it. Like, I'm so optimistic. I'm so excited. It made no sense to have him on this team. And I think people need to look through, the lens of what is a discontent Myles Garrett due to this young, developing, growing locker room this year. So I think Andrew Berry, he's been on a 15-month heater since, in my opinion, Paul DePodesta was shooed out of the room and had no saying authority in the 2025 draft.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks, Tony. Kind of broken. Are we done talking about Paul DePodesta? I mean, is it?
No.
Not at all.
We're not done talking about Ernie Accorsi. Why would we be done talking about Paul DePodesta?
That's a good. I just don't know.
We love talking about guys from the past.
I think people want to.
That's Cleveland sports.
I still think Paul DePodesta has an imprint on some of the things they do in the organization. We saw it during the draft.
Well, we were told that.
Yeah. So
some of the stuff that he had, that he's put in place is still in place.
Go ahead, Sid.
Always blame evil calculator boy.
That's why we blame you.
Some of the good stuff, Dan.
Always blame an evil calculator boy.
Draft processes.
Are we done? Nate in West Salem. Nate.
No.
Hi, Nate.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey, man.
I am ecstatic about this trade. We essentially got 2 first-round picks with Verse.
What Jeff said yesterday.
Well, how can you not? He was a first-round pick just 2 years ago.
Exactly.
And, 2 straight Pro Bowls. That's a first-round pick.
That's first-round plus, Nate.
It really is first-round plus because you don't know. Well, Justin Gilbert was a first-round pick, and that was a minus, maybe a 10 minuses,
okay.
right?
Way to go, Nate.
That
Way
was
to bring
an
the
8
whole
foot
show
under
down.
pick. Yes.
Hey, there's Johnny with him.
That's why picks are hard because you just don't know what you're going to get, but we know what we got with him. So that's really 2 first-round picks.
Okay.
We got rid of a salary that was really hurting us badly. But most importantly, and this hasn't been spoken much, we got rid of a player who was our best player, but who's not our leader, who was, really getting at times close to being a malcontent. And, I know OTAs are OTAs, but Lamar's there, and leaders show up, even if they don't do the drills. They show up to standards, they work with the young guys.
But if he knew he was gone, would you have come? I understand what you're saying.
Watch him show up for all of the optional stuff out in Los Angeles.
I think they're in the mandatory now. I don't even know. I think they're out of optional days. I think we were down to 4 going into this one. I don't know. I don't know what the Rams are doing.
Watch Miles be a completely different leader and team player once he's out there.
It'll be interesting. Okay, Nate. Thank you. Got to hit the break. Sorry about that. We'll see what he's like when he gets out there. If I were him, I'd want to. Now you're on a new team. I'm trying to jump on every opportunity.
Let's just not complain about Miles. He's phenomenal here.
Yeah.
Let's leave it at that.
At least today. How about that, Zone?
Well, there's nothing to complain about. If you're complaining, then I think you're smoking stuff, which is now legal, as you can tell when you walk through the city of Cleveland.
216-474-0092. One more thought when we come back on Myles Garrett as we get set for another big interview. I'll tell you who the afternoon show has coming up here next in a minute, too. So, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
left foot and is considered day-to-day. Joey Cantillo gets the start tonight. First pitch from Yankee Stadium is at 7:05. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Myles Garrett trade, obviously the big story in Northeast Ohio and perhaps across the country. We talked about it a lot today. We had Andrew Berry's press conference at the beginning of the show. We heard from Andrew Siciliano. We heard from Charles Robinson. We heard from Mike Florio. We heard from Mary Kay Cabot. Did anything change your mind as you walk through this show about how you feel about the trade, what the Browns did and maybe didn't do? Any of those things flash through your mind over the last 4 hours?
No, I'm kind of curious, and I asked Mary Kay, you see anything else going on the horizon here?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there's another move in the Browns before they get things rolling.
What's your gut tell you? Mine says no.
Mine says yes, but not
it's
not
a
huge.
Quarterback if it's anything.
Not huge.
Is it a quarterback?
I can't even tell you that. I wouldn't be surprised if they add another defensive end. I wouldn't be, and only because they've been, they've had their eyes open. They keep bringing guys in and taking a look at guys. I still think the team could use a veteran wide receiver, although the Giants scarfed up 3 of them yesterday.
Did.
Braxton Berrios and Odell and Juju Smith-Schuster, which means Malik Neighbors must not be good to go for the start of the season, unfortunately. I hate it when great talents aren't good to go, and he's probably not good to go. They probably need to gut that entire turf at MetLife and put something new in there.
I think I'm not haunted by one statement I heard today, but I've heard it a couple times over the last 2 days. Why didn't they just do this last year? Or did the market change because Myles was begging to be traded? Maybe that was part of it. I don't know. Why was it better today to do it than it was a year ago? What'd you get? How many wins did you get, Jeff? Say it again.
Well, because maybe they weren't getting the deal they wanted a year ago, Andy.
No,
they didn't get Myles Garrett in return, but they got one of the better defensive ends in the NFL, and he happens to be going into his 3rd year. Cheap for the next couple of years, and he's good. And then a first, a second, and a third on top of it for a team that now has 11 draft choices in the 2027 draft. 2 firsts, they have 3 fourths.
Wow. Dan, change your mind at all over the last couple hours here on anything? I'll be honest, I also feel better about the deal today after talking to most folks. I mean, the majority of the people that are calling the show think this was the right deal at the right time. No one really wanted to see Myles get traded, but the way the trade goes down, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. I think Browns fans were prepared for this after what happened a year plus ago with Myles coming out and saying he wanted to be traded, and then they were able to work things out. It's going to be really hard to watch him in another uniform. Thoughts?
That's going to be the weirdest part.
Yeah.
It's going to be weird to see 95 in blue and yellow. That's going to throw some people off. Jared Verse is really good. I mean, if you haven't,
he's fun to watch.
If you've never had a chance to sit and watch the Rams at any point, and for me, like the Rams were appointment television because I loved how innovative they were, and I loved all the different weird things they would do. And watching Matthew Stafford fling it is just a joy. And so I watched a decent amount of Rams, and you'd watch. Man, Verse is always back there, and he might not finish those sacks, but boy, he's right there. I mean, that guy could get after the quarterback. He can play the run, all of those things.
And the pass.
Yeah, I mean, he's impressive. And I think a lot of people are going to be impressed with that dude.
Let me give you a thought.
And he's not a lottery ticket. And I think that's the part of this that needs to be
we already know he can play.
Exactly.
Yeah, he can play.
You don't have to worry about making sure you hit the pick 4 or pick 5 with the talent of this guy. The talent is proven.
Pro Football Focus is a great website if you're looking for information on who plays, how they play, everything else. And I mentioned earlier, Myles Garrett is listed as the 2nd best defensive end in the NFL in 2025, and Jared Verse was the 13th. And it said great things about Myles. They had him as the number 1 pass grade rusher in the NFL for an edge player, and number 3 against the run. Well, I know a lot of folks think Miles is not real good against the run, but PFF had him number 3 for edge people in the NFL. They had on Jared Verse 2 interesting stats. He had 27 quarterback hits last year. Number 1 in the NFL for edge players. Number 1. And he also had 18 missed tackles. Number 2 in the NFL for edge players. And it said for him to continue his development, but they expect him to. He'll have to clean that up.
Looking through some of the grades from some of the majors. So this is how people graded the Rams side of it. USA Today gave it an A to the Rams. ESPN gave it a C-. We talked about that a little bit earlier in the show. They gave the Browns an A.
C- to the Rams?
Yeah, C- to the Rams on this. CBS Sports gave them an A. Let's not overthink this. How often does one of the greatest defenders in NFL history become available? Aaron Donald never switched teams. Lawrence Taylor never switched teams. J.J. Watt did, but he had major injuries before that. Yeah. Athletic gave it an A. Gave the Rams an A+. A+. Yahoo Sports A+ to the Rams. Bleacher Report A+ to the Rams.
Makes sense. I mean, you're trading for a Hall of Famer and arguably the Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, it makes sense you're going to get an A+ for that. I mean, there are very few ways that you could do this where you wouldn't get an A+ for trading for the Defensive Player of the Year. It's the way it goes. I'll say this: the biggest thing I take away from today as well, guys. I'm not going to rubber stamp it, but boy, if I'm Denzel Ward, I'm a little scared that I'm not going to be here for the start of training camp.
We'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I wonder about that. And Dan, I think that's a legit thought. The only thing is that Andrew Berry talked about, in order to trade a guy like Miles, what were his 3 things? Number 1, it had to be a short and a long-term move.
Yeah.
We had to get a young, controllable star in return at a premium position. That would be corner. Yeah. And in the case of the Miles trade, defensive end. And we needed to get significant draft capital. Would he put the same criteria on a trade for Denzel? I would think the criteria wouldn't be quite as severe.
I was going to say it have to be lesser.
Yeah, it wouldn't be quite as severe.
Corners don't age gracefully.
No, but until they age, boy, they're worth a lot of money. They're worth a lot of draft assets.
Yeah, if I'm Denzel Ward, I'm wondering. Because the thing we all forget, too, with Miles had a no-trade clause in his contract. Denzel Ward does not. And so, David, I would, if I'm Denzel Ward, I'm wondering.
We've heard from a lot of people, Browns fans, who like the trade, a lot of who haven't liked the trade, and I wonder what people in Berea think, who work for the Browns.
Yeah.
You know who the happiest guy has to be about the trade in the state of Ohio?
Hit me.
Joe Burrow.
Oh, probably.
That's a good point.
Well played.
Joe Burrow's like, hoo-hoo! But he's not met Jared Verse yet.
Oh, Meredith, we need you to be better than Shecky Phelps over there. What do you got for us?
Shecky.
I mean, I agree with Jeff Phelps. I actually, I texted our former beat reporter and friend of the station, James Rapine, and said, "How happy is Joe Burrow?" And he said, "Very." He said, "Very." Hey, we all know, James. Don't ding that. That is not ding worthy. That is not ding worthy, Dan.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
Triple. Going for it. Round it home.
So let's get to the moment of the show.
Heading for home. Slide.
Mike.
Yes.
I hate you all.
Thank you.
Mike Florio talking about Jared Verse was the moment of the show.
I think it's a big deal to get Jared Verse. I think that's the thing that's been obscured in all of this. When the tweets came out yesterday from the usual suspects that Garrett had been traded, I wasn't stunned. When I saw Jared Verse, I was stunned. And it made me think all sorts of things. I didn't know the whole story. And, of course, the official story is the Browns really wanted him and it was a deal breaker. I just wonder what the Rams really think of Verse. The Rams know him better than anyone. They've had him for the last 2 years. I mean, they don't think he's going to become Myles Garrett anytime soon. They think 30-year-old Myles Garrett is better right now than Jared Verse, and they're willing to take Myles Garrett in a spot where he's never getting any better. He's just going to begin to diminish.
All right, that was Mike Florio. We had Mary Kay Cabot, we had Charles Robinson, we had Andrew Siciliano, and we had Andrew Berry's press conference today. What a show. We ask you this, why are you smarter? It's brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. Dan Menningen, why are you smarter?
Charles Robinson was awesome. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast. Give that one a listen. And, of course, our social media mentions powered by Scheib & Jewelers.
Meredith Kane.
I almost... Stop it. Oh, my God. I'm so mad at you. You know what? I can't decide because all of our guests were good. Andrew Siciliano was great. Smarter because of him. Smarter because of Charles. Smarter because of Mike and Mary Kay. So, I mean, it was a jam-packed show today. And I think if you're not smarter after listening to today, then were you really listening?
Jeff Phelps.
Wow, that was good.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that,
a promo.
Meredith. That was well done. I'm smarter today after our conversation and after hearing from Browns fans who called the show today. What do you think it was? Maybe 2 out of 3 in favor of the trade?
Yeah, I think
Something
that's
like
fair.
that. I understand the thinking behind this trade completely. But for it to be a good trade, they have to finish it off. And that means do something with that draft capital that really improves the fate of the franchise long term. That could mean quarterback.
The last question I'll come out of today's show and yesterday too, Mike Florio brought it up again, was why did they do this last year? Really? 5 wins? It's a thought. Coming up next, Albert Breer will be on with the Afternoon Boys, so make sure you're listening to Afternoon Drive. Coming up next, he'll be with them at 2:40. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Beat the Yankees.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
And that's the show.
regimes, this regime has already asked you to do, which is in 2-3 years, we're going to be really, really good. You just have to take our word for it, and you just have to accept the idea. We know what we're doing. Andrew Berry, we can't trust that.
My buddy Nate saying, wow, Garrett must have really wanted out. Like, everybody's going about this a different way. Everything comes back to, I can't believe they actually did it.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. The Cavs are still in Cancun or Cabo or Cozumel, something with a C sound at the start of its name. The Guards in New York City for a 3-game tilt with the Yankees, and the aftershocks of the Myles Garrett deal still being felt across the NFL. That opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader, because if we didn't, there would be consequences. Bang, bang, pow, pow. And Jake Murrin, producing, manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel as well. As always, ring that bell. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free, after all. We like free around these parts. And like our videos. We desperately love to be liked here. And Michael Markoch, the ginger saint of Cleveland sports, on the 2020s today. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
Well, the Browns didn't trade one of the 3 best players in recent franchise history today, so reasonably better.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, how could they top this? We run out of those guys.
Yeah. Well,
those guys. We don't have any more of those guys.
We got at least one more guy.
Denzel, but he's not one of the top 3 in Browns history.
Recent history, which he might still classify.
How recent?
The last 25 years.
He's still not top 3.
Oh, I said I don't think there's a definitive third. I think there's an arguable third. You can make a case for about 7 different guys.
Is that right?
I think so.
It's Joe. It's Myles, and then where we Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb better than Denzel.
I think he's more of a popular person than Denzel, but I think Denzel has been in the NFL for longer and has played at a very high level.
So we're around. Anyway, we're around it. That's the point. So we still have time today for something to happen for Denzel Ward. Okay. Well, because they come out and they emphatically tell you, of course, it's not going to happen, which now I do love the idea that after Andrew Berry just lied to everybody for so long, now the new common thought is when Andrew Berry says something, we just go with the exact opposite.
Which is funny that then when he said all of the many things that he said today, there were still people buying what he said, hook, line, and sinker.
You can't buy what he said today.
And I didn't.
You can't do it.
I just didn't understand it.
Where are you people? Why do you exist on planet Earth if you're the type of person to be like, Andrew Berry was just, this is the time that he was honest to us.
I blame social media.
They're the same type of people that could just get cheated on for like the entire extent of their relationship and just be like, oh yeah, no, but they're great and nothing's happening here. And then get surprised 20 years in that this has been going on for 20 years.
I think social media has rotted most of our brains, and that's what I'm going to blame this on.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, we've just stopped questioning things that should obviously be questioned in society and just in general. So why wouldn't we do that with our favorite team?
I guess if it's just not worth the hassle to people, is that what that is? Are we talking about burying your head in the sand? Is that the idea?
It's too much work.
Too much work.
Yeah.
All right.
I got to get my matcha, and I got to get a little bit of granola, and I got to do hot yoga.
I think matcha's gross.
I don't even know what the hell it is.
Am I the only one that just thinks it just tastes fun? It just tastes gross.
Remember when we went through that phase where like shawarma was normalized,
my sister,
and then everyone would talk about shawarma for like 3 months?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we are with matcha.
My sister loves matcha. Anything matcha, she'll take. Literally anything matcha. I think it tastes so gross.
I will not try it.
No, thank you.
Because
you never even tried it.
I don't need to. Because I already have what I like.
You really don't need to.
When it comes to different foods, I will explore. When it comes to different types of soda or different types of drink, I will. But when it comes to the coffee, tea, varietal, like that section, I like coffee. I like black coffee. I'll occasionally take a latte if I'm feeling foofy. But outside of that, I don't really need to try anything.
Matcha's green, and so it makes you believe that you're doing something really nice for your body.
Is that
because green foods are apparently they just make you feel good.
We're talking about sheeple. That's a sheeple thought
very
right
much
there.
so. Very much
Big
so. Yes.
Sheeple thought there. And let me just say, per Andrew Berry's press conference today, we do have Albert Breer coming up at 2:40 today. Albert has been dropping breadcrumbs on this story for 3 months now. Is that fair to say?
Even longer. I mean, we can go back for, I don't want to go too far because for this one with the Rams in particular, maybe 3 months is accurate.
So Albert's going to join us at 2:40. He gets to take his victory lap here.
Whenever the season ended.
And we're happy to let him have it.
Will Albert what is an Albert Breer victory lap? I don't think he knows how to victory lap. I feel like an Albert Breer victory lap is just going to be. Yeah, I mean, I tried telling you guys.
Is this like with you when you say you don't take victory laps
Very
and you
similar.
plainly take victory laps?
Very similar. I feel like I don't think he knows.
Albert's
I don't think he knows how to.
Very humble when he joins us
I
at
think
240.
so. I think he's going to be like, yeah. I tried telling you guys for as long as anybody would listen.
Yeah,
that
that's a victory lap.
And then he gets into it.
Yeah,
that's not a victory lap. That's just
Yes.
that's just.
If you say I told you so, it is a victory lap, sir.
No, but there's different ways of doing it. There's ways of making it 15 minutes if I told you so versus I tried telling you guys. I don't know why you didn't believe me. And then get into the nitty gritty of the details of it all.
So the Andrew Berry press conference today, though, went exactly as I thought it would, and we're going to play some of the sound from it. But my kind of big picture takeaway beyond just I would say non-answers on Denzel, the non-answer on Brendan Sorsby, the non-answer on a couple different things here.
Mm-hmm.
Big picture, my takeaway is I am so far out on Andrew Berry. I couldn't possibly be more out. Andrew Berry, once upon a time, was a guy who, when he said things, they rhymed with the truth. And so that gave me enough to say, well, I don't know, I agree with the job he's doing, but at least I can trust him for some things. He has gone off the reservation with this Myles Garrett trade and for the last couple months. So to me, Todd Monken's the guy I'm bought in on now. Todd Monken can't help but be truthful. Even when he tries to do organizational messaging, you can kind of read through it in a way that I think is something that I think Browns fans can put a stock into. But for Andrew Berry today to say any of the things that he said, not all lies are created equal. And again, you and I have talked a lot. Teams do not feel like they owe you honesty, and in some cases they don't.
They don't.
But when we're talking about why you traded one of the faces of the franchise, the most successful draft pick you've had since Joe Thomas, and a guy who's coming off setting the NFL single-season sack record, and I don't know, another Defensive Player of the Year award, I don't think it'd be the worst thing if you were a little bit more truthful than what I heard today. And what today was for Andrew Berry was lying on behalf of the lies he's already told. So not all lies. Like if you want to spin things in some way, you are owed that. You are allowed that and afforded that in some degree. But some of the spin today.
Which lie hit you the hardest?
It was the last couple weeks thing. It's like Jordan Rodriguez has a report out there. Talk started in late March. Andrew Berry on March 30th said he's a Brown for life. So you were
career
already
Brown, yeah.
You were so basically again everything serves the previous lie. So I think for a team when you win, right? When you win, lie to me like it's your job. Lie to me for fun, for the love of God.
That's what they do right now anyway. Yeah, they don't need to win first for that.
But when you're an 8-win team. Even as good as that deal may or may not be. And I think there's a lot of people who've come around 24 hours saying, well, look at the value. Look at Jared Verse. What a football player Jared Verse is. And by the way, I can get behind some of the idea behind the trade. But Andrew Berry today, who all he did was make sure to reinforce the previous lies or myth truths the Browns were saying about Myles, about their offseason, about their trajectory of this organization. I am so out on him. I don't give a damn how well he drafted this year. That was disingenuous. It was honestly embarrassing for an organization that specializes in embarrassment.
Yeah, I mean, the Andrew Berry not telling the truth at the podium thing is old hat at this point. It's almost as commonplace as when Stefanski would just tell us nothing anyway. At least Stefanski wasn't lying to our face more times than not. With Berry, I just can't take anything he says seriously. And that's where I was today listening to it. Him trying to justify all these different moves and the actions, acknowledging that with Myles it was different. Okay, all right. This isn't that hard. Making a trade in the NFL and then getting up at the podium and actually giving us the reasons why is not a hard ask. That should not come across as difficult. If anything, you should be almost excited to explain all the different reasons why. And it felt like we were at the dentist pulling teeth. And it's a bad look for Berry, but it's been this way for a while.
I do think this is a little bit.
This is why he didn't speak to us last year many times there, Nick.
I do think that this is a little bit of the common era of how teams address their they basically assume you're either too dumb to notice or will just buy anything that they have to say. And what bugs me about that is, one, it is commonplace in the NFL now. Teams, because they have restricted access to the local beat to a ridiculous degree, all under the guise of COVID 6 years ago, they can just get away with whatever they want. And again, guys, I'm going to say this into a microphone. Nothing will come of it. Andrew Berry will speak to again at some point in the near future, and he's going to lie again or use a mistruth every time he steps into it, the way he did with this trade. And again, the thing they needed to say today is, and this is a singular truth of this trade, we did this because 5 years ago, we made a big old boo-boo. And we have to dig out of that both financially, that both in in draft collateral, and I'm the guy that did it.
Yeah, I guess I mean, he's never going to say that, obviously, but like the part that got me today was if the overarching theme of this trade was the Rams got better in 2026 and the Browns will get better in, let's say, 2028 or 2029. Andrew Berry really tried hard to defend the idea that this upcoming season is not just a waste and not just a throwaway and not just them letting the young kids play to find out who's good to eventually get the quarterback. He just did everything in his power to try to make sure that we thought that Verse was good enough to replace Myles Garrett and in many ways can do the job that Myles was able to do. And you just lose me there. It's not factual. It's not realistic. Are they going to be a really bad team? I don't know. We'll find out about that. But do I think that they're going to be anywhere close to where they were with Myles Garrett? Unequivocally, no. And he tried selling everybody on that, and that's just where he misses me.
Well, hey, it wasn't just Andrew. It was the entire NFL media who just did a real rah-rah for Cleveland. Aren't you guys happy you traded the second best player in franchise history? Don't you enjoy this? Isn't this fun for you? I think we all are enjoying it. 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. 24 hours later, have you come around to the trade? You are going to hear some of Andrew Berry's totally legit press conference earlier today. Albert Breer coming up at 2:40. Quick Hits coming up at 3:40. We got John Fanta, Cleveland's very own, at 4:20, reacting to the biggest trade in like the last 3 years that the Browns have made. And, of course, we got Lindsey Rhodes. She was the first person in the media to say the Browns should trade Myles Garrett. She'll get that victory lap coming up at 5:20. But
now
216.
She's going to know how to do it.
She will dunk.
I don't think Albert
on
will.
Social media.
I think she's going to know how to do it.
I think she can do it. I'm proud of her. I'm going to be very excited for that one at 5:20. 216-474-0092. 24 hours. Have you come around to the Myles Garrett trade? More from Andrew Berry in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
I know you all have heard me say for a number of years at this point that, Myles Garrett, he's a foundational player, Hall of Fame worthy, and a homegrown talent that's been here for the decades. And our intent was to have him be a one-helmet player for his career, and that was the truth. There are moments, particularly in my job, where opportunities come up that, quite honestly, are unexpected, and they force you to stop and reevaluate and look at it and say, hey, is this something that could be, really beneficial to the team? And that was the case in this instance.
That was Andrew Berry earlier today. I thought the funniest part of the entire press conference when he was trying to say something was the truth, and did the thing that a lot of people do when they're lying, which is you have that lilt in your voice.
Yeah.
So when he said truth, weird, I was
it did pop up. Yeah.
You didn't beat the allegations there, friend, no matter what the real truth is. When you say truth, everyone thinks you just lied. Here's the other thing. There's the funniest part of everything of the press conference is where it's like unexpected. It's like you cannot tell me an organization that is that steeped in their own messaging, that is that cognizant of how things go over. You can't tell me that they didn't know that the second they redid his contract, that wasn't effectively lifting the kimono for all of the NFL to see. And so, it'd be a real shame if you made me an offer.
Yeah, they knew.
I'd trade me.
Would
you trade me?
They obviously knew. And even within some of this, so the very end of the clip that was just played made me think about some of the earlier stuff that he had to say about, all right, so we have 3 different sets of criteria in order to trade someone for Myles Garrett. And it's like, well, hold on. Were you blindsided and surprised by this, or did you have 3 sets of criteria that you needed for them to match in order to, you already made the rules of and the parameters of a Myles Garrett trade. You set up what they would be, and then told us. And the Rams, they met those parameters. They met exactly what we needed, and we didn't think a team would be able to reach those. Well, okay, then you acknowledge that you created that before they ever called. You created this list and what you would want before you were ever actually given it by the Rams.
I think the funniest thing about it is I actually disagree with people who hate this trade. I don't necessarily love this trade because it's trading one of the 2 best players in franchise history, and that really does bug me.
I mean, I championed for the trade, and I'm not upset by today or yesterday.
I like Jared Verse as a player.
And Jared Verse is a good player.
There's some risk there that nobody wants to acknowledge. He is switching systems and switching schemes and switching where he's going to play.
He also goes from the Rams, who know how to actually develop players and do things with players, to the Browns, who typically don't.
Yeah, and I also think, the scenario he's in, he's surrounded by a lot of talent, but I think it's a lot of guys who feed off pressure as opposed to just generate it all by themselves like Myles. But again, you can win that way in the NFL. I mean, honestly, the Rams haven't had a Myles Garrett, and they've been able to be, 6 deep at edge at points and just be able to rotate guys in and get the, ample amount of pressure. All love and respect due to Hassan Reddick. Not. But I do think, the Browns get in the way of the Browns in this because it just didn't rhyme enough with the truth. I do think there's plenty of people out there 24 hours removed. The same as when we first got Monken. We're like, okay, what the hell are we doing here? And then we got to know more about Monken. And all of a sudden people were like, well, okay, maybe this will be the change you need.
Sure.
I think there's plenty, honestly, even the subtraction of Myles the person, I think can be a real win in that clubhouse. And yet, for the second straight day, the Browns made it about something other, which is about their messaging and their BS.
Yeah, and that's really the part that I like focusing on for right now as well. And we'll get to, we have all the time in the world to talk about Verse and how his contract looks and how good that is and everything else in between. But Andrew Berry is the one that spoke today, and Andrew Berry is the one that lied to everybody's faces about what was going to happen here with Myles Garrett, and they just didn't do a good enough job today. And that's fine. I don't know that he's ever going to knock it out of the park when it comes to these podium press conferences. And there's a reason why he doesn't do them. There's a reason why he only did, 2 all of last year? The reason why is because he knows. He knows he won't tell honesty, won't tell the honest truth, and so he just avoids them at all costs.
Now, speaking of things that may or may not have been true, there were several questions today about the process of trading Miles. And obviously the Browns said absolutely no publicly. For a very long time, privately, they lifted the kimono, as it were. Andrew Berry today was asked, why didn't they seek more bidders? Here was his answer.
That wasn't the goal. That wasn't the goal of Miles. And if we were to trade Miles, it's a very narrow universe of deals that satisfy it. Everyone wants to have a Myles Garrett on their team, but not everyone can afford that acquisition cost in terms of players, picks and dollars. And so that was not the intent of any of it.
So the unspoken part of this, and the thing he can't say, because it's very apparent that the Browns and Miles agreed upon a common language that would allow Miles to save face while being traded out of here, so that when he does come back for a jersey retirement ceremony or whatever the hell, to bash the guitar, that he doesn't get booed out of the building. So he had a no trade clause. So Miles was either directly or indirectly completely in control of his destiny in this offseason.
Well, yeah, and I would imagine he wanted to end up with one of those, 5 or 6 teams we have in the NFL that are in the Super Bowl bubble, right? And the Rams are part of that, but the Rams aren't the only team that exist in that Super Bowl bubble. And so I'm trying to figure out why they were so exclusive Los Angeles, and this is the only team we're going to deal with. That's the part that I 24 hours later, I can't really figure out. And Andrew Berry, in speaking, said basically as much, that they were only speaking to the Rams. They didn't open this up to anybody else. And is that because they were so worried about the privacy side of this, and they wanted to make sure that nothing got out? Because if it got out and they weren't able to make a deal, then they just wouldn't be able to come back from that? Is that what that is?
I wouldn't be surprised if that was a part of this. I also wouldn't be surprised, and I doubt we find this out, at least in the interim, I wouldn't be surprised if Miles was still a little pissy a year after the caving for a record contract. It's tough. It really is. Every time I get paid $40 million, I come out in a worse mood. But that he basically used that no trade clause as his kind of leverage. Like, here are the 3 spots I'll go, or here are the 1 spot I'll go.
That's why he had to put in.
Yes.
He had to put in for a reason. Now,
but there's you having to put in, and then there's weaponizing it, and I think that's what he did.
I think he had to put in to weaponize it, though.
Yes.
And then there's a reason why in this trade, his no trade clause stays with him, by the way. So in Los Angeles, he's going to have the same power that he just had there. Like, that was the big reason and the big part of why I think he signed last year and why he did make that $40 million is because he acknowledged he was screwed and had no out. He had no out but to sign it and help himself out for the next year when it actually does come a chance to trade him. But like, the point is, I'm relatively surprised that if you're going to trade Myles Garrett, you didn't just open it up for the biggest bidders. And while understanding he was only going to go to the Super Bowl bubble teams, there's still 5 other teams in that Super Bowl bubble that I'm sure Myles would have gone to.
That's why I don't want to say convinced, but that's why I'm pretty certain, so convinced, that he said it's Rams or bust. Because, and again, the Rams trade looks like a trade of a team dealing from a position of power, of a team that isn't competing with other teams. And again, Jared Verse is a very nice player. The fact that people say he's worth 2 firsts is laughable. He's worth a first at least. If you wanted to trade him right now, I think you could get a first. I also think he's an ascending player. That's not just team messaging. He is. I think you're going to really like Jared Verse if he can stay healthy. I say that for every player, not just specifically for him. But I think if this was truly...
Is this where Chloe comes back into play here?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Well,
being from California.
And it's L.A.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's from L.A.
It's a very splashy town. I think Miles likes the splash and all that kind of stuff, too.
Even though in L.A., with the amount of stars they have, he's probably like the 4th or 5th best athlete in the city as far as like being a star power.
Yep.
I mean, it's not great, all things considered.
I don't think he cares
It's not
about
great
that.
for dinner reservations. Shohei Ohtani wants the dinner reservation. He's getting that over Myles Garrett.
We'll see. We'll see if they win another Super Bowl, how that goes.
Ohtani's won back-to-back World Series.
Yeah, one Super Bowl. I don't want to say it because the L.A. actually surprisingly is a great baseball town.
They
is a total fair
they care about baseball a lot.
It's a total fair weather Lakers town.
I mean, Doncic is ahead of them right now.
Okay. You're probably right. We're just lost in the conversation.
It's kind of fun to think about the stars Los Angeles does have, though. Doncic, LeBron, Shohei.
That's good for
Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
Like,
Any one of those guys.
By the time you get to Miles, we're somewhere in like Mookie Betts territory.
Yeah. As
far as athletes goes, he's like 6th or 7th in billing.
Any other town would take one of those guys. But at least they get all of them.
They got
That's
a lot of
good.
them. We haven't brought up Justin Herbert yet.
Yeah.
Herbert's dating Madison Beer, and he probably can't even get a table
And
in LA.
nobody even knows he exists.
He can't even get a table.
216-474-0092. Should the Browns have shopped Myles Garrett? Albert Breer takes his victory lap on the Myles trade in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up next, Albert Breer of the Monday Morning Quarterback joins Afternoon Drive to discuss the Myles Garrett trade.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I'd always told myself that if, we were ever in a position where we were going to trade Myles, 3 things would have to be true. Number 1, it would have to have short and long-term benefits. Number 2, a young, cost-controlled star at a premium position would have to be included. And the third piece is that there would have to be premium draft capital. So when it got to the point with our negotiations with the Rams, when, all those things were satisfied, it really, caused us to take a step back and think about, really think about the decision.
Browns GM Andrew Berry walking you through the reasoning, the logic behind trading Myles Garrett to the LA Rams. And obviously, we still are reacting to one of the 2 biggest trades in Browns history here. There's that little thing called the Deshaun Watson trade as well. And to do so, we head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Our next guest joins us every week, has since pretty much the inception of the show and station about 15 years ago, and has been hinting and maybe dropping some breadcrumbs here for everybody, talking about the Myles Garrett trade possibility. So to take his victory lap of the MMQB, the very, very nice, the very plugged in, the very wonderful Albert Breer. What's up, buddy?
Hey, shout out to the Fox and the Bull from way back in the day. Yeah, I've been with you guys a long time in this time slot. I guess a blind squirrel finds a nut, right?
I think it's a little more than that. See, you are being very humble. We wondered, would he take a full victory lap?
I knew he'd be humble about it. You don't know how to take a victory lap, do you? But we know a blind squirrel finding a nut is just happenstance. We know this wasn't happenstance for you.
Yeah, it's like sort of, I view it as my job to have an idea of what's going on and how things are coming together. And hopefully I gave everyone listening an idea of how and why this might happen over the last couple of weeks. This has really been, I think, kind of a couple month long process of the Browns and the Rams getting there. And, it was a sensitive topic for both teams, obviously for the Browns with Myles Garrett. The Browns insisting on having Jared Verse involved. I think every Browns fan out there should know the Rams tried to move heaven and earth not to have Jared Verse part of the deal, So I think that should tell you what sort of player you're getting. They viewed him as a young Terrell Suggs. And that's part of it. I heard the sound there from AB coming into the segment. Like, you talk about the short and long-term benefit. That's Jared Verse to a T. He's going to help you now, and he should be good for a long time.
Albert, you are so well connected as evidence in nailing the idea of this trade. I believe it was 2 weeks ago, you even gave us the Rams as a potential option there for this deal. What has been, of the people you've talked to around the NFL, what's the reaction to the trade and to what the Browns got for Myles Garrett? I
think with any trade like this one, there has to be mutual benefit, and I think there's a little bit of a shock factor the Browns actually went through with it. And I think at the same time, a little bit of oh, wow, they gave up Jared Verse as part of the deal, So, I think any good deal is going to hurt for both sides. Any big deal of this magnitude, if you're trading bit pieces, whatever, lower round draft picks, that's not the same. But any blockbuster deal, there's going to be some pain involved for everyone. And there's going to be some nerves and some butterflies for everyone, and I think that's certainly the case here. The Rams are pushing their chips in again, and, I think I told you guys all the way back to the draft when they took Ty Simpson, that was a win now move cloaked as a move for the future, because that freed them up to use draft capital to go and take a big swing. And lo and behold, here's the big swing. It's Myles Garrett. As big a swing as you could possibly take.
And, so I think for the Rams, you're really looking at it now where, okay, you're in a window. Matthew Stafford is year to year. You've got some defensive stars that are going to be coming up on contract soon. Kobe Turner, Byron Young. You brought in a 30-year-old superstar, Myles Garrett. You've brought in Trent McDuffie, and it's go time. And this team that was a couple plays away from probably winning the Super Bowl last year, because I think if they get to the Super Bowl, they do the same thing to the Patriots the Seahawks did, has now added Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie, which is pretty mind-blowing, And then on the flip side, obviously, I think you can look at what the Browns' return is here, and you're adding Verse to that group of Schlesinger and Graham and Judkins and Sampson and Fannin, and now Concepcion Boston and Fano. And his timeline matches up with the timeline of all of those guys we've talked about the last couple of weeks. Those timelines are now concurrent. And yet you still don't know who the quarterback's going to be in 2 or 3 years from now. And so, you've set yourself up to have a great support system around a really good quarterback, a really good young quarterback. You've given yourself a ton of picks to either pursue that quarterback or build around that quarterback. But you traded what I think for that franchise is someone who's in the stratosphere of Jim Brown or Otto Graham. So that part of it's difficult, of course. And I think it's important to make this clear, too, just so people, in Cleveland have, a clear mind about this. Myles didn't ask for this. You know what I mean? He had his trade request a year ago, but he didn't ask for this one. And, I do think there's part of it for him that's tough in saying goodbye to a place that he poured 9 years into.
You mentioned the timelines, trying to get them all correct and on the same page. Denzel Ward's timeline doesn't really add up the same way Myles didn't. Should we be looking at Denzel Ward being moved?
I don't think they're going to look to move him, but not impossible. I think if this trade shows you anything, it's that anything's possible, right? And so, I don't think you're out there looking to move Denzel Ward. You still have to field a team this year, and I think, you still owe it to the players to give them a chance to be really competitive, which I think the trade does for Garrett, because you are bringing a player like Jared Verse back. But I can't look at my crystal ball, and I'm not, leaving breadcrumbs here. I can't look at my crystal ball and say for sure whether some blockbuster offer is going to come along in July or at the cut down in September or before the trade deadline in November.
So with that, we obviously the Browns told us after the fact it was a premier young player at a position that is also premier, and then draft abundance, right? What would be, is there a price that would maybe motivate the Browns to budge on Denzel?
I don't know. I would really have to think about that because, the answer is yes, because everybody has a price, right? But I don't know. The problem, I think, is how other teams value him right now with the concussion history and everything else. Of course, his age. He's coming up on 32, isn't he? He's close to 30 also, I believe. I have it in front of me, but he's right there as well. So, that part of it, I think you'd have to kind of, you're going to have to,
he's 29.
Get a better look at, So, I think, for the other team, for other teams involved, if they're willing to give up a first-round pick plus something else, I think it's something you have to think about. But I don't know that given his age and his injury history, that's going to happen right now.
What has been the perception of people you've talked to around the league about Andrew Berry and being able to actually make the move, and the idea that when Browns fans think of Andrew Berry now, it's the guy that traded for Deshaun Watson and the guy that traded for Myles Garrett, or traded away Myles Garrett. It's not really the most complimentary of visions for them right now.
Yeah, and I think you could definitely argue that one may have led to the other, right? Because if Deshaun Watson is what they hoped he would be, which is the player he was in Houston, the Browns may be competing for Super Bowls now with the core that they had, and who knows how different this picture looks.
right? So I think it's fair to kind of look at striking out on Deshaun Watson and how that may have, led to this because the window's shut on the core that Myles Garrett came up with. That said, I think anytime you make a trade like this, there's a lot of pressure on everybody, right? There's pressure on the Rams to get the most out of Myles Garrett and to compete for championships while Myles Garrett is there. And there's certainly a ton of pressure on Andrew Berry now to have gotten it right on Jared Verse, for Jared Verse to be an impact player right out of the box, and then to do a good job in the draft the next couple of years. And, the first thing they can do to establish the trust with the fan base that they are going to get it right is to have the second-year guys build on their rookie year and then have, Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion, and Denzel Boston come out and show they can play very quickly. Because I think that would signal to the fan base we're back on track as far as drafting and developing, and we're going to be able to take advantage of the haul that's come back from Myles Garrett, on top of what we're already getting with Jared Verse.
Albert, I know you said he didn't ask for a trade, but did the Browns let Myles pick his destination?
No, they did not. I'm fully under the impression that this was plainly a Browns-Rams operation going back to March. And to make something like this work, because here's the thing, guys, I think with a player like this, you're always going to have people calling and checking in. I mean, what prompted the Rams to call and check in was the bonus being moved, right? That's what prompted it. It wasn't the other way around. It wasn't the Rams, line up a trade and now the Browns move the option bonus. It was the option bonus gets moved and the Rams pick up the phone because they thought that was interesting. The Rams were serious from the start. They showed a real seriousness in the number of picks that they were willing to move. And that set the stage for the talks to get more serious. I think it's a relationship business, and that part of it's really important to remember here, Andrew Berry and the Browns front office and Les Snead and the Rams front office have a good relationship. And, I mean, look, when you're dealing with a player of this level, there is a level of, I think, trust that needs to be established because you don't want it to get out in case it falls through, right? Because these talks can happen all the time. So it's on the Rams to keep it quiet on their end so no one else knows Myles Garrett's available. And if they're going to do that for you, well, then you can't just go and take their offer and shop it around all over the place. That wouldn't make sense. So I think, the way a trade like this works, where it isn't, a player climbing up on the mountaintop saying, I'm never going to play for that team again, and now all of a sudden he's in the block, and you can actually hold a live auction. That's not what this was. And quite honestly, with a player of the magnitude of Myles, I'm not sure that's ever what it was going to be.
I read your colleague's Connor Orr's piece, the one you retweeted on your timeline last night, and I thought it was interesting, a couple different routes he went, but he basically posited whether or not Myles is elite material in the wrong workshop the entire time, and how great can Myles be in different hands. When you see that, what do you think? Do you think there's still some meat left on the bone that the Browns weren't able to get with Myles that maybe exist with the Rams in that setup?
Yeah, Connor's great with that stuff. I would say, honestly, I don't know where his next level would be, but I know Chris Shula is really, really good. And I know going to play for Chris Shula and being on a defensive front with Kobe Turner and Braden Fisk and Byron Young is really going to put him in a position, I think, where his talents are going to be highlighted. And the Rams, interestingly enough, I think have they have avenues to make offenses pay for overcompensating to block Myles Garrett in a way I don't think the Browns ever have because of the talent on their front, right? And that would have obviously been more so had I think it would have been even more so had Jared Verse stuck around. But even as it is, just the raw talent they have in that, in that area, the way I look at it, at least, they have a chance to to get a really special year out of Myles Garrett because of what they can put around him.
Albert, it's been an interesting 48 hours hearing from the Browns about Brennan Sorsby. Yesterday at the golf event, Todd Monken seemed to shoot down the idea of getting in on Sorsby, should he go the supplemental route. Today, Andrew Berry kind of skirted around the issue there. What's your read on maybe the Browns' interest if Brennan Sorsby hits the supplemental draft this summer?
I think they should think about it. I mean, I think it really depends on how you view him. Now, I've talked to some people who think, like, if he were back in school, and I don't, like, it sounds like unless, like, they get some real home cooking from the judge, which is always possible, right, in these courts, it's going to be, he doesn't get the injunction, he goes in the supplemental draft. Some teams view him as a guy who had a chance to go inside the top 5 in 2027 if he had a good year at Texas Tech. He's that sort of talent. So, like, if I'm the Browns or anybody else, and what I'm doing is I'm sitting down and I'm watching him and I'm comparing him to Fernando Mendoza, and I'm watching him and I'm comparing him to Dante Moore, to Arch Manning, to C.J. Carr. I want to know where this kid is versus those other guys, and then I'm determining what I want to do. Because if there's a chance to get this guy for, say, a second-round pick, and then you're freed up. I mean, think about it this way, guys. What if Brendan Sorsby is, I don't know, Patrick Mahomes? I'm not like, and I know that's an extreme idea, right? Or Caleb Williams, because that's the style of player he is. Let's say he's like that sort of player. You get him with the second-round pick. You know what that does? Is it now frees you up. Maybe you get Jeremiah Smith in the first round 2027 because you don't need a quarterback anymore. You know, it's that sort of thing. Or maybe you get one of the pass rushers, like the kid from Texas, Colin Simmons, or Dylan Stewart from South Carolina. I mean, the idea that you could take care of quarterback now, and you're freed up with all these unbelievable position player prospects, right? Non-quarterback prospects that are going to be next year's draft. I think it would be tantalizing to anybody. So having the opportunity to pull something like that off would be plenty of motivation for me, if it were me in the seat, to take a really hard look at Brendan Sorsby and see if he's that good.
Albert, you're that good. Great stuff on the Myles story this entire way. Great stuff today. We appreciate you, bud.
All right, thanks, guys. We can save my victory lap for next week, then.
All right, you just did it turn it into a whole month long. Albert Breer there on the Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Great stuff with him. Gave us plenty to react to on the Myles Garrett trade, the addition of Jared Verse, and more. That's coming up in the 3 o'clock hour on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino.
them better because they'll have more of an impact on winning potentially, but they'll never be in the same stratosphere as Myles Garrett. I'd be stunned if in my lifetime there is a better player.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. Missed a moment in our show. Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We'll have a little bit of a clip here from Albert Breer in a moment or two. We do have quick hits coming up in just about 40 minutes, but Albert Breer on the Myles Garrett trade, talking about why it sure seemed like it was a one-stop shop. Albert pitted it as they were doing this because of the importance of secrecy.
Yeah.
Which I just think is, I understand relationships matter. You're trading a Hall of Fame player. You're trading a generational player. The idea that you would, hey, we got to keep a tight, heavy lid on this so we make sure that this doesn't get out while shopping him feels a little ridiculous.
Also,
to me.
very convenient for them that the one team they talked to also met the 3 parameters that they had.
Isn't that interesting?
Wildly unrealistic parameters that they could possibly have. They found the one team that was able to do it. I mean, Albert says basically they like dealing with the Rams. They're comfortable dealing with the Rams. They trusted the Rams, which is funny because then the one thing in the Jacksonville trade for the number 2 overall pick to go ahead and get 5 and Mason Graham and everything that was that you basically nobody could know about it, no leaks. Yet then they go to Los Angeles, who had more leaks and more people in the big media that they know and connections than anybody. So it's like, all right, sure, if that's what you want, Browns.
Now, what's interesting about it is I've seen 2 things on the Browns trade that just in terms of the player component of this. One comes from Thomas R. Peterson, who is does some stuff for the Bleacher Report, the NFL Network, the Philly Voice, the New York Post, who said that the Browns wanted Jalen Carter and the Eagles said no.
Yeah.
And then Sam Monson, legendarily of PFF, now the 33rd team, saying that Jared Verse, while not being Myles Garrett, was one of 5 guys he could come up with that in a Myles Garrett trade he would want back for Myles Garrett.
Okay, is he one of the 5 guys? I want to know the other 4 guys now from Sam.
Did he list them? I looked through all the replies. Did not get. He didn't say it. I did ask him who are the other 4 guys.
You just texted him or what?
No. I tweeted at him.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't know Sam like that.
Oh, okay. Sam used to do so many radio hits. I wasn't sure if you did or didn't. He used to be like Florio's just been going on all these radio stations for so many years. Mm-hmm. That was Sam Monson when the very beginning when PFF was launching and going. He was on every radio show always. So I didn't know. So
with Albert just being on, I want to get to why Verse matches the Browns' timeline and Garrett's role in the trade.
I think you can look at what the Browns' return is here, and you're adding Verse to that group of Schlesinger and Graham and Judkins and Sampson and Fannin and now Concepcion Boston and Fano. And his timeline matches up with the timeline of all of those guys we've talked about the last couple of weeks. Those timelines are now concurrent. And yet you still don't know who the quarterback's going to be in 2 or 3 years from now. And so, you set yourself up to have a great support system around a really good quarterback, a really good young quarterback. You've given yourself a ton of picks to either pursue that quarterback or build around that quarterback. But, you traded what I think for that franchise is someone who's in the stratosphere of Jim Brown or Otto Graham. So that part of it's difficult, of course. And I think it's important to make this clear, too, just so people, in Cleveland have, a clear mind about this. Myles didn't ask for this.
So I think it's interesting to say whether Myles asked for it or whether Myles in the end was made aware of where he could go, and then the list was whittled down from that. And Albert also said he didn't pick the spot. It doesn't mean he didn't pick a bevy of spots that he could have gone.
Yeah, that's why I said that championship bubble of teams. You know what I mean? The 5 or 6 teams that seem like they're in the championship, the Super Bowl bubble, and then you just kind of go from there. I I think the phrasing on that is interesting by Albert. We've trusted Albert. We know Albert for a really long time. I don't know why they feel like this insistence to tell us that it wasn't Miles' call and it wasn't Miles with the trade demand. The trade demand happened last year during Super Bowl Radio Row. Mm-hmm. That's all you need to know. He didn't have to go back to the table this offseason and tell them, hey, guys, still would love to be traded. And by the way, I don't know if I believe them when they say he didn't do exactly that. There's a part of me that believes that he did exactly that, but ultimately, I don't know why they feel the insistence on this. I don't think Browns fans are going to believe that Miles was just an innocent bystander here.
Yeah, my guess is Miles got a taste of some of the vitriol last offseason when he did request a trade. And even though, I was of the people who were like, hey, you've earned the right to ask for this. They have let you down. But there were a lot of people pissed at him, and I think still during the season we're mentioning it when talking about this. So.
Definitely. Well, he's trying to paint himself now as a martyr of sorts.
Yes.
I think that ship sailed.
I would agree. Yeah, I think it's bunk. But good try.
Which, if they had independently come up with their own thought and their own idea of we're going to trade you, and you'd never done Super Bowl Radio Row, you'd never done any of that, maybe he could have gotten away with it. The idea of all right, yeah, listen, Browns have shown you nothing. They're not trying to win this upcoming season. They're quarterback away. That'll take time. The timelines, as Albert mentions, doesn't add up. He probably could have won this as a martyr situation, but you don't get to go scorched earth the way that he did last year and then come crawling back and act like, oh, no, I was ready to play out my entire career with the Browns. No, you weren't. And I don't blame you for it. I don't blame you at all for it. But no, you weren't.
Yeah, and the Verse stuff is just so interesting because not only did the Browns go hard in the paint to make sure everyone knows, hey, the Verse had to be a part of this. This is why, when he wasn't a part of this, that's why we weren't doing a deal. And then it changed the math.
That was the whole press conference today.
And I believe this, by the way. I think it's apparent that they were not just targeting picks, that they understood the value of getting, whether it was a premier position, specifically an edge rusher, getting a young, controllable, dynamic player at a position of incredible importance. I do buy that was the number one thing they needed out of this, more so than even the draft stuff. So I buy it, but man, I like Jared Verse, and I think you guys are going to like Jared Verse.
Yeah,
but
probably.
You did put about 10 times more pressure on this kid by making sure everybody knows he's why we went after this. This is the only reason we made this trade. The Jared Verse Myles Garrett comparisons will be aplenty this season.
Yeah, I mean, he's double-teamed twice as often as Byron Young. Byron Young had 1 million sacks last year. He matched his pressure rate. He had 27 quarterback knockdowns. There's a lot to like about Verse. Do I feel like this is unfair to Verse to be the center of this? Maybe a little bit. But that's the
NFL.
That's the NFL. That's part of the deal. And you had, 2 years to figure out if you're going to give him a massive deal attached to this? If PFF already said last year that he was the 13th best pass rusher in the sport, well, yeah, the expectation is one day you're going to be not 100% Myles Garrett, but the expectation should be you get 80 to 85% of what Myles Garrett is.
Like with everything, winning is the key. If you win with Jared Verse, they're going to people say, no matter what the sacks say, the pressure rates say, any of the advanced analytics say, they're going to people say he's a better player. Doesn't mean it's true, but if you lose with Jared Verse, there's also going to be people going the other way saying, why did you make this trade?
Or even if Verse looks good next year, but the defense takes a step back, and the conversations are coming from a mile away. It'll be like, but Jared Verse doesn't help the defensive line the same way that Myles did. So Mason Graham suffers in the meanwhile, and all these other guys start to suffer just a little bit more, and the trickle-down effect from it. I can hear the calls already.
I know you and I probably disagree with this, but that to me is why, as important as it is to get the quarterback in 2027, and if you have to, using that 2027 first to make sure you get there for the quarterback, as important as that is. And by the way, you got to get the quarterback right then too. So it's twofold. Mm-hmm. I do think Jared Verse has to be really good this year. Has to be healthy and really good, really productive. And I think that I think one or the other happens, and we're probably looking at this and going, all right, okay, we'll see where this goes. But I think both things have to happen for the Browns to, I don't want to say save face, but to truly be able to say, not only did we win the trade, but we won the trade in spades.
Yeah, we do disagree with that. I think it's all about the quarterback. I think if you get the quarterback right, then it's going to be all done in that service. But what's interesting is I've been playing with the assumption, Nick, that Andrew Berry will be here for the next 3 years, and he's got that runway. I just think that Haslam is he just looks at him and they're Bert and Ernie together. They hang out. They're buddies. But, like, I guess could you draw up a scenario where the Verse trade doesn't work out because the Rams get the most value out of everybody and Verse in the Brown system just doesn't look as good, and he starts to lose that trade, and it gets Jimmy Haslam frustrated enough to not let him choose 2027 quarterback?
Yes, and that could also have dire consequences for Monken as well.
Yeah, you can only lose so many games. You can only lose so often before at some point someone like Jimmy Haslam will say, okay, maybe your vision isn't right. Maybe you don't know what you're doing when it comes to this.
I actually think that's going to be the fascinating thing just about 2026, right? What matters more about 2026 and Andrew Berry getting to take the quarterback next year? Is it another great draft class of Denzel, Boston, and Fano showing up, or is it now Jared Verse? Because this is the more high-profile thing. This is the thing you're going to be judged on more. If you, let's say the young rookies struggle and they don't automatically hit the way 2025 hit, people will say, well, it's the NFL. Guys don't hit the ground running all the time. It's hard to double up like that. The Jared Verse thing, now he's a third-year player. He should be expected to
So the difference there is that people are calling this. They say like draft picks are lottery tickets, right? Mm-hmm. But this isn't a lottery ticket. This is if you scratched off the scratcher and already got the win, right? Like Jared Verse shouldn't look worse than what he did last year, and he was a Pro Bowler last year. I mean, it should be impossible. Like, the only way you end up with Jared Verse looking worse than he did last year and not being better in year 3 is if, in fact, Connor Orr's writing his piece, making the suggestion that the Browns don't know what they're doing with elite talent and are going to ruin everybody. Meanwhile, the Rams do. That was a very salacious piece, Nick.
I was just thinking of verse and worse and how
curse
first. Like, there's a lot of words that suddenly rhyme with verse, and I didn't even realize it. 216-474-0092. Did the Browns view Verse as a younger Miles? Jim in Independence says here you're rosy, very sunshiny about the Browns trade here. What you got for us, bud?
Well, I'll give you a prelude first before I give you my couple of points. Number one, did you guys know, maybe you announced this when I was out doing whatever I was supposed to do, that Jared Verse grew up a big Browns fan?
We had not mentioned that yet today.
No, we mentioned. I don't think we mentioned Dayton yesterday, but it was just part of it.
You could look it up on Google, and it says unequivocally he was born in Dayton as a Browns fan, grew up in Berwick, Pennsylvania, but maintained a big Browns fan his whole growing up. So anyway, that's good. That's good. He's like Denzel Ward. He's playing for the team that he grew up rooting for. So that's good. Okay, so the 2 points I want to make, well, that's good, and he's got good leadership capabilities. I mean, nobody ever. Well, I know it was a prelude. It was the
preamble. You're like the
preface. So because that's my lead into the big points coming up.
All right, Jim,
here.
Get to the big point.
All right, the big points is number one. I have not heard anybody, not even the famous Mike Florio, who I think is a blowhard.
Oh, now we agree.
I don't. I like Mike.
Say anything about Myles Garrett's greatness against the run. It's always sacks, and he's a sack machine. He's the greatest sack machine in history. And he's good against the run. He's really good.
He is really good against the run. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
I'm not sure he's any better against the run.
No, like guys like Michael Parsons don't do the run. Okay, like there are pass rushers that sell out and don't do anything against the run. Micah Parsons is one of them. Myles Garrett is not. What makes Myles Garrett is that he is really good against the run.
No, well, that's my point. I don't think he's any better against the run than Jared Verse. And okay, so that's point number one. Number two, Myles Garrett is not going to be as good next year as he was last year, and every year afterwards. You look at T.J. Watt, Joey Bosa; they're all about the same age. Are they any better than they were the year before? They've reached the top. Father Time has a clock. All right.
Is it a big
Jared
clock?
Verse, I don't know. Everyone's got their own clock.
Like Flavor Flav.
Your clock. You guys are doing better every year. So your guys' clock is,
Yeah.
But at some point, Jared Verse and Myles Garrett, that's line segments are going to cross, and Jared Verse will be playing better than Myles Garrett.
That will happen.
All
yes,
right, so
I believe
those
that
are
is true.
full points, Jim. We got a boogie.
Thank
okay.
You, Jim. He's not wrong about that.
Right.
That will happen at some point.
One,
I looked it up. Miles was third out of 115 edge rushers in run defense last year.
One, Joey Bosa's career has been ravaged by injuries. But fair point. I mean, I think he had like 5 sacks in Buffalo last year.
Wait, so are we just talking about like once you get older, the fall off happens?
Yeah.
Because like T.J. Watt was dominant and then now dropped off.
T.J. Watt also plays a different position.
Chandler Jones had 19 sacks at 29 and then just kind of dropped off.
Yeah, I think that was the schizophrenia.
Von Miller had 14 and a half sacks at 29 and then never got double digits again.
Tore his Achilles.
So I mean,
those are all valid things, by the way. But
it could definitely happen.
But
would you bet on that?
No,
obviously not.
No,
and I don't think the Rams are either.
But the Browns are. That's what's interesting. The Browns are betting
that is part of the equation.
At some point in the next 3 years, Miles starts to go off the cliff.
Yes, clearly that's the bet. And he's not wrong. At some point, Verse will pass Myles Garrett. That has to be the expectation. Like part of that, but they're not playing. They don't. The Rams, and the part of this that is going to suck for Miles like 3 years from now is I believe the Rams are playing for the next 2 years with Matthew Stafford. The next 2 years is what you got. And then can they hand it off from Matthew Stafford to Ty Simpson and still be competitive? Time will tell. I don't know that they will be able to. I think they got a legit 2 years to try to win a Super Bowl and pay it off. And that's exactly the spot that they have to worry about whether or not Miles is not only better than Verse, which he will be, but still playing elite football.
216-474-0092. Darren, Dom, Bobby, you guys stick there. We are going to have a little bit more space for calls in the next segment here. How good does Jared Verse have to be? And Todd Monken said one thing, Andrew Berry said another thing, and Albert Breer may have opened the door for the Browns and maybe split the difference between those first two guys. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at online reviews for most
bank.com.
At Bank of America, we support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge. What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
I think they should think about it. I think it really depends on how you view him. Some teams view him as a guy who had a chance to go inside the top 5 in 2027 if he had a good year at Texas Tech. He's that sort of talent. So, like, if I'm the Browns or anybody else, and what I'm doing is I'm sitting down and I'm watching him and I'm comparing him to Fernando Mendoza, and I'm watching him and I'm comparing him to Dante Moore, to Arch Manning, to C.J. Carr. I want to know where this kid is versus those other guys, and then I'm determining what I want to do. Because if there's a chance to get this guy for, say, a second-round pick, and then you're freed up, I mean, think about it this way, guys. What if Brendan Sorsby is Patrick Mahomes? I'm not like, and I know that's an extreme idea, right? Or Caleb Williams. You get him with the second-round pick. You know what that does? Is it now frees you up. Maybe you get Jeremiah Smith in the first round 2027 because you don't need a quarterback anymore.
Albert Breer talking about the Browns and Brennan Sorsby. And this is more of a topic this week because both Andrew Berry and Todd Monken have been asked about Brennan Sorsby. And Brennan, in case you guys haven't been following the story, he's in Dutch with the NCAA for gambling on his teams in his time in Indiana. There's been some speculation, there was legal filings that he was also sending, while at Texas Tech, which he just got there, sending money to other states to have bets placed in his name. So you have all of these things going on. It would appear to me Brennan Sorsby's really likely to go the supplemental route. And I thought it was really interesting then to hear Todd Monken yesterday at the golf outing say this about the idea of Brennan Sorsby and Brown and Orange.
Not at all. I mean, that's not even come across my desk. I don't think we're in a position to want to go down that road. That's my opinion. That's not Andrew's. And that I like the quarterbacks that we have. I think that's a slippery slope when you go down that, irrespective of talent, right? In terms of the situation he's put himself in. Like we all know what that is. He put himself in that situation. We've seen in other sports with players that have been banned for life from playing in professional sports. I think that's a slippery slope to go down that road. Again, that's a question for Andrew and for management. But from my end of it, kind of a tough angle to go down that road and think that that's going to be your franchise quarterback if he's ever eligible to even play in the NFL.
All right, so there's a lot to get to here. But considering that 25% of Todd Monken's interview with Ken and Anthony about a month ago was on horse racing and gambling on it and how he got into it, I do find it very funny listening to that yesterday of just like, oh, we're just going to say this, aren't we?
Nothing a gambler distrusts more than another gambler.
That actually is true.
That's the reality of that. Maybe he has different rules for his quarterback. Maybe that's the idea as well.
Do as I see, not as I do.
I'm just trying to think. Like, is this a quarterback-specific thing? Because there are some people that operate like quarterbacks have to be different than everybody else.
So I'll take a degenerate left guard, but not a degenerate quarterback.
Well, but then also Andrew Berry, obviously with Deshaun Watson, was willing to open up all sorts of problems and problematic themes attached to Deshaun Watson. But the gambling is going to be enough for Sorsby? As a gambler myself, I'm almost insulted for Sorsby.
That actually is funny.
I would piss them off more than anybody because I gamble legally.
And then you would bet their house just to punish them and lose. Actually, that might be the one time you win. But the best part about that is when Todd Monken took this job, he was like, hey, clean slating it with Deshaun Watson on every front.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened here before I got here.
I thought it was like a guy of second chances. I thought that was kind of the theme of Monken.
And then Brendan Sorsby, it's like, well, gambling's a real problem here.
All of a sudden, he turns into Bud Selig. I don't know where this happened. All right, that's fine.
You know, maybe we should want to avoid this because all of a sudden Todd Monken and Brendan Sorsby are going to be down in Northfield, and the Ponies are just going to take our quarterback and our head coach away.
Well, so how do we get from that comment to then even Barry today? Barry today didn't really dismiss it completely. He just didn't really answer any bit of it. But when we obviously heard Albert seemed like the door was still open.
I think Todd Monken had what I would consider to be an acceptable lie. If you guys listen to the beginning of the show, my frustration with Barry today is it was his lies about his other lies. It was basically CYA, cover your ass. And that's what annoyed me. With Monken, I think this is there's no need for me to come out and say, I think he's a very talented young man, and I hope we get him. Right? There's just no reason, because you have you've got 4 quarterbacks battling for a spot, but really 2 quarterbacks battling a spot, and you don't need to really have a commentary on that until you actually get that kid in the building if you do.
No, but he had the commentary. That's the part that makes it so confusing. He didn't have to do. He could have done the Barry line, and instead,
I don't think he knows how to.
He went so far against what the Barry line was.
This is the beauty of Todd Monken is I don't think he knows how to lie in the way Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski do.
We know the Browns prep him on what questions are supposed to be coming and what he thinks are going to be coming. Did he spend all his prep time about Myles Garrett questions and forgot about a Sorsby question potentially being thrown in there? Because he answered that as if that was just truth serum and he hadn't thought about it at all and was like, well, he's a gambler. We can't do that with gambling.
I think in about a month's time.
Sure.
I think the easy pivot for Todd Monken is
I don't see the easy pivot.
Oh yeah, I got to know the young man in the process, and he changed my thinking on it. That's a simple. By the way, that's probably not truthful.
That's
a decent lie, and a lie I'm accepting.
Your moral compass on this, or even how your ideology on whether or not you think a quarterback can be a gambler and that exists within the NFL time frame is not going to be able to. That doesn't change in a month.
Well,
no one will buy that.
Well, but no, it's not about your moral compass changing. It is my opinion on the kid changed. I have a general rule, and then my opinion changed.
He wouldn't have met the kid by the time that then they sign. I guess we don't know. We don't know what Sorsby's process is within this. We've asked around about that.
All the speculation that and it is speculation, is that if he goes for the supplemental draft, they'll hold a private workout where all teams, and so you can basically see him before you would
see
draft
him, but you don't get to have the. At least we don't know this yet. I know McShay was peeking around on this, whether or not he gets to have the one-on-one meetings with people.
I'm assuming Todd Monken might need that one.
I think he might. If he's going to be able to spin this guy really opened my eyes to second chances in the gambling world, he might need this one.
I think the lead will be.
No, Monken knows gamblers. That's the problem in this.
I think he goes, who you got in the Reds game tonight?
Yeah, no, Monken.
And then if Sorsby's like, I took the over on the runs, you're like, you can't be my quarterback.
That's right. Monken, like me, knows how deep degeneracy goes. And he wants nothing to do with betting on that as his future. That's all that is.
216-474-0092. Did the Myles trade change your opinion on the idea of Brennan Sorsby coming to Cleveland, potentially in a supplemental draft this summer? But we continue to react to the Myles Garrett trade. Darren in Cleveland. Darren, you've been very patient with us, buddy. Thank you for waiting for it. What you got for us?
Yes, sir. I've been waiting an hour and 20 minutes, so I pray that you hear me out.
That was all Mac.
Okay, an hour and 24 minutes. Just hear me out. I'm not going to go public and defame Barry like a lot of you guys are doing. But what I got to say is, and correct me if I'm wrong, don't Myles Garrett have to agree to a trade?
Yeah, pretty much. He's got a no trade clause.
Okay. So he agreed to this trade. Also, doesn't Haslam have to sign off to a trade?
Okay, once again, correct.
Okay, good. Yes, Barry did say last year that he foresee Myles Garrett retiring as a Brown. But also, Mary Kay was asked the same question, and she said she doesn't think Myles Garrett will get traded either. Am I correct?
I mean, once again, that's 3 for 3.
She's also the beat reporter. She's not in charge of the team.
So is Mary Kay a liar? Like Barry the liar?
No, it's not Mary Kay's decision to make whether or not Myles Garrett gets traded or doesn't get traded. That's what makes. Yes, it is.
Isn't it Haslam's decision?
No, it's Andrew Barry's job to make a trade, and then Jimmy Haslam has to sign off on it, as does Myles Garrett. That's not the same. Jimmy Haslam didn't dream this up in the Brook Park.
You think Jimmy Haslam came up with Jared Verse?
Come on. Barry can't do nothing without Haslam saying okay.
Yeah, but it's the same thing as the Deshaun Watson thing. The Deshaun Watson, that trade was dreamed up by Andrew Barry, and then he got Kevin Stefanski on board, and then he got Jimmy Haslam on board. That's what's been reported. So if Andrew Barry came up with the idea, and he's the guy that then consummated it with the blessing of Jimmy Haslam, who made the trade?
In my opinion, Barry is doing an outstanding job in gutting the team in front of our face, but we don't see it.
No, we see it, and we don't like it, Darren.
He's getting players in return, excellent draft, Also,
it's not hard to make a trade in the NFL if you're trading Myles Garrett, right?
I knew you was going to cut me off, man, after an hour and 24 minutes late. I'm sorry, but
you know what? Screw off. I've given you 2.5 minutes. I just you want to host a show? Go to broadcasting school. OMS will take you. For the love of God, you want to spout things I disagree with? I'll go back and then give you the chance to answer. You'd be very grumpy there.
Nothing we said was defamatory towards Andrew Berry.
Also, blaming it on Mary Kay is so weak sauce.
Well, if you can't see the connection there and the idea that Mary Kay is not Andrew Berry, then I can't help you to begin with anyway.
I've known this entire time that Mary Kay's the one that runs the Browns. Yeah, she does this thing of being super professional and super nice to pretty much everybody. I don't know anybody she hasn't been nice to, but I mean everyone. And also really good at her job. And then secretly, she's making all these trades. She knows everything. That's very well done, Darren. Real quick, Dom and Medina. Welcome to the show, Dom.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Dom.
Doing all right. I promise I will give you a chance to speak here as long as you don't say something stupid.
I was going to say I'll make this 2 minutes or even less a lot more worth it than that one here.
I tell that to my wife all the time.
Good one there. Yeah, so I just wanted to say, I mean, the trade for Verse, at the end of the day, I mean, no one wants to see Myles go, but I was saying it about a week or two ago. I called in and said, the time is right. The time is right for Myles to be traded if you want to capitalize on such a historic season for him, get as much value out of it as you can, and you did. You got Jared Verse, who is such a phenomenal player. I think Browns fans are going to really, really like him once they start to get to know him as training camp rolls in. I mean, he's such an electric player. It's on the tape. I mean, a lot of people like to look at the stat sheets, but you watch the tape. He is such a high motor player. He doesn't give up often. I know he misses some tackles and some sacks, and people have pointed that out already. But, I mean, at the end of the day, he's going to be a go-getter. He's going to change that defensive line. He's bringing some youth to the line as well. And I think Browns fans are going to really like him once they get to know him. So I'm excited for what it's worth. I'm excited to see what the Browns defense can do under Mike Ruttenberg, and hopefully they use Jared Verse well.
Dom, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. Dom and Medina giving us a call, 216-474-0092, 24 hours out. Have your thoughts on the Myles Garrett trade, have they simmered a little bit? And is Brennan Sorsby back on the table for the Browns? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Jalapeno Ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. The reaction tour to Myles Garrett's trade to the Rams continues with John Fanta in about 40 minutes there. John, a passionate Cleveland sports fan, an avowed Cleveland man, though he lives in Jersey now. So we'll get to his take on Myles Garrett. We'll also get to his take on the end of the Cavs season. Of course, we'll get into a little Gardos talk as well. John Fanta coming up in about 40 minutes here. But we usually do this at 2:40. It's time to do it now because we had Albert at 2:40. If you guys missed that, don't forget to listen back on the free Odyssey app. You like free, don't you? You love free. But let's go ahead and get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Pat McAfee and his show were the epicenter of the Myles Garrett trade yesterday. ESPN loaded him up with all the big guests, Schrager and Rap Sheet, all of them. Well, today he might have stumbled into another big story involving the Rams.
I reached out to Aaron Donald, and I would like to say, according to source, it for sure got me thinking. Okay? It for sure got me thinking. I said, holy can I say that? Okay, that's what I respond with, okay? And then he responds with 35, removed 2 years ago. Got to see if that fire can light back up. I say, you're from Penn Hills, brother. Fire is always in there. And then I say, go get the knives back out. Okay, and then there was a laughing response. If Aaron Donald comes out of retirement to work alongside Myles Garrett in that entire defensive line, and the Super Bowl is in L.A. again, Snead and McVay are going to look like they're, the best of all time?
Would Aaron Donald unretiring change any way you feel about the Garrett deal?
No, it doesn't really matter from my perspective at all because if the Rams win a Super Bowl or don't win a Super Bowl, my day's not changed. But so we started hearing rumblings of this last night. Aaron Donald had put out on Instagram a whole video of him working out and made some suggestion towards like a comeback, something in those in that area, right? Mm-hmm. And then Michael Brockers, who obviously played with him, he said he had some knowledge that others might not have. My guy's staying ready, so he doesn't have to get ready. All these other type of lines that made the suggestion that Aaron Donald is in fact. Now, here's what I would say, though. If you're smart about it, Aaron, don't do it for week one. Like if you're Aaron Donald, what you need to do...
Roger Clemens, you wait till like week 8?
Week 8, yeah. I mean, I call it the Gronk at this point. Mm-hmm. Like week 7, week 8, somewhere in there, maybe week 6, and then you come back. But I don't know, Nick. Do you feel like after a couple years gone now, 2 years away, do you think Aaron Donald can still be Aaron Donald? My money is I wouldn't bet against it.
I wouldn't bet him being Aaron Donald. I mean, even as last year he had 8 sacks. Do I think he could still be a really useful piece for them? And do I think he could actually have some gaudy numbers like everybody else in that defensive line because Myles Garrett's good at football? Yes. I think at the very least, I think he could still be a fringe starting player or a pass rush specialist. And nobody does it as well as him from the interior, just in the NFL.
I think with Myles and even just the threat of him around, I think is going to be enough. Like I think this would be, it'd be a great thing for the NFL. I think it'd be a great thing to see how he would do. I have seen a lot of videos of like him and his kid. He's got a very, very young kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, get away from the house.
You've been a good enough parent for the last 2 years?
Get away from the house.
Oh, gosh. Is that spoken from firsthand experience, JP?
Get away from the house. No, I'm too involved of a dad, okay?
Yep, exactly.
If I had a football team to go to that paid me millions where at least was like, you know what? You can go away for hours at a time. Would I be this involved of a dad? I don't know. I don't know.
Honey,
I can't speak on it.
Honey,
I'd love to put myself in that spot.
I can't turn this kind of money.
The Rams need me.
Yeah, they do.
I can't let the team down.
When Peterlin's the new punter.
The Rams need me. Hecker Peterlin is what they call me. Like when they need me, they need me.
I think it was Pecker Peterlin.
Omaha!
I just want to keep banging till it made noise. All right, Tim Kawakami has a report out here. The Warriors are a live option for LeBron James. Could offer him a $15.1 million non-taxpayer MLE. And Kawakami's been around the Bay Area reporting on these things for years. He's one of the most trusted voices in there. He's not just some jamoke from Bleacher Report or something. This is Tim Kawakami, okay?
Okay, Bleacher Report. Didn't know we were going to take a stray there.
It was that Peterson one you gave like an hour ago. A guy I'd never heard of, but he's got the Jalen Carter Eagles thing. Okay, sure.
I've already forgot his name.
Exactly right. I think the Warriors would be a very live option. Check that. I think the process has already started, and the Warriors are a live option. How much does this kill LeBron in his eyes to many if he ends in with Golden State and finishes out his career there with Steph?
For $15 million, I think that's the bugaboo here. I think, like, for $15 million, you can come to Cleveland. We'll find a way to get you $15 million. You want $15 million? We'll get you $15 million.
Okay.
If the price is $15 million and he lands anywhere other than Cleveland, I think I'd be disappointed.
Yeah, that's basically the best offer that Kawakami feels like the Warriors can actually give him.
Yeah, I think you could do that. And by the way, I think he would have a chance to compete for a championship here, or at least the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't know LeBron and Steph at this time in their careers are going to do anything interesting enough to make it happen.
I also don't know why LeBron wants this as bad as he does. He keeps saying he wants to play with Steph. That cannot be enough for you to want to go ahead and end in Golden State.
Yeah, does LeBron
I don't understand that.
How the 2004 Lakers, like, nobody's like, hey, wasn't it cool to watch Karl Malone and Gary Payton play together with Shaq and Kobe? No, yeah. Everyone was like, oh, that team that didn't win the NBA championship.
I just don't understand LeBron's appeal here and why he wants to do this. And it would, in fact,
come to Cleveland.
It would, in fact, piss me off in an interesting way.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with the Lakers. I'm obviously over the moon if it's the Cavs. The Warriors would piss me off.
A.J. Brown was the other NFL player traded yesterday. Here, heading from Philly to New England, he's since been asked about his relationship with his former quarterback, Jalen Hurts.
Not as close as we once were. I believe that's fine. It's like there's no bad blood. There's actually still a lot of love. I love him. I love him to death. I want him to succeed and accomplish all the things that he wants to accomplish. I didn't truly understand why our friendship became the public of the center of everybody's attention when it came to football because, looking back on it, we haven't been as close as we were. A couple years now, but that didn't stop anything. Nothing happened, People just grow apart. That didn't happen between me and him or our families, wives, anything. Nothing like that ever happened.
Man, he talked about this the way that people do, and it's like, hey, why'd you and that girl break up?
That got very deep.
Yeah, there's very much the way you're like, hey, why aren't you lovers with that one person anymore? Time, we grew apart.
Yeah, we had a caller yesterday that was like, what quarterbacks would be on the table if not for the draft next in the upcoming year? It's a legitimate option for the Browns if this thing goes sideways that Jalen Hurts could be the quarterback.
Jalen Hurts or Baker Mayfield, who has a better chance to be the Browns quarterback in 2027?
I would say Hurts right now. Andrew, well, it depends. Is Andrew Berry in charge or not? Because Andrew Berry's never bringing back Baker Mayfield.
I don't know. He wants to sing for supper.
If Andrew Berry's not in charge, it turns into an interesting convo.
Then we're firing Andrew Berry.
Is that right?
No, here's the thing. I can't remember where I saw it, but somebody was speculating. Oh, no, it was Connor Orr with his 100 predictions. They said he expects Baker Mayfield to get a contract worth $50 million or above before training, not before training camp, before week one.
Obviously from the Buccaneers. Yeah. That's a lot of money for Baker Mayfield. Baker's hitting the type of area where if like the Browns did bring, it's not happening, but they did bring back Baker Mayfield, that I would see, instead of taking a quarterback, I'd look at that as a disappointment. I wouldn't say the same thing with Jalen Hurts, though.
No, I'd be quite happy with that. I'd rather Baker Mayfield than Jalen Hurts, and I was the guy that said after he won the Super Bowl he was a top 5 quarterback. And many people respected it.
That's how that take lives.
Yep.
and many people respected it.
At the time, with the information we had at the time, many people thought it was great.
We didn't get to this one yesterday, but the Giants, they've since added to the report, oddly enough. So they signed Odell Beckham Jr., and now they've signed Juju Smith-Schuster and Braxton Berrios. What are they doing with their wide receiver room?
I think it's panicking because Malik Neighbors might be seriously hurt. The reports on Malik Neighbors' injury that he had, which I believe was a knee, are that this could be a real problem long term for him.
Yeah.
It's like, wasn't it Victor Cruz who had a very similar situation where Victor had just a fluke knee injury and then it basically ended his dominance?
Yeah.
And so when you sign Odell Beckham Jr., who hasn't done bleep in the NFL in 3 or 4 years, Juju Smith-Schuster, who's better at TikTok than he is at football, and Braxton Berrios, who's better at landing Instagram models than he is catching touchdown passes, you're telling me you are panicking.
Who is this more about? The Giants reuniting with OBJ or Harbaugh reuniting with OBJ?
Oh, it's definitely the
What a
Giants.
great question that is, by the way.
It's a great topic. Many people like that topic.
Someone
too.
nationally is going to steal that one.
Yeah. But it's OBJ to the Giants, which is going to make it even funnier when he has like 171 yards receiving.
I mean, he's going to end up being the fourth or fifth option on this team, right?
Yeah.
So if we
All while
move,
still being
Neighbors,
a psycho.
We move Neighbors aside. It's Slayton, Austin, Mooney. Malachi Fields is still jockeying for targets. And then that doesn't even put in the fact that Isaiah Likely signed the $40 million deal. He's a tight end, obviously, but like he's going to get a share of it. Like OBJ, if things work out great for him, he's the number 4, number 5 on this team.
I still think he's a knob. I don't know. I've never been more out on a player than Odell Beckham Jr. Like, the man's been living off like 2016 or 2017 for about a decade now, and I don't wish him ill off the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the field.
I always liked OBJ.
A little bit
I always liked him.
Yeah, not for me. Now, Jarvis Landry, what a guy. What a fella. What a guy.
Both great guys.
That was Quick Hits. When we come back, what are the Browns going to do with Denzel Ward? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Miles was here, it's like we're not good, but we have somebody special. Now we're just another bad team, and we're just another bad team looking for a quarterback.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
That was some therapy I didn't know I was going to have to pay for.
And you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, coming up in just about 20 minutes. Nick and JP back with you. Beautiful day in downtown Cleveland today. We had the summer series in the square today. I got to tell you, that always makes who's around. There's also a concert tonight at HOB. Somebody I've never heard before, but apparently it's sold out. That was lined up around the block.
Already lined up.
Well, I shouldn't say around the block, but there was, and a lot of like teeny boppers with their dads waiting in line to get in.
Dads are taking off on like a Tuesday. Just people are better dads than I am, I guess. I'm like, dad's got to go to work.
All right, if not for the Myles Garrett trade, this is something that is right up your and my alley as a dad. Right?
I haven't been put in that spot yet, though.
You will.
I tend to think that I would be the dad, but there's no guarantees there. I do tend to think that I would be that dad, though.
I think Disney proved this for me. I'd rather wait in line with my kids, like to like hang out in that moment, even if it's a bridge to nowhere to a concert I don't care about.
So I'll definitely go to concerts with my kids. And I would be the guy that if my daughter liked Olivia Rodrigo, I'm like, all right, great, let's go.
You said that in a specific way. Olivia Rodrigo slaps, sir.
I just assume
she's more punk rock than anything else going
I can
right
never
now.
tell with you. Sometimes there's people that are very mainstream that you just think
Chappell Roan,
suck.
I would be like, don't love them.
Yeah, like it's very hit or miss who you like that's mainstream and isn't.
But I appreciate Olivia Rodrigo. She has guitars in her music.
Yeah. So anyway, if it's like Olivia Rodrigo, like 10 years from now, and
she's all washed up at 28.
Somebody I obviously wouldn't have interest in. I'll probably go to that. But would I wait 7 hours? 7 hours in a line? If Disney World taught me anything, it's that I hate lines.
That's you got to make the line.
That's a 5 day.
Make the line the fun.
That's Disney to me is just a 5-day trip for lines. Is all that is.
You're not wrong. My kids were the perfect age when we went. They were now I don't remember time. They were 8 and I guess I'd be 12. So I just came up with a bunch of games to keep us occupied, and that ended up being the best part of the whole trip for me. So that one time, lines were okay. But yeah, so I go down to the summer series, painted myself a little too close so I couldn't try all of the amazing food they have. Then I'm stopping by, seeing the line of people. There was also people oddly dressed as punk rockers. Like the way you would see if like somebody with like 1976, like spiky hair and a lot of like punk makeup on and punk clothes.
What's going on with that?
I don't know, but they were like 18, and it was like, you know what, it's punk. I'm fine with it being back. And then there was a guy who just kept. I saw this coming out of the store. They just kept yelling in people's faces as they were passing him, and he almost got jaw jacked by one guy, which would have been fun to watch.
Yeah.
But he said, "I didn't do anything," and then he disappeared down the alley over yonder, right next to our work there.
And totally did things.
And he did things. I can't tell you what they were because we're not that kind of show.
No, we're not.
But I can tell you he was doing things, and he can't use his expression anymore.
Dylan Conrique is who's performing tonight at the House of Blues.
Conrique?
It's a guess, just a guess at the name. Last name is Conrique. I'm going
Conrique?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You put a little flair on that, a little Latin flair there.
Was that too nice? Was that like Conrique? Sounds like it's
so
like an appetizer.
Exotic.
Yeah, I'll take the
Are you
Conrique,
from Brazil? Brazil?
Yeah.
So we got that going for us.
Yeah, but apparently she's got a big line out there. I don't know.
Oh, it's a lady with the name Dylan.
Ooh, a lady. Yeah, that's right. It's a lady.
All right. Oh.
Does that make you more interested in the convo?
Well, no, I was just thrown. It was a name that I assumed a gender on, and I will learn from this moment. I will be better. I can be better. I will be better.
Yeah, all right.
Much like the Cleveland Browns and how they're approaching Denzel Ward. Transition. So today, we heard Andrew Berry. Obviously, they traded Myles Garrett yesterday. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? Well, today, the natural questions came up. Denzel Ward. You thinking about trading Denzel Ward? Similar situation to Myles Garrett. Here's Andrew Berry.
I think it's probably most appropriate for Denzel to speak for himself. Number two, Denzel's been great throughout the offseason. His communication's been good. He's a big part of the team. We like him a lot. He's still playing at a really high level. That doesn't change with this transaction.
All right, so pretty much a non-answer. And then Albert Breer, who, if you guys missed us, was on at 2:40 today. And here was Albert Breer on whether the Browns would entertain offers for Denzel Ward.
I mean, I don't think they're going to look to move him, but not impossible. If this trade shows you anything, it's that, like, anything's possible, right? And so, I don't think you're out there looking to move Denzel Ward. You still have to field a team this year. I think, you still owe it to the players to give them a chance to be really competitive, which I think the trade does for Garrett, because you are bringing a player like Jared Verse back. I can't, look at my crystal ball and say for sure whether some blockbuster offer is going to come along in July or at the cut down in September. If they're willing to give a first-round pick plus something else, I think it's something you have to think about. But I don't know that given his age and his injury history, that's going to happen right now.
So I agree with Albert that it makes incredible sense from the Browns side. If you were willing to move on for Myles for a price that you thought blew you away, it would make sense, especially because it would save you money and because Denzel's not getting any younger at 29. He just turned it in April. It would make sense if somebody comes along with the, oh gosh, offer that you would just not be able to turn it down.
I mean, I just don't know how the same logic doesn't apply. What applies to Myles Garrett should apply to Denzel Ward. And I just don't know why the Browns would be looking at it any differently, unless they just felt like Denzel was so bad last year that his stock just cratered. And so there's just, what's the point of sending away another fan favorite for if it's not anywhere close to good enough value?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's as simple as that. If somebody came along, and I actually think it's as simple as a first-round pick. If somebody came along and offered you their 2027 specifically first-round pick for Denzel Ward, I don't think Denzel would be here by cut-down date.
And I think this is them maybe suggesting that they just don't feel like that's coming.
And which is why I think Albert's phrasing there of not right now makes Denzel probably the prime piece to watch at the trade deadline because teams always are willing maybe a little bit more to overpay with 8-9 games to go in the season, and Denzel can rebuild his value with the first 8 or 9 games of this season.
And that's exactly right, rebuilding the value. Like if he can show in the first 8-9 games of the season that he's back to being Denzel from a couple years ago and not what he was last season, then all of a sudden we're cooking. I don't think a first-round pick is insane if it was peak Denzel Ward. I mean, Sauce Gardner got 2 firsts and a Donnie Mitchell, right? Trent McDuffie. That was a first rounder, a third, and a fifth, right? There's the precedent's been set. These guys will spend first round picks on cornerbacks. I just think Denzel hurt his value too much last year.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. Like with Denzel, the other big kind of modifier here, but a variable, I guess I should say, is does somebody get hurt in camp? Because that's another thing that if a team that thinks they're going to compete this year in August loses their premier corner, or they get into camp and just see that their corners that they brought in are not ready for prime time, that might be the other time. So I think it was really interesting when Albert said right now. I think he literally meant today, June 2nd, 2026. August 1st, 2026 might be different. Certainly October 1st, 2026 might be different as well.
Have you been thinking about the Denzel Ward comments when asked by Mary Kay a couple months ago about what would your reaction be if Myles Garrett got traded? And his response was somewhere in the ballpark. I'm paraphrasing, but it would make me think about things again. He couldn't just legitimately stamp down that it was just a no-go for me. I'm a Cleveland Brown for life. That's all I care about. He definitely cracked the door open. If they're trading Myles and this is the direction they're going, I might not want to be involved in this.
Yeah, and I think, again, Myles to me is one of one. As good as Jared Verse can possibly be, I don't think he's going to come close to being Myles. I still like Jared Verse, by the way. I'm just making the comparison. With Denzel, I think Denzel, because of the health, I do think Denzel is wildly underrated as a corner here in town compared to what NFL players will talk. Jamar Chase saying that's the toughest corner he's faced.
I think he was I thought he was properly rated for a few years. Then I thought he was underrated, and then last year just kind of hurt him a lot.
And so I think now we're to the point where it's Well, given all of that, a first-rounder for Denzel at this point in his career would be a massive, massive win for this organization, especially, and I think this is the other part from the Browns side of things. Again, I don't want them to trade Denzel. I didn't want them to trade Miles. I probably understand the value concept more with Denzel, who I don't think is one of one. I think he's really, really good. But it's not like Miles. Like Miles to me is generational. Denzel's a very good corner when he's healthy, but he's not generational.
I don't think they should concern themselves with any PR hit that's going to come with losing Denzel Ward.
They certainly didn't this time.
Well, they never do. They haven't with Miles. They haven't with Njoku. They haven't with Teller. They haven't with Petonio. They haven't with Nick Chubb. Like, they don't care about that being the storyline. So I just find it interesting. Some people are painting the picture of like, well, the Browns, they love that Denzel's from here and he's been a loyal soldier and everything under the sun. It's like the Browns have shown you they don't really care about that. They don't really care about whether the fans have an attachment to him. But Denzel's liked in this city. Denzel, you can move Denzel and the world will keep spinning.
Which is, I still don't get. I understand we punish players for injuries a hell of a lot more than if they punched a woman. That seems to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you struck, 2 years and I'll forgive you. You got injured a bunch of times? Well, I don't know that we can have you around these parts. I can't figure out why Denzel isn't more beloved.
I don't know either.
Because he also happens to be a really cool, just everything I've seen, I don't know him personally, but he just seems to be a really cool dude.
He's made it to 5 Pro Bowls. That's an insanely large number of Pro Bowls. This isn't a guy that you wake up and you're like, yeah, he snuck his way into one of them. You know what I mean? Like 5 Pro Bowls is a big number. Ohio State, local kid. Like, he checks all the boxes of what it should be, but no, he just doesn't. It didn't sit for some reason, and I don't know why.
He's also a football player. Like, I love hearing other football players talk about guys they love or guys they hate to play against. And Denzel, even last year, was still getting a lot of really big kudos from other NFL players being like, I think that guy's a pain in the ass to play against.
I think, there's 2 things that hurts Denzel. I think the concussions obviously hurt the conversation. The other one is that for Denzel being as great as he is and getting all the accolades that he does, he's great at passes defended. Mm-hmm. He's not great at actually getting interceptions. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that always holds back Denzel because most fans,
stat queens.
Well, most fans think about interceptions and they go to themselves like, oh, well, how many interceptions did he end up having? Oh, and there's been multiple years. I don't know, does Denzel have a year where he's got over 3 in any given season? No, he doesn't. And in the last, last 3 years, he's got 5 total interceptions, right? Mm-hmm. So the lack of actually getting interceptions, the thing that stays with people's brains the longest, that hurts. Meanwhile, 2 years ago, he led the league in passes deflected.
No.
He just impacts games, but not in the way. It's a doubles hitter, not a home run hitter. That's the problem.
In the same way that redoing Miles' contract jump-started teams' interest in Miles, I do think trading Miles might pique everybody's interest in Denzel in a way that could basically make this conversation today a moot point very quickly. Because you just don't know out there who really values Denzel at a different level and how many people are thinking about him from last year. 216-474-0092. What are the Browns hanging on to Denzel Ward for? John Fanta talks to Myles Garrett trade in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Super Bowl. If things go according to plan, they're back on track, back to Super Bowl competitive when they want to be in 2028, going to be on the, definitely back nine of his career at that point. It still seems like the proper time that if you were going to trade Miles, and they said consistently they weren't going to, but if you were going to trade him, there's a conversation of how much longer could you have really waited.
Overtime with Jake Volnick, weeknights at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, the lead coming up in 40 minutes' time. The Myles Garrett Victory Lap Parade continues on with Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports at 5:20 as well. But we do have to go out to the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. John Fanta, NBC Sports, Cleveland's very own. And just so you know, the nation's premier sports broadcasting camp is coming to Cleveland from July 20th to the 24th for boys and girls of age 10 to 19. This camp will be held at John Carroll, featuring Cleveland and national media, teaching the skills of play-by-play broadcasting, hosting, sports talk, interviewing, and more. And this camp also includes a trip to the Guardians Twins game on Thursday, July 23rd, with a tour of Progressive Field and more. For more information, head to sportsbroadcastingcamp.com/Cleveland. The man, the myth, the legend, who I believe is going to be there, John Fanta, joins us now. What's up, buddy?
Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon, and here we go.
All right,
I'm excited for this talk.
I guess we'll start right there. Myles Garrett trade. What are your takeaways? How you feeling, big dog?
Well, my initial reaction was one of sadness, guys, because you're talking about a guy that over his 9 seasons has 125.5 sacks, and only Reggie White could say that he had figures like that over his first 9 seasons, the only other player. So you're talking about maybe the best defensive player in football right now, and if he's not the best, he's right there with the best of them. And it's that the Browns wasted this opportunity, and he's not all not guilty of also things on his end where I look at Myles Garrett and I look at a guy who, decided that he was going to be here, and the Browns vice versa, and then spouts off during the season and then goes totally radio silent. So I wasn't shocked of the weirdness between him and Todd Monken. But I think that, I look at this situation and I say it's unfortunate. It's rough. This guy's going to have a Hall of Fame mug in Canton. I believe it'll be as a Cleveland Brown. And for it to amount to one playoff win sums up both the fault of the organization for some mismanagement that goes beyond Myles, but also sums up the wastefulness of a window of time where you had the best defensive player in football. Do I understand why they did this? Yes, I do. They needed to do it. They're not winning football games with Myles Garrett on their team. They didn't win many football games the last couple of years with him breaking records and putting himself in the history books. But it is rough when you have one of the franchise's very best players of all time and ultimately an era where it didn't match to the success of his records.
Yeah, obviously it's a disappointment, John, and we're trying to figure out every little bit of minutia around the trade and everything in between. But your first blush reaction, if somebody made the suggestion, like this is about 2028, meanwhile the Rams are about 2026, how much does this have a lasting effect on what you think the 2026 season will end up looking like, and how does that change for you?
Well, here's the thing, JP. I didn't have them. I didn't have this football team winning more than 5 or 6 games heading into the upcoming season. And to be honest with you, that's with or without Myles Garrett. I mean, I heard somebody say earlier today, he was the second, he's at the second most important position on a football team. And the most important is the quarterback. Well, with how much of a question mark here, I disagree with that. I don't agree that there's quarterback and then there's edge rusher, because if it was that important, the Browns would have more wins to show for it the last couple of years with the best pass rusher in football. How does it change my outlook? It's the bleakness of 2027 draft and mock draft season is going to come to Cleveland early. But I think a lot of people have, if you hadn't accepted that now, this is pretty clear, okay? The Browns are not a contender in the National Football League right now. But I don't think that they were much of a contender with the guy on their team. So you're right in the fact that the Rams are worried about winning a Lombardi Trophy. You know, their window at quarterback with Matthew Stafford, that window's heading downwards. It's heading towards closing. It might be closing rather soon. And they're turning a Super Bowl. The Browns are not. Not right now. In 2028 or 2029, I sure as heck hope so. It's the goal, isn't it? Goal is to be building this thing back up. You had to rip the Band-Aid off. Organizationally, I understand that. But here's the thing. You lost a little bit of leverage along the way. You know, when you give him the no trade and you give him control in that contract, that's my problem with this as well. Andrew Berry and Myles Garrett, those sides agreed to a contract that gave Myles Garrett quite a lot of control in this situation. And you wait and you wait and you do it now. And could you have gotten more? I think you probably could have. I do. Do I think the haul's fine? Yeah. I think that the haul that they got in return is fine. And if you say it's good, well, those are late. It's a late first round pick. Let's be real. But yeah, it doesn't change. I didn't think the Browns are going to be particularly good this upcoming year. I hope that Shedeur Sanders knocks my socks off and shocks me and a lot of other people. I hope that he performs at a high level. I've lost faith in Deshaun Watson, any idea of that working. But my expectations don't change a whole lot for this fall, which is the very reason why you made this move. But making this move doesn't come without a lot of fault that led to having to make this move.
We do have John Fanta here on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Little news to pass along in the AFC North here as linebacker Nick Herbig and the Pittsburgh Steelers have reached an agreement on a 4-year, $100 million extension, including $42 million guaranteed. That, according to Adam Schefter here within the last minute. So it's a little bit of breaking news in the NFL. John, a year from now, we're looking back on the Myles Garrett, Jared Verse trade. What has to happen for us to be looking back and thinking this was a huge success for the Cleveland Browns?
Jared Verse has got to he's got to be a force. Not to the Myles Garrett degree, but he's got to be a quality player who's making an impact and not, going down with an injury, but is healthy, and we're seeing an impact on the game from him. It's not a disappearance act. I'm not looking at Jared Verse and saying you got to be a Hall of Famer. Like, I'm not sitting here and saying that, but is this guy bringing something to the table week in and week out? And are the Cleveland Browns, are they coming out of next year's draft and you're saying, man, Schlesinger and Fannin and Judkins and these different pieces, they've grown, and now they just drafted another set of rookies where the upside's there, and they drafted their quarterback. Now, I know a lot of people who are like, well, it's going to be a late first-round pick, and what can you really get there? Look, that's an asset. It's an asset that's tradable. It's an asset that is usable in a situation. But what does it look like, Nick and Jonathan? It looks like Jared Verse, who's taking on a leadership role on this football team and is playing a role for this football team. And they've now collected assets and collected picks that say, hey, let's hope that the Cleveland Browns a year from now we're saying, wow, it really looks like they hit on 3 drafts in a row. Because they hit last year. This year's draft class, I gave them credit. I liked what they did. I liked Concepcion and Boston, and I thought that Fano was the right pick. It's that they've hit on 3 consecutive drafts. They've taken out the shovel. They've shed some money, and they've built up to reopen a window. But most of all, this is trade aside. They found their quarterback. Because until you find a semblance of a QB, what are we really discussing here?
If the Myles trade was all about timelines matching, does that mean you would trade Denzel Ward now?
Yeah, probably. If it's timelines matching, and do you believe that Denzel Ward's played his best football? The answer to that question is probably has. I'm not trying to be insulting to him. I hope that he's got more strong football in store. But, with Denzel, how many more great years does he have? And regardless of that fact, how much value can you get for him in return? The answer to that question would be yes. I would look at, if you were willing to make this move, why wouldn't you be willing to make a move like that? And, you have to remove the emotion here, because I've got a lot of I get Browns fans who are pissed off. I understand. If you're a Browns fan and you're mad about this, I understand why. Your franchise has sunk to a point where the talent level now without Myles Garrett, at least when your record was not very good, you saw Myles Garrett pop up in an open of a broadcast, and you knew you could sit down on Sunday and watch the best defensive player in the league. Well, Denzel Ward's a really good player. There's no question about it. But clearly, the timeline is we're digging out of this, and we're being proactive about it. Okay, I would trade Denzel Ward then. I would look into trading any veteran assets that I believe I can get a good amount in return for. And Denzel Ward, you can get a good return for him. But the harsh reality of the situation is that the Cleveland Browns are not trying to win, or they're not set to win a lot of football games this upcoming season. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope it happens. I think the conundrum in the room is, how do you properly evaluate Todd Monken week to week? And the three of us will probably talk about that all summer, and then in training camp, and then within the season. But yeah, I would be considerate of trading Denzel Ward.
John, big series here for the Cleveland Guardians. They're in New York to face the Yankees, another very good team this year. I know you're married into the Yankee clan, so I just want to know.
Oh my God!
I just want to know. How tough is it to watch Cleveland go in there and beat the Yankees' ass, knowing that you're going to be putting on that Yankee cap and singing New York, New York, and doing all those kind of Yankee things that you guys do?
It's a hell of a town, John.
Yeah.
No, I'm not Mitch Spinell. Okay, I don't wear caps of both teams and whatnot. I'm going to the game on Thursday. I'll be in the house.
Nice. You taking your glove and your Yankee hat?
Nope, bringing my son.
Yankees lose.
Yeah, exactly. I hope that's what the result is. I'm going to be in my red and blue Guards gear. My wife will wear her Yankees gear. My son, I'm going to try to win that battle. Unfortunately, right now he has a split uniform until he can make a conscious choice. Yes, my wife did the split uniform. I did not have a voice in this. I don't believe in a split uniform. I think it's a brutal thing, but I had to secede. But the point is, there will be some Guardian colors in the crowd on Thursday afternoon. If you hear me, yelling out at Saccone or something, then I'm sure that can be brought up on the show next week. But this is an important series. And for the Guardians, they got to hit the ball. I mean, you can't go into Yankee Stadium. As much as Boston, the series was tough to lose that series. I got to see a little bit more from the offense, guys, especially against the Yankees. The Yankees are going to score runs. They had a 13-run inning against the Athletics over the weekend, and they found their stride. The point is, with the Guardians, they failed to get past 4 runs against Boston. So, and against Washington, they scored 2, 3, and 3. So this is a ball club right now. The last time they reached more than 4 runs was May the 18th. It's been 2 weeks. So this club, I mean, that's not good enough. They got to come out ready to go on the offensive side of the baseball here. Schlittler has had a great year. He's got a 1.50 ERA. And it doesn't get any easier. This is a test for this offense, because then you got Cole on Wednesday, and it just keeps getting tougher. And at the end of the day, Jose Ramirez has to get going. Jose Ramirez, Stephen Kwan, these guys that have not been able to put it together, they've got to get something going here.
What nobody knows is that John's going on FAN after us, and he's going to be like, I was just talking to these schlurps.
I didn't even tell you that. He totally did that.
Yeah, really?
Oh, yeah. It was after Game 1 You then went on Carton's show, and I go to leave the studio. What do? I said, all right, what does Craig Carton have to say? You told a great story about Ernest Biner, by the way, which I want to hear you replay for us sometime because it was that great. Great story on Biner. Yes. And all he did was say, Cavs are done. 4 games. You're right. But all he did was say, Cavs are done. Game 1 suffocated them, took their soul. Craig Carton, I love you. And the Knicks are going to win this series. That's all you did.
Did you hear, though, the what JP said there, though? I got to tell it like it is. They come on.
Yes, you're like me. You're
the other truth broker.
I found my other truth broker in life, and I love that.
We didn't. By the way, we didn't disagree on this call. Did either of you two disagree with my stance on the Garrett trade?
Which one?
No,
I'm sure it might have changed by now.
You agreed with everything.
I know. You said it 10 minutes ago. Maybe it's changed since then.
Tell Nick the Biner story that you told Craig Carton. I think he needs to hear this.
Okay, so Nick, I was doing a game at Villanova, all right, and the Browns were playing the Broncos. I think this was the Kitchens year, the year from Hell's Kitchen, and I got done with the game and went over towards the train station to take an Amtrak back to New Jersey. The Amtrak gets held up several hours, and I go into a Philadelphia bar, and I sit down at the bar, and over to my left, I look over and seated in a chair watching the Browns-Broncos game was Ernest Biner. And he just so happened to be at the end of the bar watching. And, none of the Eagles fans, I don't think, really recognized him. He wasn't like, you had to notice him. So I went up to him and I said, hey, Ernest, I'm like, the Browns were having a tough game. And I said, hey, Ernest, I just wanted to let you know, the Believe Land doc had come out, and I said, I want to let you know how much Cleveland loves you. And how much you're loved by Browns Nation, and the Dog Pound adores you, Ernest. And Ernest got tears in his eyes, and basically was shaking and started crying. And he said, "You don't know how much that means to me because my heart still aches thinking about what could have been." And I just think that's a level of pride and a level of love for the city and for the fan base that I wanted Ernest to know what a lot of Browns fans I'm sure want him to know, and that is, hey man, we understand. Well, I know that image. We all know that image. I'm not even going to name it what it is, but you still did good as a Cleveland Brown.
Oh, the punchline you told to Carton that I liked was the idea that Biner looked at him and said, they shouldn't love me.
Yeah, he did say that.
That's the part I thought was hysterical. No, they shouldn't love me.
He did. He said they shouldn't love me.
You're pouring your heart out to him. Like, I think we're over it. It's okay. And he's like, nope, they should hold this against me. Yeah.
Yeah, he said, well, you shouldn't. And I had to step in. I said, well, we do. We're Browns fans. We're Browns fans. And I speak for all Browns fans. Look, Browns Nation, we'll get through this. I mean, I know it's bleak. I know it's rough. I think the only thing you could possibly say is at least there appears to be a path forward. Whether you believe in the people to execute the path forward, that's your emotion. But there's my Ernest Biner story, and it's a story of pride, which is what Browns fans have, and that's why yesterday I think Nick and JP was a tough pill for any Browns fan to swallow. But at the end of the day, this organization had made some poor moves leading up to yesterday that they have to try to get themselves back on track. And if there's anything you took away from yesterday, it's that there is a path forward, and hopefully that path leads to them finding a franchise quarterback and getting this franchise back to a place that the fans deserve. Browns fans deserve better. They absolutely 100% deserve better. I know you two agree.
Oh, that's something we can agree on. John, enjoy your next hit with Carton. Enjoy the Yankees series. We appreciate you, buddy.
On A-bomb.
Oh, sorry. We ran. I had to put you on hold. We got it. We're up against it. What murder? On the Weishart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. John Fanta, NBC Sports, Browns fan, Cavs fan, Yankees fan. Doing a great job, though. We'll react to what he had to say. And a little breaking Guardians news in 5 minutes as well on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Browns President of Football Operations Andrew Berry spoke to the media this morning following yesterday's blockbuster trade where he sent Myles Garrett to the Rams. Berry was speaking about why he didn't open up a bidding war for Garrett's services.
day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
My initial reaction was one of sadness, guys. I look at this situation and I say, it's unfortunate. It's rough. This guy's going to have a Hall of Fame mug and cannon, and, I believe it'll be as a Cleveland Brown. And for it to amount to one playoff win sums up both the faults of the organization for some mismanagement that goes beyond Miles, but also sums up the wastefulness of a window of time where you had the best defensive player in football. Do I understand why they did this? Yes, I do. They needed to do it. They're not winning football games with Myles Garrett on their team.
That was John Fanta, NBC Sports. Little low T for me today.
Well, John wanted to fight, and it's interesting because, usually we do end up sparring with John in some fashion or another, but, I don't know what he wants us to fight about within this trade.
Yeah.
It seems like anyone that was anti-Miles being traded has come around to the idea, since he's obviously been traded, that, all right, the Browns are telling you what they're doing, and this is part of the plans, and they can see some upside in it one way or another. And then the people that were like myself, which is like, all right, trade Miles, let's do this. This is what you need to do. We're all right, we got what we wanted, so it is what it is. While acknowledging that if you trade a generational talent, that's obviously a hard thing for any fan base to endure, but, it's... I don't know where the fight would be.
I also think the fact that the other take for they wanted to trade Miles crowd is they're a little disappointed because it wasn't enough. So it seems like everybody got kind of reasonably disappointed while also understanding the business.
Yes, and so me being in that camp of I wanted to trade Miles, but I'm disappointed with the return, it has not made me feel any better that everyone's just trying to tell me that Verse is worth 2 firsts because I don't fundamentally believe that. Even though I do like Jared, I like Verse as a player. I think he's got a chance to be, I don't know, everything goes right, 80% of Myles Garrett. But yeah, there's an odd part of this that I don't know where the fight would even stem from.
So the Gardos news to pass along here. Stephen Kwan has been activated from the bereavement list. Petey Halpin, which is an adult man's name, has been optioned to Columbus. That's a ridiculous name.
He has some good hits.
Petey. That's a dog. Well, there's a dog named Petey. There's a human being, a grown adult human
named Petey. Yeah,
named Petey. That's just, and Petey Halpin together just sounds like a 1902 baseball player.
Is that right?
But not a good one.
It does sound kind of like an old school.
With the nickname maybe Patches. Petey Patches Halpin to the plate now. I don't know why I went there.
Now his Wikipedia just says straight up. It says in the first byline, it says Peter. But I wonder if he's so not famous that Petey Halpin gets his name wrong in his own Wikipedia.
Just screwed up his name. Oh, I guarantee that feels very
Is he really a Peter and this is just the whole deal? Or is he just that not famous that his Wikipedia has his name wrong?
I think it's more acceptable to be a Petey, just an organic Petey, as it were, as opposed to a Peter that said, no. That's Petey to you.
According to a couple different references, his full birth name is Peter Lyndon Halpin.
So he chose to be a Petey.
He uses Petey as his everyday moniker, which means, yes, that was a choice that he one time made. You know what this is? Some baseball coach along the way was like, all right, Petey, and just kept calling him Petey, and then it clearly stuck.
Or I'm going to look like a real knob because it's like, my deceased grandpa used to call me Petey, so I do it to honor him. It'll be something like that. That's usually how this goes when I make a case of somebody having a dumb-sounding name.
But they named him Peter to begin with.
Yes.
Like the parents had the right idea. They're not the knobs in this scenario. They named him Peter. Peter's a perfectly acceptable name.
Yeah.
My parents almost named me Peter.
Peterlin?
That was it. They almost named me Peter.
Were they
because of that? Yes, obviously.
Because they hated you before you were born?
It's always the long-standing joke that they had when I was growing up is like, we almost named you Peter, but they never did so with the idea that they weren't serious about it. You know what I mean? They never kind of took it back. I think they found the joy in it and the humor in it, but then they also made it seem like, we talked about it.
What if they called you Peter?
We talked about it.
Peterlin. Peterlin.
Well, that would be ridiculous, Nick.
Yeah.
That would be too much.
I got a text as we're talking about this, and I'm terrified to open it up. Many people agree with me. I got several texts all at once being like, yeah, grown man by going by the name Petey is ridiculous. What are we doing here?
Who's not agreeing with that?
But that's why he's back in Columbus.
Who's not?
If he was a Pete or a Peter, he would have stuck this time.
I want to meet the person that's not agreeing with that. That's what I want. I want to meet the person that thinks Petey's acceptable.
I know a Peter. It'd be really funny if I just started calling him Petey just to be a D. It'd be really funny.
Apparently it sticks.
I don't care if it sticks. I just want to needle somebody. 216-474-0092. Do you view the Guardians-Yankees series as a measuring stick for the Gardos? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
going to take my chances. Here we go.
Why is that a thought?
I don't know. We always get these true Hollywood stories when it comes to, celebrities or whatever. I feel like we've never gotten a real story out of that one.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Lindsay Rhodes, Sumer Sports, coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Myles Garrett getting ready to speak to the Los Angeles media. Sure, that'll be a banger. Sure, there'll be a lot of things we'll talk about here. We got Mark Koch rolling on it. We'll see what he says. I'm sure he'll say a lot of nice things about Cleveland and maybe even nicer things about L.A.
You think so?
Yeah, I was nauseated by his little letter to Cleveland.
We can talk about it later, but why?
As easy as it is to love, it's harder to leave, or whatever schlock line that was. ChatGPT wrote that bleep.
I actually liked his first goodbye letter last year. In the preference of goodbye
the one
letters.
He meant?
Yeah, I liked that one better. I thought that was a better one.
But at least we got that going for us. Let's get to the lead. Browns GM Andrew Berry spoke with the media today. He said that the team wasn't planning to trade Myles Garrett, but they couldn't pass up the deal the Rams offered.
I know you all have heard me say for a number of years at this point that, Myles Garrett, he's a foundational player, Hall of Fame worthy, and a homegrown talent that's been here for the decades. And our intent was to have him be a one-helmet player for his career. And that was the truth. There are moments, particularly in my job, where opportunities come up that, quite honestly, are unexpected. And they force you to stop and reevaluate and look at it and say, hey, is this something that could be, really beneficial to the team? The why now is just, honestly, the opportunity was too great. It wasn't like a plan A going into the offseason. Quite honestly, we would have operated differently if it was. But sometimes things come across your path that you're not expecting. And you can't be so dogmatic in your strategy and planning that you can't adjust and be flexible to great opportunities.
I do want to know what other plans they would have made or how they would have done this differently then. If he makes the case, Nick, that they would have operated differently this offseason had they known they were trading Myles Garrett, and I don't believe him, by the way, but if he's trying to make that case, what would he have done differently?
Yeah, the contingent offseason was definitely something that sent my mind going down a lot of different roads. I don't really see how you would have handled it differently.
I don't either. You still would have replaced the offensive line like you needed to, and you still would have made the same draft picks/selections that you needed to. I don't know what would have changed in that regard, and so I just don't buy it.
So there's just a lot of today, and I said at the start of the show, I'll say it again. Not all lies are created equal. Teams do lie to their fans, and that is understandable. But when you trade a generational type player, a future Hall of Famer, a guy that's about to potentially whitewash his Cleveland legacy by going and having success in LA, I do think there's a specific kind of lie that needs to be avoided. And that is the lie that you tell to cover up your previous lies. So we just tripped and fell into this Myles trade is absolute bullshit. It just is. That's not true at all. You know how I know? Because the only reason that it happened is about 2.5 months ago, the Browns altered his contract, which signaled to every team in the NFL, certainly the LA Rams, hey, they might be willing to trade this guy finally.
Yeah.
So you lifted the kimono. You gave him the first glance.
It was the open invitation.
And then they just took you up on that offer. And so I think when you're again, not all lies are created equal, but when you tell more lies to go ahead and cover the tracks of the previous lies that you've told, i.e., Myles is going to be a one-helmet guy for the rest of his career, that's my problem. And that's what I found frustrating today, because 24 hours later, removed from the emotion of yesterday, I was willing to say, I like Jared Verse. And if this does get you your quarterback, I'll be more in on this, right? I can go in, because I still think they have a chance to be better than people think this year. I don't think trading Myles is the end of this thing. You trade Denzel right before the season, you might do it. But just one trade, it makes a lot of sense. Jared Verse is a very nice player, but I couldn't do that because Andrew Berry had to continue to do the narrative that the Browns have strung since last year at some point.
So we've not talked yet about how this has changed your win-loss projections. You said you've been higher on them than most people. You have 7, 8, 9 wins is what you've been saying, somewhere in that ballpark. Where are your projections now?
Have not changed. 7, 8, 9 wins.
Okay, so Miles did nothing and that changed it 0 for you.
No.
Okay, all right. We disagree, but okay. I didn't move it at all.
Nope.
Not
I'm going to tell you right now.
Bit.
Everyone listen to me very clearly with these words. It did not move.
But Denzel Ward would.
Yeah, because if you trade him right before the season, all of a sudden you are signaling because you're not going to get another player of his ilk or at his position. If you do that right before the season, it'll suck the soul out of this team.
All right. MMQB.com, Albert Breer joined us today at 2:40. We asked him if the Browns let Myles Garrett choose his trade destination.
No, they did not. I'm fully under the impression that this was plainly Browns-Rams operation going back to March. And to make something like this work, because here's the thing, guys. Like, I think with a player like this, you're always going to have people calling and checking in. I mean, what prompted the Rams to call and check in was the bonus being moved. Right? Like, that's what prompted it. It wasn't the other way around. The Rams were serious from the start. They showed a real seriousness in the number of picks that they were willing to move, and that set the stage for the talks to get more serious. I think it's a relationship business, and that part of it's really important to remember here. You know, Andrew Berry and the Browns front office and Les Snead and the Rams front office have a good relationship.
All right. So I think it's apparent in listening to Albert, in listening to the Browns today, and listening to Andrew Berry, all of it, that the Browns wanted secrecy above all else, including maybe opening yourself up to other offers that might have been out there. I'm happy with what they got for Myles to some degree. It does feel a little back-ass words that you're choosing secrecy in trading the most valuable trade chip you can possibly have, and valuing secrecy over getting what could have been an even bigger trade package or just a different looking trade package.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I feel like if you open it up, I feel like the trade package is going to be greater than what they got, and so like I just feel like you confine yourself to something, and so I don't. This is tough because I told you earlier, I think there's a Super Bowl bubble, and I think the Rams exist in that Super Bowl bubble, and he was only going to waive the no-trade clause for teams within that Super Bowl bubble. Well, if you ask me, Jonathan, what, 5 to 6 teams are going to be in that Super Bowl bubble? Rams, Ravens, Seahawks, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles. If we then narrow it further down to then, all right, Myles likes the bright lights, big city, and that's the only thing he's going to do, well, that takes Baltimore out of the equation. It takes Buffalo out of the equation. It takes Kansas City out of the equation. Are we just and Seattle as well? Are we just left with L.A. and Philadelphia, which is kind of some of the reports and some of the rumors we've been hearing the entire time? Yeah, I guess you throw Dallas in there too, even though they're not in the Super Bowl bubble, but he's from there.
And Jerry's delusional.
And Jerry, well, he's been since the Micah trade. He's been trying to get somebody that is like Myles Garrett, or at least in the stratosphere of Myles. So it felt like if you're playing ball with both sides, it feels like when you really take the zoom out, the Rams were one of only a couple teams that actually made sense when it was all said and done anyway.
More from Andrew Berry as he was asked about the addition of Jared Verse and why he viewed him as a key to the trade.
He's obviously a huge part of this return for us. An outstanding football player. Former Defensive Rookie of the Year, 2-time original ballot Pro Bowler. He's a perfect DNA match for our attacking front. He's really a terror on both phases, both as a run defender and a pass rusher. We are really, really excited to add him to our team. He allows us to continue to play defense as a high level, which has been our standard over the past several seasons. Usually when you make these trades, you're completely trading off present for future. And to get a player like Jared in the deal where the defense still maintains its excellence, that was really attractive to us.
Original ballot Pro Bowler is not a line I've heard anyone use before.
Because he talks like a Martian sometimes.
I've just never heard anyone be original ballot Pro Bowler, and that's just an interesting, Pro Football Reference. I'd love if they had a different asterisk for original ballot Pro Bowler.
I prefer they call the alternates fake Pro Bowlers.
Is that right?
Yeah. Just make it clear that these guys ain't bleep. Looking at you, Snoop Huntley. But here's the thing. I like
Thanks
Jared
for not
Verse.
trashing Shedeur in that moment.
Wouldn't do it. Not in my heart of hearts. Here's the thing. If Jared Verse had come to the Browns in 2024, Browns fans would love this guy. regardless. I mean, he's fun to watch. High motor, physical guy, plays like a real son of a you-know-what. But, and I think I still think that's likely to be the case here. The only thing that might hold him back here is just you were traded for Miles. And you're going to be held to that standard.
So I'm just not holding him to that standard.
I don't think
I get
you
other
will,
people are. I'm not doing
but
that.
I think most Browns fans will.
I think it's wildly unfair, and I think the level that Miles is at.
Fair.
Well, also you add on first-round pick. You add the first-round pick. You add on the second and the third. This is not just a one-for-one verse for Miles swap. But I just. It's not a standard I'm going to hold him to. Do I expect him to be good? Yeah. Am I a little worried about the idea, though, that he made 2 Pro Bowls, original ballot Pro Bowls, and is on the ascension on the high, but a lot of people believe that was a lot of what the Rams were doing with him and trying to get the best out of him and getting the best out of him. And I do wonder how much of that translates and how much of that works. And so it'll be interesting to see. But at least, great pass rushers going right now for $30 million plus minimum anyway. And he's costing you $5 million combined over the next 2 years. From a salary perspective, it's a hit until you at least have to extend him out. John Fanta, NBC Sports, joined us last hour. He previewed the Guardians' 3-game set against the Yankees that starts tonight.
This is an important series. And for the Guardians, they got to hit the ball. I mean, you can't go into Yankee Stadium. As much as Boston series was tough to lose that series, I got to see a little bit more from the offense, guys, especially against the Yankees. The Yankees are going to score runs. The last time they reached more than 4 runs was May the 18th. It's been 2 weeks. That's not good enough. They got to come out ready to go on the offensive side of the baseball here. Schlittler has had a great year. He's got a 1.50 ERA, and it doesn't get any easier. This is a test for this offense, and at the end of the day, Jose Ramirez has to get going.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what John had to say. Most times, I'm not the biggest fan of, however you want to say it, right? Benchmark series, however you want to say it. However, because the Guardians have hit this kind of 2-week bit of inconsistency here after a hot week and a half, I do think this is an important series for them. You got to get back on the right side of this. You are still 7 games above 500, but the White Sox are surprisingly staying in this thing at 1.5 games behind you. And overall, you need to start finding consistently, and certainly that does have to begin on offense.
Here's the hard part, though. If you're asking them to be better offensively, look at the pitchers in this series. Schlittler is the best pitcher in the American League right now, that is at least going and is starting for this year. Cole has only had 2 starts back, but he's Garrett Cole. We know what he is. And then Rodon. Like this is it's a really hard ask to have the bats come to life versus these 3. And so if they do, it'll be obviously incredible, but the expectation for myself is just not there with that.
That is the lead. Lindsey Rhodes, Sumer Sports, in 5 minutes talking Myles Garrett's trade on 92.3 The Fan.
our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Michael Markach. Coming up next, Lindsey Rhodes of Sumer Sports joins Nick and Jonathan to talk about the Myles Garrett trade.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Myles Garrett's press conference has begun out in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, the Browns just posted a video of Jared Verse touching down in Brownstown, as they say it.
Yeah, got a little PJ love out there, didn't he?
Yeah, I will say, though, when like that's like the main attraction, I always love it when it's like the pilot's out, and then like a random person's out, and then like another random person's out, and then a third, and then it's Jared Verse.
I always wonder about, do they give him the PJ to fly back? Or is it just like, all right, you get the big entrance and the arrival, and we laid out the red carpet for you, and then on the way home, it's like, here's your economy plane ticket, Mr. Verse.
It really depends if there's content to be made off that video. Now, much content has been had and consumed talking about the Myles Garrett trade for Jared Verse and 3 picks. Our next guest, people hounded on social media. Hateful things were sent her way about a year and a half ago when she suggested maybe, just maybe, it was time for the Browns to trade Myles Garrett to take her Cleveland-based victory lap, we think, on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, the always wonderful Lindsey Rhodes of Sumer Sports. Lindsey, welcome to the show.
Hi. I've been looking forward to talking to you guys.
We're very surprised by that. We're very surprised that you'd be looking forward to talking to us, considering the amount of crap you took on social media. Would you like to dunk on those people who said mean things to you on social media for the last 18 months?
I mean, have I gone back and looked at some of those tweets again and screen grabbed them today? Yes, I have. Have I posted them? No, I haven't. But, they were very mean. They were mean. But that's okay. That's okay.
You should totally post them.
I went back and I actually listened to the clips that you guys posted today to see what was said and what was the context and whether or not that played out. I mean, I understand that the Cleveland fans would approach this emotionally and from a frustrated standpoint. And I was talking about a full rebuild and people didn't want that to be true. I did also, speaking of pettiness, go back and look at what the roster looked like on the day that we were talking in December of 2024, what it looks like now. And I did find that you only have 3 of the same starters. So that looks pretty close to a rebuild to me. But, it's I think the brass tacks of this conversation is that I think that this is actually good for Cleveland. And I don't know how your listeners have been feeling, if this is good or bad, or, honestly, both I think would make sense. But I think that this is one of those rare trades that you always want a trade to be, ideally, that is good for both teams. I think that Cleveland created a path forward for themselves, which is what I was talking about back in 2024 when I came on. It was just about creating a path. How do you get to a path where you can be competitive again in the manner in which you want to be competitive? And I think that they found an answer here that makes sense to me to have opened up some pathways for themselves. And I think that's all you really want.
Lindsey, I feel like the hard thing for a lot of fans is when you had Myles on your team, you still were able to try to convince yourself that not only the defense was going to be good, but then we're just a good quarterback play away, or it's just right around the corner from not sucking. And if Myles isn't here, then it really does signal that this upcoming year is just going to be a waiting until we can take a quarterback in 2027. And for a lot of fans, that realization just sucks.
Yes, but were you going to get that quarterback last year? Right, the opportunity was there. I don't know that were there moves that you wanted them to make in 2025 that they didn't make that were quarterback related?
No, and so the hard part about this is that you're 100% right. It's just as long as you held on to Myles, I felt like people thought there was some shred of hope. But ultimately, I think the bigger idea here, and this is where I come in, is the idea that if they made this trade, then Andrew Berry, why didn't he do it when you were first suggesting it? If you're going to make the trade anyway, why didn't you take advantage of what could have been a whole year of not only getting probably better assets if you did this a year ago, but also then just signaling to the franchise or the fans what exactly was going on?
Yeah, and just like hitting this restart button more quickly, for sure.
Yeah.
But I think since we didn't do that, where we are now is talking about a trade where Miles is no longer there. The path to finding a franchise quarterback, and I think that the most important part of this conversation is if you do not have a franchise quarterback, a good enough quarterback is a totally different conversation. You want an absolutely, we got our guy. That is what you're looking for. You're looking for a clear answer right away. Patriots got it in Drake May. You know it when you see it. Like, that's our franchise quarterback. We're set there. That's what you're looking for. This opens up a path to creating more options for the Browns to go get that guy next year, right? Like, you have now 2 first-round picks next year to try and maneuver up the board in a draft where there are lots of quarterback options, a lot more than we saw this year, more than we saw last year. I mean, next year's draft right now is looking more like that Bo Nix, like that draft where there were, what was that, Jaden Daniels, like just tons of Caleb Williams, like lots of options. Am I getting the years right?
Yeah,
Was that the year that I'm talking about, or am I conflating years for quarterbacks?
No, you're good. Yeah.
So I think that's what next year's class honestly looks like. When we were looking at this year's draft for quarterbacks at Sumer Sports and like the scout grades and then our Sumer scores, like our different ways of evaluating it, there was Fernando with a grade, and then there were a bunch of other guys who had yet to come out that we had graded in that same ballpark as him. And none of the other quarterbacks that came out this year were in that same ballpark. So I do think that next year's class just has lots more options. Right now, you've got the Jets sitting there with 3 first-round picks. You've got Cleveland with 2 first-round picks. They are both going to be looking for franchise quarterbacks. But you also have more than one quarterback in next year's draft that might be worth maneuvering for. So I do think that Cleveland has positioned, and then obviously they have to hit on it. Like, you got to go get the right guy. You have to still use those picks wisely to put yourself in a position to go get one of those quarterbacks. But if you are able to do that, and that is the name of the game, is going to get that guy, then all of this could be fixed as soon as next year, because you did also get in return for Myles Garrett, Jared Verse, who is, I think, I've been a little bit confused at the way people have been talking about him in this trade. I feel like a lot of what I'm seeing on social media, people are talking about this trade as if Jared Verse is not already a known quantity, high caliber edge rusher. And I know that usually when we have trades like this, people talk about the player that's thrown into the trade as like extra, and they just look at the picks. Jared Verse is not extra. Jared Verse is perhaps the best case scenario for Cleveland if you have to replace Myles Garrett to replace Myles Garrett. He's a guy who is 2 years into his NFL career, who has an established pattern of creating pressures. And pressures are, from a statistical standpoint, more sticky than sacks. Sorry. I realize with Myles Garrett, you're getting both. And in no way, no one's going to make an argument that Jared Verse is better than Myles Garrett. But if you have to replace Myles Garrett, Jared Verse might be your best case scenario in the sense that he is not a first round pick where you're taking a swing. He is known. We know we know what he looks like in the NFL. We know what kind of success he can have. We know you can move him around the defensive line, put him on the center, and still have success. Like, the way he fills the gap left behind by Myles Garrett is adequate. It is not at a Myles Garrett level, but is possibly your best case scenario in terms of picking up that hole and filling it in a way that there isn't an insane amount of drop off, and you're not leaving behind a big, huge, gaping question mark. So I think that there's so many positives that you can take away from this in terms of putting your franchise in a position where it can be successful and competitive more quickly with this particular move that was made.
Lindsay, the logical thing here for Browns fans is then to wonder about the other older assets on the team. Denzel Ward is one of them. So for the Browns, the thing that piqued the Rams' interest in the rest of the NFL was moving the bonus date on Myles' contract from earlier this year into the NFL season. And so that was when everybody signaled they might be willing to deal him. Some people are taking Miles being traded as this signal that maybe Denzel's more available. Should the Browns consider trading Denzel Ward, and what should the price be if they're going to do it?
I'm going to be super honest with you. I haven't looked into that, so I don't have a lot of the deep data on Denzel Ward and what that would look like from a trade standpoint, or even if they should do that. There certainly isn't. You don't want your defense to completely fall off. I think my argument when I was arguing about Myles Garrett was that he is the most obvious leverage point that you have. Like, this is your most shiny thing that you have to bring to the table to try and get a pick back so that you can go get a quarterback. The whole name of the game is just putting yourself in a position to go get that quarterback. I think they made really good moves in the draft this year in the offseason. I think your O-line has some upgraded pieces. I think that the wide receivers that they got, I love the fact that they doubled back and just got another one. They have 2 different wide receiver pieces that you can put on the field. Harold Fannin was a hit last year. I mean, Quinton Judkins was great. Like, I think that you actually have a lot of really good offensive pieces here. My goal at this point, if I'm Cleveland, now that I was able to get that pick to position myself to go get the quarterback next year, is not to continue to pull apart this team. It's to put myself in the best position to be competitive with these pieces in the short term while knowing that I can then plug in that quarterback next year. For me, it's just about getting that piece and that path to get a quarterback.
How much of a drop-off do you expect without Miles on this team now, and obviously throw Verse in there?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I'm not 100% sure if – so, like, Myles Garrett is – we did a podcast as soon as the trade went down yesterday, and my colleague Sam Bruckhouse, who's a data scientist, said that he thought Myles Garrett was probably one of 3 non-quarterbacks in the NFL that had the ability to move a Vegas line. And he said that he thought Myles Garrett was probably worth about a half point per game, which is saying a lot for a non-quarterback, and argued that that's more valuable to the Rams than it is for the Browns, who are less likely to be favored in a lot of their contests, and maybe those lines will be less close. I don't think that Jared Verse has that ability, and I do think that we have yet to see him getting a ton of double teams. Like, the double team pushback that people have said, like, yeah, well, Myles Garrett, like, I posted some time to pressure and pressure rate stats that show that Myles Garrett and Jared Verse last season were nearly identical in those particular categories, and only those categories. And those categories don't tell the whole story. Obviously, Myles finished his pressures with sacks more frequently. And also was doing that where he was in a situation where he could be double teamed more frequently. Saw a lot more of that. We're going to find out if Jared Verse can succeed when he is being double teamed. We're going to see how that impacts his ability to get to the quarterback and create those pressures, which are not empty, by the way. Like, the pressures actually have value in and of themselves, even if you don't get a sack. There's quantitative data that shows that. But I do think that there will be a drop-off, likely. To what degree, I'm not sure. You probably are going to have fewer sacks this year, less of those big splash plays that end a drive or end a play. And so, but I think the bigger picture, like just zooming out here, is that I didn't have an expectation that the Browns were going to be particularly competitive this year, as is with Myles Garrett. And I think that that's largely because I don't believe that there's a franchise quarterback on the roster. And I know some people in Cleveland might disagree, and there absolutely might be a scenario at the end of this year where I'm proven wrong and Shedeur Sanders rises to fill that gap and he shows that he is a franchise quarterback. I just think if you're trying to, like, if you're a front office, you have to work off of probabilities and what is most likely to happen and plan for that situation. And it is improbable, based on the data that we have from Shedeur Sanders in college, which led to him being a 5th-round pick, and that was an assessment that the whole league shared. And what we saw last year, it is more improbable that he will all of a sudden at the end of this year be a Super Bowl winning caliber quarterback, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. So planning for the probable outcome, which is that he is more likely to be maybe an average NFL quarterback at best, then you're looking still for a quarterback to make you competitive. And if you don't have that this year, then the outcome of the games this year, while they certainly matter for fans and Monken and all the players on this team, you want to max out your capabilities. I don't think you're planning for a Super Bowl run or even a playoff run as is with Myles Garrett. And so I think that makes a step back on defense that you have by moving Myles Garrett and plugging that hole with Jared Verse. I think it makes it relatively moot from a standpoint of the way I'm looking at it, which I realize people are like, what is she talking about? Dude, we're just trying to win games.
Lindsay, to look on the Rams side of things, on one hand, you got a team that was seconds away potentially from being in the Super Bowl last year, and then went out and added Trent McDuffie and Myles Garrett. I'm curious where you land on that versus the fact that the Rams have one of the most impossible schedules God has ever created.
Totally. Well, I mean, I think that I look at that roster that they've put together, and I think it's wild that they've compiled as much talent as they have on that team. Putting Myles Garrett on that line, like we talked about the double teams, I don't know how you double team him with the other guys that are there. And yet, obviously, your game plan when you're going up against a defense that has Myles Garrett on it is circle Myles Garrett. How do we deal with this? But there are so many other factors on that Rams defense. I don't know that you can completely dedicate all your resources to that. Like, the guys on that line are real good up and down the line. And then you go to the secondary and you look at guys like McDuffie. And this is a team that, I mean, they like to throw dime on the field a lot last year. Like, I just don't know. I mean, I don't want to be a quarterback that's facing this team, this defense, the way it's set up. I just think it got scary. Like, the addition of Myles Garrett makes them such a strong contender. But then I also think that something that my colleague Sam Bruckhouse said yesterday is also very interesting, and that he doesn't see this as a ceiling-raising move. He sees it as a floor-raising move, which I think is a very interesting way of looking at this, because, like, if Matthew Stafford tears his Achilles midseason, or, I mean, and God, I hate putting that out into the universe, but just, or Puka Nacua gets hurt, or even, Myles Garrett gets hurt. Like, what this is doing is it puts more pieces on the field that can raise the floor so that you can still go be competitive. If you have to plug in Ty Simpson right away, then what you just did is you made your defense that much better that will keep the score down. And you still have the other people on the offense that are there to carry the load, right? So now maybe you're trying to win games in this worst case scenario that are lower scoring games. But you put yourself in a position to maybe be able to do that. And then for Ty Simpson, there was all this talk about how that trade didn't, that move, that draft pick didn't make any sense. Now I think it makes sense, because if you are Los Angeles and you've been looking at the moves that Cleveland has been making and you alluded to it, they kind of set the table for this back in March when they reworked Myles' contract so that, that bonus didn't kick in until later. It gave them a little bit more time to make some moves here. They took that trade proposal to the NFL back in March also, suggesting, like, let's max out this trade value that you're able to get. Like, I think that was also signal that they might be wanting to trade Myles Garrett. So if you're the Rams and you're looking at this and you go, that is a move that we think we are going to try to make, then you go get your quarterback now, knowing you're not going to have a first next year, and so you position yourself right now to have that quarterback that can step in, or in the short term, you've got your backup plan. My guess is that the Rams have been looking at this move for a while, and I think that this covers their bases in terms of best case scenario, but also worst case scenario. I think they're making this move with all of that in mind.
Lindsay, great stuff as always. Bleep the haters. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
The Lindsay Rhodes Victory Lap, Sumer Sports, very gracious and humorous in that victory lap. We always appreciate Lindsay there on the Wise Yard Ride. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We react to what she had to say about the Myles Garrett trade, Jared Verse, and all that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
I think that this is actually good for Cleveland. And I don't know how your listeners have been feeling, if this is like good or bad, or, I mean, honestly, both I think would make sense. But I think that this is one of those rare trades that you always want a trade to be, ideally, that is good for both teams. I think that Cleveland created a path forward for themselves, which is what I was talking about back in 2024 when I came on. It was just about creating a path. Like, how do you get to a path where you can be competitive again in the manner in which you want to be competitive? And I think that they found an answer here that makes sense to me to have opened up some pathways for themselves. And I think that's all you really want.
Lindsay Rhodes, Sumer Sports. She created the idea of trading Myles Garrett 18 months ago. Took a lot of flack for it. Today took her victory lap there. I really, the funny thing is, I understand the idea of trading Myles. I think there should be players that exist in a stratosphere above, we got to get value for them. I think certain teams, and maybe the Browns are one of them, have taken the concept of value to a fantasy land standpoint, and I think there just are players that are invaluable, right? But I understand that is a difference of opinion with just the working theory in sports right now. That being said, I can understand the value of trading Myles. I can understand the value of Jared Verse. It's how they went about it that is more problematic than the trade itself.
You mean like the constant lying about it all? Is that the idea?
And even with the way they framed it today.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we didn't really open it up to people. Oh, hey, we didn't really know until a couple of weeks ago. That's all crap.
I just wonder how different this would have been if last year they had just accepted what they were going to do, accepted with them trying to go through this. As Lindsay accurately points out, you got 3 starters from the time that she appeared on the station 18 months ago that'll be starting for them this year. And so, like, you did it. You changed over the roster. Whether people want to acknowledge it or not, you changed over the roster. If they had just acknowledged what they were trying to do, I think the Browns would be in a better spot. And that's the upsetting part. It's not that I wanted to trade Myles. I was all about trading Myles. Still am all about trading Myles. I just think if you would have done it 18 months ago, opened everything up, got the best offer, didn't have to deal with the no trade clause then. You could have sent him to Timbuktu for all it mattered, Nick. You could have just taken as many first as you could have possibly gotten and moved forward. I feel like we'd be in a pretty good spot. But that's all right. We're in a pretty good spot right now, too.
So we're going to play some of, Myles' press conference here in the next segment. And we do have to talk about Myles' goodbye statement. But you made you wanted to reference a point about Connor Orr had made about the Browns, and that I think we can have a conversation about.
Well, what's interesting, so in this piece, Connor Orr, I'll set up the metaphor that he used, okay? He said this is something like an aspiring artist realizing that before he does any more damage to his canvases, brushes, paints, and other supplies, he can sell them on Facebook Marketplace and recoup some of the cost. The only difficulty is finding out what happens to those brushes and canvases once in the hands of an artist. The claim that Connor Orr was making is the Browns don't know how to turn individual greatness into universal greatness. He is essentially implying that the Browns have, in many ways, wasted Myles Garrett's talent, not because of a win-loss record, but because they haven't been able to get the most out of him. And I have a sack record that would dispute that and go up against that, but it does make me wonder, how much more could the Rams get out of Myles Garrett that the Browns weren't maybe able to get out of, or weren't able to tap into because the Browns are just the Browns when it comes to coaching?
I mean, they're going to get the most important thing, which is they're going to have a singularly great player in a position where he can be the best version of himself and in a position where he can impact wins. And I think that's the tragedy of the Myles Garrett era in Cleveland. Is for as great as Myles was, they never gave him the kind of, until last year. I do think they built a really nice defensive line last year. But until last year, they didn't really give him the pieces and parts around him. And they obviously never put him with a quarterback who mattered. And they also never had the right head coach either.
Yeah.
And so I think what Connor
he was
Orr,
great with Joe Woods as his DC for years.
What Connor Orr has said, I think is true. It just stinks.
How great can Miles be in different hands, though? I'm dying to find that out. And Shula gets a lot of credit across the NFL.
Oh, this is going to get him a head coaching job.
They have some great pieces. Obviously, we talked about Byron Young all day long. There's a lot that works in Miles' favor in this. And then conversely, if we're applying this for Miles, we should apply it to Verse as well. The idea that if he was so good because Shula was able to make this work and all the guys around him, including Young, like we just discussed, well, then shouldn't we expect some sort of drop-off if the Browns maybe aren't the greatest when it comes to maybe great at acquiring great talent, but not the greatest when it comes to actually deploying it?
So 45 sacks in the next 3 years, one ring. That is one. It's going to whitewash Miles' Cleveland legacy, and that's going to be enough to make Miles maybe the greatest defensive player of all time. That's how much being able to take a player as singularly great as that and win with him changes things for that player, and that's the difference between the Cleveland Browns and the LA Rams.
Yeah, but it's not just winning. I'm talking about individual greatness here, I feel like,
that's
as
why
well.
I mentioned the 45 sacks. You put up the numbers on the pace that he has the last 3 years in L.A. for just 3 years. One, he'll add another Defensive Player of the Year award to it, and you add a Super Bowl, and all of a sudden you have all that kind of success all in one.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'd have back on that is it because does he get added bonus points for it being older? Is that the idea? Because if he's accomplishing everything he just accomplished in the previous 3 years, obviously he adds a Super Bowl to that. Then is the idea that they're getting more out of him at an added age? Is that the elixir here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, he'll just have a different spotlight. He'll be on national television.
Well,
There's going to be a natural glow.
Obviously, that matters for Miles' profile and everything. Now, no one's disputing the take you're making about the Rams being what people would remember him from if he actually goes through with that. I guess I'm trying to narrow down more just how accurate the assessment is that Miles has so much more to get to because Shula's that great, and the Browns and what they did with Miles was, I guess, less than.
Do the Browns know how to acquire greatness rather than organize it? You can even make a case they don't even know how to acquire greatness. Myles Garrett, in his own words, in L.A., and Miles' goodbye statement to Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you look online, I'm getting choked up here. If you look at online reviews for most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common.
Michael Markach.
The Browns are back on the practice field for OTAs, and our beat reporter Darryl Ryder has the details. 92.3thefan.com and the Odyssey app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive in case we missed it. Coming up in about 45 minutes here. But Myles Garrett introduced to the Cleveland or the LA media today. We'll get to some of that stuff in a minute here. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to see what you thought of Myles's goodbye statement to the city of Cleveland that he released. That was late. Was that this morning or was that last night?
I think that was last night, right?
Yeah, it was last night.
Time is a flat circle.
Did he delete it? Did I have this wrong? Did he delete it to then add Jimmy Haslam, or was that something that just people were running with and wasn't true?
So the statement he put up initially with a video, and then I think he just put up just the statement. So he had deleted it, but he then put up the statement after the fact.
Okay, because I thought he deleted it to then add Jimmy Haslam's name. That was the impression that I was under. I told you, I liked the first one last year better.
Yeah.
I like that one. I like that one. But this was fine. I don't need anything in the goodbye letters. I don't need anything even with like Instagram where he came out with his own videos and just celebrates his own time with the Browns. That's all fine for me. It doesn't do much for me either way.
What I thought was interesting about this is obviously I'm annoyed at the Browns organization. And I whether it's from disingenuous claims or trading a player that I think should just be above being traded, and that being tied back to the Deshaun thing doesn't help.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily feel like I'm sad that I won't watch Myles on Sunday anymore, specifically at 1 p.m. There's also a part of me that's annoyed at Myles. And I because I've come to really believe something that we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Which is I think the Browns and Myles have been in cahoots, making sure that this happened in a timely order and everybody stayed quiet about it. I do think Myles had some input on where he went. Although nobody will say it. And more importantly, Myles has wanted out since last year. And Myles was really weird the last year and a half about it. Even thinking back to like the dinosaur press conference and that just the awkwardness of that. And so, Myles, I guess maybe I'm taking it out a little bit on Myles. The idea that everybody got what they want in this scenario. The Rams got the player they wanted. The Browns got the assets they wanted.
Yeah.
Jimmy Haslam, gets what he wants, which is a better path to a quarterback in the future.
It's being dubbed a win-win by many outlets.
And by the way, you've got a fair amount of national media carrying the water, whether they believe it or not. And then there's your average Browns fan that gets caught with their you-know-what in their hand. And I think maybe that's the frustration. It's like, oh, good for you, Myles. Cool. I was worried about you not having what you want in life, given the fact that you're a Greek Adonis who has been, you were the number one recruit. And then you went to Texas A&M where they paid players under the table. So I'm sure you made bank there. And they were the number one pick in the draft. And you've gotten every accolade since then. But good for you. Good luck on that legacy thing.
Yeah, but he's not supposed to hold himself here in a team that isn't winning just because he wants to make Browns fans feel good.
Well, no, but I think the idea of then on the way out, hey, just so you know, Cleveland, I love you. You help raise me. It like a fair amount of other things that Myles has done, it rang a little hollow or a little insincere.
That's fine. I feel like if you're Myles, you had to understand that's part of this. The idea that you want to win a title more than you care if you piss off, 25% of Browns fans that have loved you for 9 years. Like that's the cost of doing business if you're Myles.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference between penning. Again, it kind of goes back to even Andrew Berry's insincerity today. Like there's the type of lie that you tell.
It's weird though if he doesn't pen one of these Instagram posts and put this out there. This has become a pretty common staple.
Loving you is easy, leaving you is the hard part.
Well, that was just like a weird song lyric.
Did you
almost
get that from Kiki D?
That was it's like a song lyric. I don't know. Is
this from Don't Go Breaking My Heart?
Say that one for me one more time again.
Loving you is easy, leaving you is the hard part.
Yeah, that's just a little cheesy. And by the way, the poetic nature of Myles. He probably came up with it himself, unlike most of these posts.
And he thought to himself, I really got it there.
Most of these posts, you'd be like, all right, the social media person, maybe they got a little too in their feelings with that one. Whoever came up with that, Myles probably really did pen that himself.
That doesn't make me.
But this
doesn't make me like it either.
I don't
anymore.
know. It doesn't bother me because this is him. If anything, I almost appreciate the fact that Myles stuck through with the idea that he cares about winning titles. Like, one thing I want out of my whether it's athletes from my team or athletes that are just great in general in sports is I want you to care. We always get on the NBA players all the time because we can't tell who cares and who doesn't care. Like, at least Miles is willing to piss off some fans in the process, all in the name of I want to win a title, I want to win a Super Bowl. Like, there's something I do find admirable about that.
It's interesting, but the difference with Miles is I think Miles' desire to do that is about Miles' ego, not necessarily for a love of the game. Does that make sense?
I think
Miles is very much a me first person.
I have a hard time thinking that's true, but I understand what you're trying to say.
And I think Miles is such a me first person that winning a championship is about Miles. It's not really about anything other than he just wants to be able to say he's a champion, right? It's another thing he can say about his legacy.
Isn't that why anyone tries to win a title?
No, I think
to add to your legacy, to add to your list of accomplishments in life.
Yeah, but I don't think it's I don't know how to say it's different, but it does feel different with Miles.
I don't get it. I love the idea that he wants to win a title above everything. I think that's
what he says, but Miles says a lot of things.
He just made a whole commotion all last year about that, and then obviously
he took $40 million to not win,
to get the no trade clause to make sure that when the Browns went around this time and did it, he'd land in a team that can get him to a Super Bowl. Like everything he's done has been in the name of that. I have questioned Miles on some things, but the sincerity about whether or not he wants to win a Super Bowl has never been one of them, and I don't know. I appreciate that out of Miles. I get it. Pisses off some Browns fans. I understand that, but this is his life. Like, he's got to be the one living this,
and it's got to be tough.
He didn't want
to be real tough, making the $40 million a year.
He didn't want to waste away his. It's not just about the money at this point. He didn't want to waste away. He's making $40 million in Los Angeles. He's making that money there anyway. He didn't want to waste away his prime years, what's left of it, playing on a team that's not going to be a contender.
I think what the statement reminded me of was the fact that although I will miss watching Miles on the field, I will not miss all the other stuff that comes with Miles. Jared Verse might be 80%. You said 80% of Miles if everything goes right.
Yeah, 80% is the number I put on him.
And I guarantee you he won't be 100% the pain in the ass that Miles is. That is the one part of this where it's like, thank God. And by the way, I guarantee you Todd Monken is thinking the same thing.
Well, and that's part of something, and we'll get into this, I'm sure, in the upcoming days. That's part of why I think the Browns were comfortable with making this decision and why they were comfortable with actually going through with the trade is a lot of the idea they're trying to turn over everything from a character standpoint with this roster. It's not an accident that everyone that the Browns fans have loved that had been here for 5+ years is not on the team anymore, with the exception of Denzel Ward. It's not an accident that, as Lindsay points out an hour ago with us, 3 starters from 18 months ago is what you're going to have entering this year. They're trying to do a character and culture reset, and they don't think Myles Garrett should be a part of it.
Still got my call here. Still got Isaiah Bond, but good luck with that character reset there. 216-474-0092. What do you make of Myles' goodbye statement? And it's loving you easy, but leaving you is the hardest part? Come on now. Who doesn't love that? John in Avon, welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Hey, hello. I was wondering why everybody's so upset about Myles leaving. I wish he would have been gone a year ago. I don't think he's a team leader, especially when he hasn't gotten in touch with any new coaches, any new players. He hasn't shown up for anything. He's MIA. To me, that's not a team leader. And we've only won 5 games with him last year. We're not winning because of him. So why not trade him? I think they should have been able to get better draft picks or more first rounds. That upset me more than him leaving, but I'm glad he's gone.
I would say people are upset because of the 125.5 sacks in 9 years. There's something about him being the best football player, defensive football player in the NFL the last 2 years. I think that's probably why people would be upset, John.
Well, that would be the only thing. It certainly isn't making us become playoff contenders or win games because of that.
Yeah, so it's your. I'm curious. Are you conflating Myles' performance with the Browns' lack of success? Because I would imagine. I guess my rebuttal would be, who would they be without Myles Garrett the last 2 years?
Probably not too much different. I guess I'm glad. I was hoping they would have traded him last year to help the, I guess, rebuilding and get 2 or 3 first-round picks and, you know, and build more instead of just having one superstar player and try and get more younger, good players like the one they just received. Yeah, he's not going to be a Myles Garrett type, but he's a lot cheaper and you can build around him. And he probably will be more involved and a better person than Myles.
John, we appreciate you. It's tough because, like, I have criticisms of Myles. I don't think Myles is a bad person. I think Myles is very Myles-centric. Makes sense. If I looked like that and had that kind of skill, maybe I would be too. I don't think he's a bad person, though. I just think he's a pain in the ass, and I do think there's a difference between those two things.
Yeah, which is why we got to a spot where the Browns felt comfortable doing what they did yesterday. Like, I think part of getting rid of the old and putting in new and having different voices and different people at the front of the defense, I think, is a part of that whole equation. There's no denying that.
Now, here is Myles in his introductory press conference talking about the focus on winning and his love for Cleveland.
Since the very beginning, it's always been about winning. It just breaks down to the timing of everything. What does it realistically look like for to be a winner now, and to have a opportunity to do that immediately. That was an opportunity that was just too difficult to pass up. And I always have love in my heart for Cleveland City, community, all its players and everything else. But the opportunity to come here, have a immediate, profound impact on this team. It was something I just had to move forward with.
Maybe we'll get a Cleveland "This Is For You" when he's raising the Lombardi Trophy in February.
He's not going to think about us anymore, and that's not really his expectation.
No, because we'll always be at his heart.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I bet he sells his house in like 2 months.
Yeah, and Joku already posted his house.
Yeah, and then
remember he said he wasn't leaving,
and never vacations anymore here or does anything like that. And maybe comes back a few years from now.
He doesn't have to
do some of the Brown stuff, but like that'll be about it.
He doesn't have to, by the way, because Cleveland will always be in his heart.
Yes, so it goes everywhere with him.
It goes. Yeah. Let's go with Thomas.
Wait, no, hold on. By the way, really quickly, that was a lot of him right there, really making it seem as if this whole thing was his call. For a day that has been set up by the Browns to signal, like, this is us. We made this decision. I came to this in regards to Andrew Berry. That was Myles twice in that clip right there saying, I had to approve of this. I wanted to come here, and I did this. And that's an interesting little...
Oh, the line, and we don't have the audio for this yet, but he was asked if he's excited to play with Matthew Stafford. And the quote is, and again, I haven't listened to it, but it's a pretty funny quote, that did play into the decision.
He mentioned it just twice in the clip that we just played. Like, the opportunity to come here and have an immediate and profound impact on this team was something I had to move forward with. He did it all right there. And then so clearly, if you have another clip that you're referencing, like this is the common theme of this press conference was Myles Garrett letting everyone know this was his decision.
I am shocked. Thomas in Shaker, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, guys. 2 quick points. The first point about the trade itself, I really like the trade for the most part. I do wish they got one more first-round pick or just more draft compensation. That's the only thing. But I'm really excited about this edge that we got, because I like his attitude. I like the fact that he has that grit, I need to win now attitude, or I'm going to get in your face. Like, he's going to hate losing. I like the fact that we're bringing somebody in here who's going to hate losing, who's going to get in people's faces. To really feel like they're trying to change the attitude of this team. And I like that. It's what us fans have been clamoring for. So I'm excited about that aspect of it. As far as Myles himself, obviously I'm a little sad that Myles is gone, but I understand it. I understand that he wants to win a championship. As a competitor myself, as a man myself, I understand. He gave us 9 years of greatness, and I'm grateful for every 9 years that he gave us. I'm grateful for every sack that he gave us, and I really want to see Myles Garrett win a championship, because how do you not root for that guy and everything he gave to us as a city? And we don't own him. He's his own man. Like, go ahead and do your thing, Myles, and thank you for the draft picks. Thank you,
Thomas. We appreciate you there. 216-474-0092. I tend to agree with Chaser here, who said that letter from Myles was all AI written, especially the ending. Yes. And
might be. I don't know.
It means even less when they write it with AI.
He's got I'm sure he's got an assistant and people on his staff that can write it, and maybe they wrote it in AI. I'm not sure.
If it was really in your heart, you would have written it yourself.
He's a poetic human, though. Like he does all of these own writings of him. I have a hard time thinking that someone that cares about writing as much as he's displayed that he does just shipped it off to AI. But I don't know. Maybe that whole thing is just a farce. I'm not sure.
Could be. What'd you guys make of Myles Garrett?
He thought that line was a banger.
He really did.
I think he thought he had a year and a half or year now to think about a follow-up goodbye letter and was like, this one is great.
Loving you is easy. Leaving you is the hard part.
He wrote that to Chloe before he left Beijing.
I was actually going to say he's written that to every woman that he's.
That's the follow-up.
Yeah.
The Jeter basket.
Yes.
This is actually Miles' basket.
Yeah.
It's signed off with that.
Yeah.
We're just signed football and that line.
We're just another one of his conquests. Hurts so good. What did you guys make of Myles Garrett's goodbye statement? What's that face, Mac? What's that face about?
Oh, Mac didn't like that line?
That wasn't great.
What was not great about it?
I'll just say it wasn't one of your fastballs there. It wasn't great.
Dynamite drop in, Monty. Dynamite drop in.
You asked him to drop in.
You've had a hell of a lot better than that.
Even better.
All right.
Angry at both of you.
I know. I don't know why.
I'm not really angry.
Use ChatGPT to come up with a better insult.
You got very snarky after I did my whole Miles deserves to go win a championship because he doesn't owe us anything, and then it's been you got snarky with the callers, you got snarky with Mac.
What happened? Which caller did I get snarky with?
Oh my gosh, which one? The one before Thomas. It was all snark. The whole entire call was snark.
Which one? I don't even remember that one.
The whole thing was snark. It was one thing of snark.
I disagree. Agree to disagree. I don't remember the call.
I remember it vividly.
What do you make of Myles' goodbye statement and more on the Myles trade in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
92.3 The Fan, 2020.
Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I see a position to solidify myself here as well, among the very greats. I still have plenty of great years in front of me, and being able to cement that legacy not only as a football city here in LA, but as an individual, winning DPOY and a Super Bowl or more. Those things are definitely pressing on my mind, and I have definitely a bit of urgency to do it and do it right away.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, 3 years. I think it's all it's going to take for Myles. I think if he is, for the next 3 years, he is Myles Garrett, and you get that Super Bowl, you get maybe another DPOY. I think that's enough for whatever he wants to get accomplished out of this, for what he just said to be true.
Well, so what's interesting is, and again, obviously he can do his own individual accolades in 3 years. I think he's got a 2-year window to win that Super Bowl, though. Mm-hmm. And so it's kind of interesting. Ross Tucker had this whole thing about Verse and how, it must be such a shame for him to leave L.A. to go to Cleveland, and what an awful situation.
People were mad about that.
Yeah, people were mad about it. And listen, if Myles wins a Super Bowl, then obviously, congratulations, Myles, you won that side of it. No one's ever going to debate that. But there is a world that exists where we wake up 3 years from now and Verse is actually the one that is in a better spot than Myles is. Mm-hmm. Because who knows? Ty Simpson might not be anything. He might not develop the way that people think that he will. And meanwhile, the Browns might actually be ascending at that point. There's a very realistic chance that happens, that post Matthew Stafford, there's a dip that exists for the Rams, and Verse is in a better spot here than he would have been in Los Angeles.
I actually think, though, the beauty of this deal from the Rams thing is the thing that we really haven't talked about, which is by the time they get through Matt Stafford, if they've made the decision that Ty Simpson ain't it, and you've one down season, you could be right into another quarterback, and all of a sudden you like, the downside of this from the Rams side is maybe 3 years from now you have a bad year.
Yeah.
And Myles is still Myles, but he's stuck in a 1-year Cleveland situation. But because you've got McVay and Snead, there should just be there's just a confidence that even if Ty Simpson doesn't work out, it'll be a short cycle as opposed to a Cleveland-sized cycle.
But then it'll start to be Myles along for the ride instead of Myles at his apex. Like if we're giving him 3 good years, by year 4, let's say, then all of a sudden we're looking at a very different version of Myles.
216-474-0092. How long does Myles have to be this Myles to make it worth it? From the L.A. side of things, let's go with Bill in Dayton. Jared versus hometown, by the way. Made sure we heard that.
They heard he's a Browns fan.
I just want to keep this short and sweet. Lifelong suffering Browns fan. I'm 42 years old. I've had the tiniest bit of joy in my entire existence as a Browns fan. But I just want to say, attitude reflects leadership, Captain, if you remember the Titans.
Of course we do.
We hate Pittsburgh. He assaulted a man on national television. We stood by him through that. He had 9 speeding tickets. We beat the Falcon. We won. I think it was Pittsburgh or something on Thursday Night Football in 2022. Then he has to go for a joyride, 100-something miles an hour, get in a car crash. Then him and Clowney don't play. We were in first place. Everything went downhill. We almost made the playoffs that year before the helmet thing, him and Ogunjobi. He's not a captain. I wish him well. I appreciate his greatness, but he never, I don't know, it's just a pit of despair with Cleveland, but we love him. But I just wanted to rant a little bit, and I love your show. This is the first time I ever called.
Yeah,
Bill, we appreciate you, buddy. Don't let it be the last time, okay?
All right, you have a great day.
Okay. I will tell you that we stood through the Myles Garrett thing with the Mason Rudolph thing. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, we'll always have Mason Rudolph's forehead, right?
What was fun about it?
The fact that he about impaled a man on national television.
No, listen, you know why that story instantly turned annoying.
It was Freddie Kitchens, right? With the shirt. Pittsburgh started it?
No, that was fine. I didn't mind that. It was the idea that then people like Florio, for instance, turned it into just this massive, I have to find out why Miles did it. And then we had another layer to it where we were finding out behind the scenes, like exactly what was said and like the different parts of that. And it was like will the NFL ever release those files? It turned very conspiratorial very, very quickly.
It was ahead of its time.
And then Miles went on that the African water trip. Remember that? And he had to do, like, the first sit down interview he did was doing this, like, it was the what was the name of that program the NFL used to do where it was getting water in Africa? But
and
anyway,
JOK was a big part of that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so anyway, so like he did that. He did this first interview there, and it was just this whole big nothing burger of a thing. And we were like, he's finally going to say it. He's going to say that Mason Rudolph called him a slur and all these other type of things. And then he just didn't. And then everyone was expected to let it go. And then it turned into this back and forth between Goodell and what is the league going to do, all into just being like an annoying long stretch of nothing.
All right, but the NFL
get zero answer.
But the NFL saying they didn't have the sound when we know they have giant parabolic mics pointing not just at one side of the field. Most cases they've got two pointing so you can catch everything that's said on the field. I didn't find that annoying. I found that incredibly conspiratorial, and I kind of enjoyed it.
And every person that tried to do almost their own version of like Pablo Finds Out at the time found out and then instantly decided they didn't want to do anything about it.
Yeah, but okay. The reason
there's a wild turn of events.
The reason why it annoys me now is Pittsburgh radio host. You get to be like that Myles Garrett. What a jerk he is. When they supported the racist, allegedly.
Allegedly. It's all allegedly, right?
Didn't he also date Jeannie Bouchard? So she's
Mason Rudolph?
She's got the racist mark on her too. That's what I think.
If you date a racist, does that make you a racist?
It doesn't make you not a racist.
Okay. I don't know what that even means.
Neither do I. It's much like Miles's last little loving you is easy, leaving is the hard part. It sounded good when I said it. Let's go with Eddie in Bedford. Eddie, welcome to the show.
How you doing, guys? How's it going?
I think we're all processing.
How are you?
Feeling good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that his speech could have obviously have been better. It was just watered down and mediocre, if you ask me. Just him just writing something just to speak. But as far as the NFL goes, collectively, like I can't blame him because your Super Bowl window is only so long, and he's obviously not going to make it with the Browns. So why not try to make it somewhere else? Just like with the Joe Thomas situation, I actually wish that Joe Thomas would have went and played with Peyton Manning so he could have gotten him a Super Bowl.
So I feel your same way. Maybe not with Joe necessarily, but I do feel that way with Miles. I like the idea that he's going to get a chance to go play for a Super Bowl, and I don't think he owes us anything in that regard.
I just think, and maybe it was when I was reading it did feel very ChatGPT. So I'll agree with Chaser on that one from the previous segment. And then it felt perfunctory. Like it felt like something he had to do before he could just cut the ties and then just go on to L.A. And maybe that's more of a statement on the goodbye letter. Like even the Rams. Like the Rams sent out the thank you, Jared thing after 2 years. It's like he played 2 years. Like, and you traded him for a better player. Like, There's an element of blowing out your you-know-what that I kind of feel when it's like, oh, thank you, Jared. We love you so much. It's like you don't love him that much.
Well, they probably really do love him because he's the piece that got him Myles Garrett.
But that's the branding.
That's the from
like the
Rams,
NFL machine.
Rams
that's what
fans,
the NFL wants you to believe,
Rams
Jonathan.
Fans will have a special place in Verse is going to have a special place in their heart because he's the one that actually got the deal done.
The NFL machine wants you to believe two things.
Yeah.
All right. The first one is that Jared Verse, they held out to the last possible second, and this is the only guy they're going to trade for, and this is good for everybody. And the second one is, we ain't got no stinking son of that Myles Garrett, Mason Rudolph thing. Nope. So the mics were pointed at the ground when it happened.
Yeah, just happened to cut off. I don't know. Don't know what happened there.
The audio issues, and Dick in Dayton joining us right now. How we doing?
How you guys doing? Good talking to you.
Good talking to you, sir.
Dick.
I was a big Myles Garrett fan, and I kept thinking that there was some way. But what I'm saying is, guys, you got the Browns. I remember over the years, you've got offense. I'm more about this year, and the defense. Now, do you think the defense is going to be better than it was last year, and the offense will? I don't know. I think Sanders should keep going, but do you think that you allow a lot of points? You want to prevent you have your offense doing good in defense. What do you think about that?
Dick, we appreciate you, buddy. We'll answer while you're off air there. Yes.
Yes.
I do concur.
I do think the defense will be. It's got to be slightly worse.
Yeah.
I don't know how. It's funny, we asked Lindsay that, like, how much of a drop-off is this defense going to actually have without having Myles, but having Verse, this person that everyone is making it seem as if he's just a slightly below version. It's like, all right, guys, he's considerably worse than Myles. Maybe he'll get there, but it is what it is.
And that's more about Myles than it is about Verse, just while we're at it.
I thought the drop was going to happen even with Myles.
Mm-hmm.
No Jim Schwartz. I was convinced that was going to happen already. But do you go from the number 2 defense, according to advanced metrics, to the number 10? Are you now number 15? Like, how steep is that drop going to be? I do think it's going to be a fascinating answer that we find out throughout the season.
We got one more segment to go. We do have, in case you missed it, but we also have the Rams GM, Les Snead, talking about trading for Myles Garrett and the Jared Verse version? The Jared Verse part of this trade in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody?
members sign up for the NP Rewards Card and win up to $25 free play. Visit NorthfieldParkRacino.com to learn more. Must be 21. Certain restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I've got a good relationship with Andrew Berry. Thought I'd just check in. Let's check in. Obviously, Miles and his standing with the he's a Cleveland Brown. He's on their Mount Rushmore, so they were a no. But Andrew and I have a good relationship. We like talking about football a good bit. So I would pester him a little bit, probably jokingly at first. Kept doing that, and then we began talking a little more seriously about it. We tried to do this with draft compensation. Then the draft came and went. We picked talks back up. We tried to discuss, more draft compensation. At the end of the day, and where it got a little tough for us is they asked for Jared Verse in return. And similar to what Cleveland did at first, we were a no, based on all that Jared's done for our organization. During May, we kept trying. We tried to work things out, tried to figure out a solution. But as the June 1st date, as it was getting closer, probably sometime late May there into that weekend, we kind of had a decision to make. We knew where Cleveland stand. They knew where we stood. And then we proceeded to make the trade.
That is Les Snead, the Rams GM. Also, if you noted there, they were talking about this trade before the draft, which it wouldn't surprise me if I can't remember the exact timing of the Trent McDuffie trade, but I want to say it was early April when that happened. It might have been late March, but it's interesting that maybe the Browns could have made that trade then if the Rams were willing to trade Jared Verse. Although I gather the Browns probably always wanted to wait for that 2027 first rounder.
It was March 2020 or March 12th.
March 12th, all right.
When the McDuffie deal went down.
Which wouldn't make sense given everything else. So throw that theory out the window. But it is interesting that they were trying that out before the draft.
Yeah, and this kind of goes to the idea of why they felt comfortable taking Ty Simpson. Right? You take Ty Simpson with the idea that you're not going to need your 2027 asset, and it will be that much more valuable. It's interesting, the idea that they just started talking as buddies do, right? They started like, yes, we're both in charge of these teams, but we're just going to go ahead and talk as if that's an interesting way to frame that if you're Les Snead.
Yeah, Andrew Berry really likes guys that used to work in L.A. or worked in L.A. James Gladstone is the Jags GM.
Yes.
He did the second biggest trade in the last 2 years with last draft for the Mason Graham thing.
What has me thinking about this is if you are just constantly talking to basically your friends and you're only your friends around there, if you happen to be a smart guy and all your friends are only smart guys, you have a really hard time fleecing people.
That's kind of why I wanted to do the whole Dallas trade, because Dallas,
why aren't you friends with some idiots?
Yeah,
there's enough idiots out there in the NFL. Why aren't you friends with, instead of going for the high analytical, very highly educated GMs that exist out there?
Find your Freddie Kitchenses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's enough of them out there. Why are we always... And listen, he's gotten what appears to be the better end of the Jacksonville deal. Mm-hmm. That was just a new GM, though, is really what that is.
A little overeager, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's just a new GM. Dealing with the Rams typically doesn't work out in your favor. I guess the idea... I guess I would want to be in good concert with the guy that his famous tagline is F them picks if I'm trying to acquire picks. I would maybe give him the impression that we are really good friends up until a point. Then I guess
up until I get 2 firsts and Jared Verse.
Yeah, I would really test that. I'd be like, "How? So you say F them picks? I don't believe you."
Isn't it funny?
I don't believe you.
I actually really do believe this. If you turn the 2028 second into a first, along with a 2027 first, and you get Jared Verse, I think we all feel a little differently about that, because that is now 2 first-rounders. I don't know why I'm explaining to you, because you know what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But the point is, I do think we feel dramatically different if you got 2 first-rounders.
Well, because right now, the first you're getting in 2027 feels closer to a second, and that second-round pick is going to feel closer to a third if the Rams are as good as everybody thinks they are going to be.
I'm also surprised that 2028 or 2029 picks, that they're not conditional. Meaning, hey, if Miles has X amount of sacks or X amount of this or X amount of that, or if we win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years, one of those converts to a first rounder.
We can get bumped up. That would have been a nice little wrinkle to it all.
Yeah. See, that's why if you had Nicky Dubbs in the negotiating room, this would have gotten done.
Yeah, I would have liked that. That would have been nice.
That's because that's where I really excel. How can we get every ounce of a trade out of you?
Yeah, but then if you hear Les Snead, he was like, at one point we said no to the trade. I don't believe you.
They called for 4 years about it. But, hey,
before
saying
Verse
no.
was drafted, and then they tell us he was the whole centerpiece of all this? Okay.
Yep. All right, let's get to in case you missed it.
All right, one thing that has gone under the radar for us involving the Browns, Shedeur Sanders earned a record $17.7 million in group licensing income while on his rookie contract. His sports card deal apparently was a massive piece of this, Nick, but the number shattered Tom Brady's previous single-season high of $9.5 million. I guess J.J. McCarthy had the high the year prior to Shedeur, and it was about $4.5 million. So
it's J.J. McCarthy.
Everyone thinks about the rookie contract and how just fleeced Shedeur did get in that, and he did, all things considered. If he would have been a first-rounder, much different than signing one in the fifth round where it pays him out, $4.5 million or whatever that ends up being. This is a nice way to recoup some money if you're Shedeur Sanders.
Do you remember who was in second place?
This year?
Yes.
I didn't see the list. No, I didn't see the whole
Hunter.
list.
I think he made like $12 million.
He made $12 million?
I think that's exactly, because I remember thinking it was Shedeur.
So
at
he
17.
also broke Tom Brady's record then.
Yeah. And then Travis. And I don't remember anybody else. I did remember it yesterday.
Where was Mason Graham? 37th?
I believe he was not ranked, as it were.
I didn't see any list. I just saw Shedeur being at the top of it. I did not see any list.
Somebody had a top 5 out there.
I'd love to see like a top 50 is what I want to see.
I'll take the top 5. I just couldn't remember who the hell had it. That does it for the show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today and a loaded guest slate today. Albert Breer at 240 on the Miles trade of MMQB. John Fanta at 420. Great stuff on the Miles trade in this Guardians-Yankees series. Great stuff with Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports at 520. She took her victory lap on the Miles trade. If you missed a second of that, you can listen back or watch the full show on 92.3 Van's YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and like our videos we like to be liked. Or all 5 hours are on the free Odyssey app as well. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin handling the producing duties today. He had a lot to juggle, too, so he's extra salute to Jake there. And Michael Markoch, who I believe used every synonym for, what was the name? Wobble that I asked for. So special kudos to him as well.
It was Shedeur, Travis Hunter, Patrick Mahomes, McMillan, and then Barkley.
Mahomes has got to be a little pissed about this. Like, yeah. I couldn't have been.
Measly $8 million for Mahomes.
Just been the face of the league for 8 years. JP, good stuff, buddy.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow on a Hump Day edition of the show. Continuing to react to the Myles Garrett trade, getting ready for the NBA Finals, and reacting to Guards Yankees Game 1. See you guys tomorrow. 2.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.